Rodrigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Fresh from his party's success in the midterm elections, President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his fourth annual message to Congress and to the Filipino people with renewed confidence. Halfway through his term, the president will tell the people what progress has been made and what more needs to be done to move the country forward. Backed by a Congress dominated by his party and its allies, Mr. Duterte can push his legislative agenda with little opposition. As he begins his last 3 years in office, the president lays down the roadmap for his vision, his strategy to make it happen as he unveils the State of the Nation.
It is Monday, July 22nd. Welcome to a special edition of New Day right here on CNN Philippines. Two big stories are happening today. First, the opening of the 18th Congress this morning. The Senate and House are expected to name their leaders as their first order of business. And the highlight of the day, at 4 p.m., President Rodrigo Duterte will deliver his fourth State of the Nation address. CNN Philippines will have live, in-depth, and comprehensive coverage of today's events, so stay right here with us.
And we will be closely monitoring the situation at the Batasang Pambansa in Quezon City and other key locations. We have our correspondents on the ground. And in a few minutes, we will speak to our correspondent, Cian Arcangel, from the House of Representatives, while Joyce Ilas will be joining us from the Senate. And Trisha Terada will tell us about the situation from the administration supporters and the anti-government protesters.
14,000 police officers securing the fourth State of the Nation address. 9,000 of them are now in and around the Batasang Pambansa. This early, Metro Manila Police Chief Major General Guillermo Eleazar is in the vicinity to make sure everything is safe for the joint session of Congress to hear the President's speech this afternoon. And in a few minutes, we'll speak to him live from the Batasang Pambansa in Quezon City. Do stick around until 7:30. You are watching a special edition of New Day, only here on CNN Philippines. Good morning.
All eyes on the Batasang Pambansa this afternoon. For the fourth time, President Rodrigo Duterte will be delivering his State of the Nation address before a joint session of lawmakers from both chambers of Congress. The president is expected to lay down his administration plans for his remaining years in office. At the same time, thousands will take to the streets to amplify their discontent with the government's policies and their take on issues that hound the nation. The most recent issue is a United Nations body adopting a resolution calling for an investigation into the human rights situation in the country. That would also cover President Duterte's main program, the war on drugs. The UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution sponsored by Iceland requesting Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet to prepare a comprehensive report on the human rights situation in the Philippines. It also urges the Philippine government to cooperate by facilitating visitors of UN probers. The president will deliver his speech in the aftermath of the Recto Bank incident, where 22 Filipino fishermen were left to fend for themselves in a sinking boat in the open waters west of Luzon. That happened after a Chinese vessel rammed their fishing boat, which was anchored on the Philippines' claimed territory. The House of Representatives is expected to push for the president's legislative agenda, which he will articulate in his State of the Nation address. The president has endorsed his running mate in the 2016 elections, former Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, who also served as his foreign affairs chief, to lead the lower chamber. Just yesterday, Cayetano, along with leaders of political parties and party list groups in the House of Representatives, met to iron out their House leadership. Let's go now to our correspondent, Cian Arcangel. She's been monitoring developments at the lower chamber. Cian, good morning. What can we expect today?
Ria, good morning. The tug of war for the speakership will finally come to an end today as lawmakers vote for the next top leader of the House of Representatives. Taguig Pateros Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano is widely expected to be elected speaker after getting the endorsement of President Rodrigo Duterte. He will serve as speaker for the first 15 months of the 18th Congress or until October 2020 as part of a term-sharing agreement with Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco. Ahead of the voting, Cayetano met with Velasco and Leyte Congressman Martin Romualdez Sunday afternoon to show their unity. Several lawmakers also attended the meeting in Taguig called by Cayetano. In a Facebook Live video, Cayetano vows to lead a unified Congress to push for President Rodrigo Duterte's legislative agenda. He adds the president's son, Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte, will become the deputy speaker for political affairs. Voting for the new speaker will start when session starts at 10 a.m. and Cayetano needs to be elected by a majority of the 304-member House to win the speakership. Ria?
All right, Zian, more about this election of Congressman Cayetano. Are there still rumors of a coup as have been circulating the past few weeks?
Ria, Cayetano already appears to have the speakership in the bag because his two fiercest rivals already declared their support for him. That's Congressman Lord Alan J. Velasco and Martin Romualdez. However, the rumors of a possible coup still won't die. And fanning those rumors is the breakfast hosted by presidential son and Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte. The breakfast will happen at 8 a.m. at the South Lounge here at the House of Representatives, and it's separate from the breakfast being hosted by Cayetano in another hall. But Cayetano says that there is nothing wrong with two breakfasts happening before the opening of the session since lawmakers will have a long day. He adds that he will go to the breakfast hosted by Congressman Cayetano to talk to him and also to invite him to the breakfast that he will host in another hall. Ria?
All right, thank you very much for that. Zian Arcangel reporting from the House of Representatives. Now, in the Senate, its leadership and the persistent questions on its ability to maintain its independence amid a very influential president are among the challenges that await the legislature. Last May's election resulted in a formidable majority of party mates and allies of President Duterte and his influential daughter, Sara, currently mayor of Davao City. Our Joyce Ilas tells us more.
The third highest official in Philippine government. It's been more than a year since Senate President Tito Soto assumed this post. A good number of senators believe he will continue to lead the Senate for the next 3 years.
Halos lahat naman ng incumbents na maiiwan sa 18th Congress ay aminadong suportado si Senator Tito Soto.
9 of the 12 senatorial bets that presidential daughter Sara Duterte endorsed won in the 2019 election. President Duterte personally endorsed 4 of them. Now the question arises, with more administration allies in the Senate, can the upper chamber maintain its independence?
Ang leadership, hindi ka partido ng presidente. Dahil gusto ng presidente, ganitong batas. Kung talagang mabuti naman at maganda, bakit hindi? Ano? Pero kung ipipilit lang na alam naming hindi makakasama, I doubt kung papasa sa amin.
Individually, meron talaga dyan na kung ano yung kompas ng presidente, yun talaga itutulak. But remember, you need a simple majority, hindi ba? So at least 13 to pass whatever measure or resolution that has to be passed.
Even senators closest to the president claim they will be independent, even though they also repeatedly say they will still push for the president's agenda.
Mukha ba akong rubber stamp? Senador po ako. So, wala pong rubber stamp dito sa Senado. At ako, susuportahan ko po si Pangulong Duterte sa lahat ng kanyang mga legislative agenda.
Soto admits there were times during the 17th Congress when the executive tried to lobby for the passage of certain measures. But in the end, he says senators still voted based on their own principles and agenda.
There were times that the officials of the Department of Finance made representations to explain to us some of the proposals that they were posing for Train 2, and some issues in the Ways and Means Committee. That's about it. No pressure at all.
Senator Ping Lacson believes the 2022 presidential election will be a factor some senators will consider in passing measures. Lacson explains, as the election draws near, some senators are more inclined to push for measures favorable to the people and to their own interests. Joyce Ila, CNN Philippines.
Thousands of policemen spread out in Metro Manila to keep the peace ahead of the State of the Nation address. While authorities say they see no imminent threat, they admit security will be a challenge after the suicide bombing in Sulu last month that involved a Filipino. With thousands expected to join rallies, authorities say they discourage protesters from bringing bags and wearing jackets. Protesters are allowed to set up stage near St. Peter's Church along Commonwealth Avenue, around 2 kilometers away from Batasang Pambansa. Pro-government rallies, meanwhile, will be held near Sandigan Bayan.
Dun sa loob ng Batasan, definitely, wala makakapasok doon. Kasi aside from the police securing ito perimeter, mahigpit yung security sa loob. Sa labas naman, yung place kung saan magsasagawa ng rally, ito mga magpoprotesta is napakalayo.
And we will talk to Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eliazar later on the program to find out more about securing the SONA.
Past 6 o'clock. Good morning. Well, as we take a look at our roads right now, today, of course, is the fourth State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. Let's check this area of Commonwealth Avenue by Batasan Road right now. This is in front of the House of Representatives complex where the President will deliver his SONA later. And right now, we can see members of the police have started to assemble as expected. Security will be very tight in this area. Around 14,000 officers have been deployed all over Metro Manila. This area will also be closed to traffic as the President's supporters will assemble here ahead of the SONA. Motorists must avoid this area. This is New Day only on CNN Philippines. We check in on security measures for the State of the Nation address. Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eliazar will join us live. The nationwide modernization of the iconic jeepney, the rehabilitation of aging train lines in Metro Manila, and the construction of roads to ease traffic congestion and link provinces. For 3 years now, the Duterte administration has been working to improve public transport services. In this report, Makoy Papioco tells us about the current state of transportation and the challenges that remain.
Jeepney operators Luis and Remigio are in awe while checking these modern jeepney units. These are units they both dream of owning. However, when they saw the shiny price tag, both of them were overwhelmed.
Pero mo, ito, 2.5. Kailan pa namin mababayaran?
A unit ranges from 1.4 million pesos to as much as a whooping 2.5 million pesos. The government is providing an 80,000 peso subsidy for loans, while some who have successfully transitioned say the program has improved their income. Many jeepney operators who have yet to purchase units are lamenting the current rates.
Ay yun pong sanang pagtaas ng presyo ng ating produkto na dineclare ay 1.4 million to 1.6 million ang halaga ng sasakyan. Ngayon po, naging 2.3, 2.4, may 2.5.
Transportation officials explain inflation and other factors affect the price of vehicles, something they have no control of.
Pag-usapan natin, if government will be able to provide more subsidy, I cannot say that we can provide that more subsidy. But definitely, we will be discussing that.
This nationwide transport overhaul, the POV modernization program, is the Duterte administration's flagship transportation initiative. However, 2 years after its launch, only more than 2,000 units are currently being used in some urban centers in the country. And now the government is cramming to modernize over 200,000 more units until next year, its deadline for operators to upgrade. President Rodrigo Duterte has recently promised travel time from Cubao and Quezon City to Makati will be down to just 5 minutes by the end of 2019. Public Works Secretary Mark Villar says the president is not making an empty promise. Villar says the completion of the Metro Manila Skyway 3 project before the year end will reduce travel time between Bandia in Makati to Balintawak from 2 hours to 15 minutes. The elevated expressway can accommodate about 100,000 vehicles daily, an alternate route that will surely ease traffic gridlock on EDSA, according to Villar. But of course, the expressway is not for free. Transportation officials also vow to implement the ban on driver-only cars and on provincial buses, even if both measures are facing widespread opposition.
Mahabang pila lang po siya, tapos matagal yung pagdating ng train.
Pag medyo maraming tao, yun, medyo mainit talaga siya.
Regular riders are saying the MRT has not improved at all, contrary to transportation officials' claims. Even Senator Grace Poe has said the train's condition seems to have worsened. However, MRT management claims the train's technical glitches are at an all-time low. In mid-July, over 4,000 units of new MRT rails arrived from Japan. Repairs will commence in November, the first ever rail replacement since MRT opened nearly 2 decades ago.
Yung relays, hindi mo naman yan pwedeng gawin kagad ng 24/7 eh. Ginagawa lang namin yan during the window period na non-revenue. At least 3 to 4 hours lang yan.
However, the entire overhaul is extending for 2 years or until 2021. Passengers say it's a long wait, which means they have to endure longer. The ride-hailing industry in the country has always been plagued with controversy. Now, some Transport Network Vehicle Service or TNVS operators are criticizing what they describe as the LTFRB's complicated system of accreditation and inconsistent policies. LTFRB Chief Martin Delgra defends his agency, saying he has already streamlined the process.
We are doing it online. Parang yung tinatawag nating appointment date. Kagaya nung ginagawa sa DFA.
While the group's concerns are valid, other passenger groups say there is a bigger concern on ride-hailing services that needs to be addressed. They say Grab continues to monopolize the market. Both Grab and LTFRB deny this, saying there are other accredited companies like Auto. However, many of the passengers we talked to insist Grab's fares have been regularly surging, tens of pesos higher than when Uber was still in operation. Most of the passengers, drivers, and operators we talked to say, while there are shortcomings, the president delivered most of what he has promised. Makoy Popioko, CNN Philippines.
Welcome back. You are watching a special edition of New Day on CNN Philippines. As President Duterte prepares a lecture on the West Philippine Sea for his 4th State of the Nation address, thousands of demonstrators get ready to turn the streets into a sea of blue and protest what they say is the president's failure to stand up for the country's interests and improve the lives of Filipinos. Our Carolyn Bonkin filed this story.
Once finished, this will become an effigy of President Rodrigo Duterte. It will show him as a monstrous sea creature, which activists say represents the administration's shortcomings. First on the list, his failure to protect the country's interest in the West Philippine Sea. Fisherfolk Group Pamalakaya said the president allowed Chinese fishermen in the Philippines' exclusive economic zone at the expense of Filipino fishermen and the country's marine resources.
Binangga ng Chinese fishing vessel ang may kasalanan ay ang mga Pilipinong mga mangingisda.
Pamalakaya said the president clearly violated the Constitution. The group is already preparing an impeachment complaint.
Isinasaad sa Constitution, dapat ang Estado ay inaalagaan at ipreserba ang ating katubigan.
Farmers are also dissatisfied.
Stop killing farmers who feed the nation.
Kilusang magbubukid ng Pilipinas explained, palay farm gate prices already hit an all-time low of 12 to 13 pesos a kilo because of the rice tariffication law. Farmers barely earn enough for their family.
Mura po ang palay sa panahon ng anihan
pero napakamahal po ang presyo ng bigas.
A progressive labor group also said the president still hasn't fulfilled his campaign promise to end contractualization.
Imbes na regularization ang makamit ng mga manggagawang kontraktual ay tanggalan, massive retrenchment.
There's also the closure of schools in Mindanao, impending phase out of jeepneys affecting the livelihood of thousands of drivers, increasing costs of basic commodities, and thousands of deaths in the drug war. Activist groups say it's best for the president to step down, and that's what they will demand when they take to the streets on Monday. Caroline Bonquin, CNN Philippines.
The police and activist groups are working together to keep protesters safe during the president's State of the Nation address. Authorities beefed up security following the involvement of a Filipino in a suspected suicide blast in Sulu last month. Our George Cahiles tells us more.
It's a rather unusual sight. The police and leaders of militant groups peacefully talking about a common objective. That is, to ensure the safety and security of protesters during President Duterte's State of the Nation address or SONA on Monday.
Kaya po kami nandito para tiyakin na magiging maayos at ilang taon na rin po kaming nag-uusap ni General Eliazar. Meron na tayong tried and tested na formula at hopefully hanggang Lunes yun pa rin ho ang mag-work.
Kasi before this administration, meron pag-usap pero walang pinagkakasunduan. Ngayon kasi kung ano ang gusto nila na pwede naman natin accommodate, why not ibigay natin? Anyway, pasok naman siya sa security coverage.
With a new security landscape following the suspected involvement of a Filipino in a suicide bombing in Indanan, Sulu last month, authorities asked protesters to police their ranks and refrain from bringing bags and wearing jackets during the protest. There is no decision yet whether there's a need to jam mobile network signals during the SONA.
None of us want to have or to bomb our own Hanay. Clearly not.
Protesters will converge at the Commission on Human Rights compound along Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City at 1 in the afternoon. Thousands of them are expected to march towards their stage located in front of St. Peter's Parish, more than 2 kilometers away from the Batasang Pambansa, where the President will deliver his SONA.
Wala tayong threat na namamonitor pero gaya ng ginagawa natin, patuloy naman yung ating pakipag-coordinate sa mga agencies involved in monitoring any threats. But so far, wala tayong ganong namamonitor.
Around 1,000 traffic enforcers will assist motorists in the area on Monday. This is apart from the 14,000-strong police force to be deployed for SONA on Monday. Authorities did not give the exact time as to when a portion of the eastbound lane of Commonwealth Avenue will be closed or what time a zipper lane will be opened on the westbound side. Police have asked the local government to suspend classes in Quezon City on Monday to prevent inconvenience, ensure security among students, and help ease the traffic condition in the area. The Quezon City government has yet to make an official announcement about this.
Wala namang pupuntahan during the SONA day, wag na maglibot from Pilcoa to Fairview.
Unlike the previous years, protesters say that blue will be the dominant color during the protest. This is to highlight their call for President Duterte to defend the country's sovereignty against China in the West Philippine Sea. The program will start at 3 p.m. and will end at 6 p.m. The police assures maximum tolerance will be carried out during the conduct of the protest. And in case President Duterte decides to meet with the protesters, the police say they have contingency measures to address that situation.
Security-wise, syempre, mas challenging for us kung lalapit pa siya doon. Pero sa'yo na rin ang galing, ang presidente gagawin niya yung gusto niyang gawin. Just like 2 years ago. Kaya nakahanda tayo doon. Pero kung kami tatanungin, mas maganda na hindi na lang siya pupunta doon.
Representatives from the Commission on Human Rights will also be present during the protest to ensure that rights of all parties are respected during the rally. George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
14,000 police officers are deployed to secure President Rodrigo Duterte's State of the Nation address. 9,000 of them will be deployed in and around Batasang Pambansa, where the president will deliver his fourth SONA. This morning, Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eliazar went around the vicinity to personally oversee tight security in the area, and he joins us now live from the Batasang Pambansa. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yes. Yes, good morning, Rhea. At magandang umaga rin sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa inyong programa.
Sir, kamusta po yung mga preparations dyan?
Yes, according to plan, nakalatag na lahat ang ating deployment. We are deploying more than 8,000 police personnel in Quezon City, but all over Metro Manila, we have around 14,000. That includes anti-criminality operations ng ating mga kapulisan.
Okay, sir, for those who live or are near the Batasang Pambansa, should they expect signal jammers to be utilized as they have been in the past?
Well, pagdating ng ating Pangulo, we're expecting na magkakaroon ng kaunting jamming of cellphone. Pero ito naman ay dito lang sa malapit sa Batasang Bansa. But here in Commonwealth area, itong umaga natin, hindi natin na-expect yun. In fact, the PNP did not recommend for any suspension of the services of telecom.
I see. Now, is the security in this year's SONA particularly tight, given what happened in Sulu recently? I mean, of course, you had 8 people who died when a Filipino suicide bomber detonated himself there.
Well, we have the necessary contingency plan for any scenario. That's why we had initial dialogues and coordination with all the leaders of the groups that will be joining this program, whether they belong to pro or anti. And we believe that with the experience that we had for the past 3 years and our requests for them to police their own ranks, ang mga pulis natin nakabantay sa kapaligiran at sila naman inaandun sa mga lugar kung saan doon lang sila magsasagawa ng kanilang mga demonstrasyon and kinusuporta and protesta. We don't see any problem nakikita natin sa pagdaraos ng sonang ito.
Sir, are there any specific security threats to the SONA?
We haven't received any direct threat regarding the SONA, but still, we are continuously coordinating with all concerned agencies involved in monitoring. At hanggang sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy naman yung ating pakipag-ugnayan sa kanila. In fact, we have deployed personnel all over the place and continues to monitoring the activities of those who will be coming in here, as well as within the reports coming from other units and agencies.
Okay, change topic tayo sandali, Chief Eleazar. What do police officers want to hear from the President during his SONA this afternoon?
Definitely, ang gusto nating malaman din ay yung una, yung mga napagtagumpayan ng ating present administrasyon and yung kanyang direksyon. But you know, for the past 3 years, ang ating mga kapulisan as part of the public safety forces, kami ay talaga nagpapasalamat sa kanya sa patuloy na support ang binibigay niya. We became effective in our campaign. In fact, here in Metro Manila, 58% ito yung reduction ng crime that we experienced for the past 3 years. Compared with the previous last 3 years of previous administration, at ito ay dahil sa suporta sa vision ng ating Pangulo na mabawasan ang problema ng illegal drugs, which can be translated sa prevention or pagbaba ng ating criminality.
Okay, and lastly, sir, do you have a message for the public on this day?
Nakita natin ngayon ang pagsikip ng daloy ng trapiko, so I would like to appeal to the public na in spite that suspension of classes was declared here in Quezon City by Mayor Joy Belmonte, but still talagang andito ang traffic natin. Kaya nakikusap tayo sa kanila, kung wala namang gagawing napakahalaga here in Quezon City, mas maganda na wag na sila pumunta dito or take the alternate route rather than passing through Commonwealth Avenue, either northbound or westbound.
All right, thank you very much for that. Metro Manila Police Chief, Police Major General Guillermo Eleazar.
And welcome back to the program on this Monday, July 22nd, the day that the President of the country delivers his annual address to the nation. It will be President Rodrigo Duterte's 4th SONA, scheduled at 4 this afternoon at Batasang Pambansa. Now, in every State of the Nation address, President Rodrigo Duterte vows to pursue an independent foreign policy. Going to his 4th year in office, Mr. Duterte has warmed up to China and Russia while taking a critical stand with regard to the U.S. and other Western countries. How will this independent foreign policy take shape in the administration's remaining years? Tristan Odalo finds out.
On international relations, we shall continue to assert and pursue an independent foreign policy.
Friends to all, enemies to none. This is the heart of President Rodrigo Duterte's quest for an independent foreign policy.
We shall continue to reach out to all nations regardless of their prevailing political persuasion, so long as this nation wish us well.
Shifting its focus from a longtime military ally, the United States, to an East Asian economic giant, China.
Magutang na lang ako, wala man akong pera. Sabi ni President Xi Jinping, okay, I'll give you the arms free.
The 1987 Constitution states that the Philippines shall maintain relations with other countries while upholding national interests. However, 3 years into his administration, critics have questioned the president's seemingly friendlier, some even say subservient approach to China.
Marahil ginawa ito ni Presidente upang balansyahin yung masyado nating pagiging malapit. At sinabi pa niya parang masyado tayong masunurin sa Estados Unidos.
This is in stark contrast to the president's stance toward Western countries like Canada, which Mr. Duterte threatened with war if it fails to take back its trash.
Pag hindi niyo tinanggap yung basura ninyo, ibubuhos ko yan doon sa magandang beach ninyo. We are not a garbage dump here. The Filipinos are not scavengers.
Or with the United States, whom he dared a number of times to fight China in the South China Sea.
Fire the first shot at nandito kami sa likod. Sige, laban tayo kung sinong mupulbog.
A former ambassador to the ASEAN says that the Duterte administration should carefully weigh in on its dealings with China and not solely rely on one or two countries.
Hindi naman tayo gigirahin kaagad ng China eh. At kung gigirahin man tayo ng China, ay meron din tayong alliance with the United States. So in terms of economic alliance, it's existing with Japan, with Australia, with South Korea, with India.
Despite improving ties between Manila and Beijing, issues continue to hound the two countries, like the enforcement of the country's victory against China at an international arbitral tribunal in The Hague. China doesn't recognize that victory, which was won by the previous administration.
O how do I enforce the arbitral ruling? Magpunta ako doon, dala ko Navy ko.
We have our own dispute with China. China wants to grab 80% of our EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. How large is that? That's, if you combine all the land area of the Philippines, it's about 300,000 square kilometers. That's about the area that China wants to grab from our EEZ.
The Rectobank incident, wherein 22 Filipino fishermen were left at sea after a Chinese vessel rammed their fishing boat.
Parang binangga, bigla kan binangga. Tapos yung paggising ko, malayang ko bangga na kami, lumubog na po kami. Yun, nagsigawan kami, tulong, tulong.
The filing of diplomatic protests over alleged harassment in the West Philippine Sea and the continuous militarization of disputed waters.
Every incident reported to me by the task force of the armed forces is the subject of a note that I send out. We never yielded, we never consented by silence.
Hanggang ngayon, nagprotesta tayo. Hanggang ngayon, wala pang explanation, much less apology coming from China. Yan ba ang kaibigan? With friends like that, you don't need enemies.
Halfway through his term, President Duterte has visited at least 21 countries, including China and Russia, in his bid to strengthen diplomatic ties with other countries. Indeed, the world is watching how Mr. Duterte's independent foreign policy will take shape in the coming years. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
What security measures are in place to make sure protesters can peacefully deliver their so-called United People's SONA outside the Batasan? Our Trisha Terada is in Commonwealth Avenue to give us an overview. Trisha.
Well, Rhea, so far it's calm and peaceful outside the Batasang Pambansa, particularly here on Commonwealth Avenue. Now, we have roughly 10 hours before the president's annual address begins. And every year, protesters and administration supporters hold rallies along this stretch. Now, the anti-administration protesters rather, will be carrying out their rally here in front of the St. Peter's Parish. Now, they will be occupying 4 lanes of Commonwealth Avenue, and the area has already been cordoned off. Now, the 2 remaining lanes are for motorists. So for those of you who are heading north, expect some buildup approaching this area. Now, meanwhile, administration supporters will hold their activity along IBP Road later today. But as early as 4 this morning, the police have been preparing for everyone's security. No threats so far, according to authorities, but they are also not taking chances following twin suicide bombings in Sulu Province. Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eleazar is asking the public to be vigilant at all times. He urges everyone to report any suspicious person or movement. Priya?
All right, Tricia, you mentioned it a little bit there in your report. What is the traffic situation there like at this time?
Well, Ria, if motorists are coming, or if you are coming from EDSA heading north, expect light to moderate traffic. Now, you will expect a buildup approaching or past Holy Spirit Drive and entering Commonwealth Avenue. It's moving light to moderate because, again, 4 lanes are allotted to the protesters. There are 2 lanes left for motorists, but it will ease up a bit once you reach Sandigan Bayan. Ria?
All right, that is good to know. Thank you very much. Tricia Terada reporting to us live from Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City. Welcome back. You are watching a special edition of New Day on CNN Philippines. This afternoon, President Rodrigo Duterte will deliver his 4th State of the Nation address. Presidential spokesman Sal Panelo says we can expect Mr. Duterte to tackle the promises he made on fighting corruption, illegal drugs, criminality, and rebellion. He will also speak about other major issues to include the West Philippine Sea, ways to sustain the growth in our economy, as well as his legislative agenda. But before that speech, protesters will converge at the Commission on Human Rights compound along Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City. Organizers say at least 35,000 are expected to march towards their stage located in front of St. Peter's Parish, more than 2 kilometers away from the Batasang Pambansa, where the president will deliver his SONA. 14,000 police officers have been deployed to secure the event. 9,000 of them will be in and around the Batasang Pambansa. The Armed Forces says it has not monitored any threat from local terrorist groups, but calls on citizens to report any suspicious individuals and activities in their surroundings.
For the first time in the history of a president's State of the Nation address, the country's leading orchestra and musical ensemble will breathe new life into the Batasang Pambansa. Our Tristan Nodalzo tells us how important this performance is for the Philharmonic and what musical treats are in store for the audience during President Duterte's 4th SONA.
World-class act. A grand musical ensemble that captivated the hearts of Filipinos and audiences across the globe. This is the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. Now the nation will witness their gift as their music resounds at the halls of Batasang Pambansa for the first time.
It's a good opportunity because, 1, we have never done a concert at the halls of Congress. 2, it is a SONA.
The group was founded in 1973 and has been named one of the best orchestras in the world. The Philippine Philharmonic has also performed in different parts of the country in outreach concerts from Luzon to Mindanao.
We've been going around the country. We give concerts in the different cities, places for free. Because we feel that this belongs to the people.
The group was given the opportunity of a lifetime to perform during President Duterte's 4th State of the Nation Address, or SONA, a new flavor to the annual event envisioned by its director, Joyce Bernal.
I want it hopeful and good. Yung parang masaya na kasi last year, ano nangyari? Sana nga may magandang music na live. Pangarap lang po ito, pero pag may budget at may libre, Okay sana.
The orchestra's playlist has also been released. 3 songs were requested by Malacanang. They will also perform kundimans and classical songs from national artists.
The national anthem. Number 2, the Fede Aguilar's Pagbabago. Number 3, naturally, we have to have the Mabuhay March.
The group says that they will be doing it for free. They also hope that this could pave the way for more opportunities in Philippine music and the arts. Showcasing nothing but the best for the world and Filipinos to see. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
3 minutes before 7 o'clock in the morning. Now let's take a look at our traffic feed right now. Over at Commonwealth Avenue by Batasan Road. This is in front of the House of Representatives complex where the President will deliver his 4th State of the Nation address at 4 p.m. today. As you can see, the police have started to assemble here. Security will be very tight in this area. Right now, this is still open to motorists, but this area will be closed to traffic later in the day as the President's supporters will gather here ahead of his SONA. Motorists must avoid this area. Meanwhile, the opposite lanes that head to the elliptical road in Quezon City, we are already seeing a buildup here. Expect traffic to a complete standstill this morning. This is a special edition of New Day only on CNN Philippines. We give you a walkthrough on how the State of the Nation address pans out in the Batasang Pambansa. Stay with us only here on CNN Philippines. Good morning.
Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Fresh from his party's success in the midterm elections, President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his 4th annual message to Congress and to the Filipino people with renewed confidence. Halfway through his term, the president will tell the people what progress has been made and what more needs to be done to move the country forward. Backed by a Congress dominated by his party and its allies, Mr. Duterte can push his legislative agenda with little opposition. As he begins his last 3 years in office, the president lays down the roadmap for his vision, his strategy to make it happen as he unveils the State of the Nation.
It's Monday, July 22nd. Welcome to a special edition of New Day right here on CNN Philippines. 2 big stories are happening today. First, the opening of the 18th Congress this morning. The Senate and House are expected to name their leadership as their first order of business. And the highlight of the day at 4 p.m., the president will deliver his 4th State of the Nation address. CNN Philippines will have live, in-depth, and comprehensive coverage of today's events. So stay right here with us.
And later on, our chief anchor and correspondent, Pio Ontiveros, will give us an overview or an idea on what happens before and during a Philippine president's State of the Nation address at the House of Representatives.
And Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eleazar tells New Day they have not received any direct threats for SONA so far, but they continue to be on alert as they have deployed 8,000 police officers in Quezon City alone. Eleazar also says they're expecting signal jammers to be deployed when Mr. Duterte arrives at the Batasan later this afternoon. Do stick around until 7:30 for those stories and a whole lot more. You are watching a special presentation of New Day only here on CNN Philippines. Good morning.
All eyes on the Batasang Pambansa this afternoon. For the fourth time, President Rodrigo Duterte will be delivering his State of the Nation address before a joint session of lawmakers from both chambers of Congress. The president is expected to lay down his administration plans for his remaining years in office. At the same time, thousands will take to the streets to amplify their discontent with the government's policies and their take on issues that hound the nation. The most recent issue is a United Nations body adopting a resolution calling for an investigation into the human rights situation in the country. That would also cover President Duterte's main program, the war on drugs. The UN Human Rights Council adopted a resolution sponsored by Iceland requesting Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet to prepare a comprehensive report on the human rights situation in the Philippines. It also urges the Philippine government to cooperate by facilitating visits of UN probers. The president will deliver his speech in the aftermath of the Recto Bank incident, where 22 Filipino fishermen were left to fend for themselves in a sinking boat in the open waters west of Luzon. That happened after a Chinese vessel rammed their fishing boat that was anchored on the Philippines' claimed territory. Senators set to open their first session of the 18th Congress in less than 3 hours, and the first order of business to elect a Senate president. Several senators have said that Tito Sotto is expected to keep the post. Our correspondent Joyce Ilas is at the Senate. Joyce, what else can we expect from the upper chamber today?
Ria, it's going to be a busy morning here in the Senate today. At 10 in the morning, senators are expected to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. Now, among the first items in the agenda is the formal oath-taking of the 12 newly elected senators before Senate President Tito Sotto, after which the first roll call of all members of the 18th Congress will be conducted. Almost all senators are expected to attend the session this morning, except Senator Manny Pacquiao, who is still recovering from his fight in Las Vegas yesterday, and also Senator Laila De Lima, who is in detention at Camp Crame facing drug charges. Once quorum is determined, senators will elect their leaders: the Senate President pro tempore, and the Majority Leader. The Senate Secretary and the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms will also be elected. Senators will also pass several resolutions this morning. Among these, the resolution notifying the President that Congress is ready to hear his annual report this afternoon. As in the past years, the first day of session in the Senate is expected to be short because senators will still have to travel from Pasay all the way to Batasan in Quezon City this afternoon. They are expected to reconvene at 4 in the afternoon to hear the President's State of the Nation address. Ria.
Now, Joyce, is Senator Sotto still expected to retain the Senate presidency, or do we expect a new Senate leader?
Ria, many senators believe that it is certain Senate President Tito Sotto will still lead the Senate in the 18th Congress. As we know, neophyte senators Amy Marcos and Francis Tolentino earlier floated the possibility of a change in Senate leadership due to problems in committee chairmanships. But as of now, the conflict and committee chairmanships have already been addressed, and most senators have already pledged their support to the continued leadership of Sotto in the 18th Congress.
All right, so we do expect that the committee heads will be named later today, is that right?
Ria, Senate President Tito Sotto already said that the committee chairmanships have already been filled, have already been 100% filled, and we expect all senators to get the major committee to lead. However, we expect the committee chairmanships to be formalized in the coming days. Ria.
All right, thank you very much. Our Joyce Ilas there reporting live from the Senate. Now, at the House of Representatives, the new speaker will replace Congresswoman Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. If you will recall, her appointment to House Speaker last year delayed Mr. Duterte's State of the Nation address. There were a lot of unexpected twists and turns, and this year's House speakership race has its fair share of controversies. Our Zian Arcangel has this report.
After weeks of saying he will keep his hands off the speakership race, President Duterte on July 8th announced who he thinks should be the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Your speaker will be Alan Peter Cayetano. Ang sharing dito is he shares the term with
Lord Velasco. NC Romualdez will be the majority floor leader.
Lawmakers had been waiting for the president to choose the next speaker to settle a race that had as many as 6 contenders at one point. But cracks in the supermajority coalition surfaced right after President Duterte's announcement. No less than his own son, Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte, warned of a looming coup in the House 2 days after Cayetano's endorsement. Officials of the party list coalition, the second largest voting bloc in the House, also hinted things could still change when lawmakers elect the new speaker at the start of the 18th Congress on July 22nd.
For the president's choice kami.
So that's Cayetano?
Yes, for now.
Meron sa amin na nagsabi kanina that, the Duterte coalition is still alive. Sabi nung dalawa, no? Because they were close also to the children of the president.
Bayan Muna Party List Representative Carlos Zarate isn't surprised that the president's allies are fighting among themselves over the speakership. He says it was only a matter of time before various coalitions followed their own interests after uniting to oust Davao del Norte Congressman Pantaleon Alvarez as speaker in 2018.
Mga nagsama-sama noon to oust Alvarez, ito na rin yung nagbabanggaan ngayon, ito na yung naglabo-labo. It's anybody's game. No? At this point, walang makapagsabi na they're ahead of the pack.
Political science professor Jean Franco of the University of the Philippines says the election of former President and then Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo as Speaker showed it's no longer just President Duterte who could call the shots in the House. The President had confirmed that his daughter, Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte, was behind last year's leadership coup.
Traditionally and historically, the President always has a say in who the speaker will be. There are informal practices, but this is just way beyond what has happened in the past. It makes the case of the speakership of the House of Representatives some kind of a family decision.
As the fourth most powerful official in the country, the Speaker can make or break the President's legislative agenda. And with President Duterte halfway through his term, he needs a Speaker who can assure the swift passage of his priority bills.
As much as possible, the ideal is dapat alay mo yung Senado, lalong-lalo na rin yung House of Representatives and the Speaker, na kung saan dapat yung namumuno sa mababang kapulungan ay align yung kanyang legislative agenda sa ating presidente.
Zarate says the Speaker also wields a lot of power when it comes to allocating funds to lawmakers under the national budget.
Siya yung direktang taga-pamudmud din ng blessings doon sa members of the House from Malacanang. No? Ang concern ng Speaker, yung mga localized concern ng mga members of the House.
Following the President's endorsement, Cayetano met with the two lawmakers who had been his fierce rivals for Speaker. Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco and Leyte Congressman Martin Romualdez put their hands on top of Cayetano's in a sign of unity while smiling for the cameras. Romualdez had agreed to be majority leader, while Velasco will take over as Speaker from Cayetano after 15 months, at least according to the President's plan.
Walang iwanan, kaya tingin namin mabubuo namin tong best 18 Congress na 1521.
In a speakership race that has seen several twists and turns, it's still too early to say the fight is over after the President's endorsement. Until the votes are counted in Cayetano's favor, surprises could happen, as some politicians warn. Cian Arcangel, CNN Philippines.
The upcoming House leaders proclaim they are united as they meet a day before the opening of the 18th Congress. In a Facebook Live video Sunday by Taguig Pateros Representative Alan Peter Cayetano, 3 of the House Speaker bets were seen together with leaders of major political parties. Cayetano is expected to be chosen as House Speaker later today. Marinduque Representative Lord Alan Velasco will then take over Cayetano after 15 months. Meanwhile, latest 1st District Representative Martin Romualdez is expected to sit as House Majority Leader. It was a heated race for House Speakership until President Duterte finally announced a term-sharing deal 2 weeks ago.
Just give us some time to get organized, to listen to the SONA tomorrow, and God willing po, tuloy-tuloy at maganda po ang ating Kongreso. Doon po sa nagkakalat na may diktahan, may takutan, may mga nangyayari, siguro po yan na lang po ang ilan mga disgruntled for tomorrow, but the major political parties, blocks, advocacy groups, party list groups are all here.
We resolve to work for the Filipino people, for the betterment of their lives, and for the Republic of the Philippines, putting the Duterte administration's legislative agenda foremost in our minds, in our work attitude and our ethic to achieve the same.
Paisa talaga ang Congress. We want to be a unified Congress para naman ma-push namin ang legislative agenda ng ating Pangulo. Napakarami dapat naming tapusin, gawin. Kaya starting tomorrow, we'll make sure na walang gusot, talagang smooth ang mangyayari. So for the next 3 years,
The National Police in Metro Manila in full force for the President's State of the Nation address this afternoon. Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eliazar tells New Day they have not received any direct threats for SONA so far, but he says measures are in place to secure today's big event at the Batasang Pambansa.
We haven't received any direct threat regarding the SONA, but still, we are continuously coordinating with all concerned agencies involved in monitoring. At hanggang sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy naman yung ating pakipag-ugnayan sa kanila. In fact, we have deployed personnel all over the place. We have the necessary contingency plan for any scenario. That's why we had initial dialogues and coordination with all the leaders of the groups that will be joining this program, whether they belong to pro or anti. And we believe that with the experience that we had for the past 3 years and our requests for them to police their own ranks, ang mga pulis natin nakabantay sa kapaligiran at sila naman inaandun sa mga lugar kung saan doon lang sila magsasagawa ng kanilang mga demonstrasyon.
Welcome back to the program. On this Monday, July 22nd, the day that the president of the country delivers his annual address to the nation, it will be President Rodrigo Duterte's fourth SONA, scheduled at 4 this afternoon at the Batasang Pambansa. All set for President Duterte's fourth State of the Nation address, Malacanang officials say the speech will revolve around the administration's legacy and a preview of the remaining years of the president's term. Our senior correspondent, Ina Andalong, tells us what to expect.
It will be a forward-looking State of the Nation address.
It's all about the Duterte legacy, May. Ito yung aabangan ng mga kababayan natin.
What he will do for the next 3 years.
Communications Secretary Martin Andanar says there will be discussions on how poverty has gone down and how the government will push the Philippines to be an upper middle income country. And then the so-called hard legacies, things which people can see, like achievements in the infrastructure sector. The Duterte administration has so far approved 1.56 trillion pesos worth of projects for the Build, Build, Build program, generating more than 4 million jobs from new roads, bridges, and flood control projects, among others. These too, Andanar says, may be tackled. Peace and order are needed to ensure the country's continuous progress. This is why President Duterte is also expected to talk about ensuring the country's security.
Hina-highlight dito yung National Task Force on ending communist armed conflict.
President Duterte has said he will use his SONA to educate his critics, specifically those calling him out for his actions in the West Philippine Sea. Presidential spokesman Sal Panelo says the SONA may tackle the same big issues often discussed.
Ako, my educated guess is he will be focusing on the same campaign issues, which are corruption, criminality, drugs.
The annual speech is also a chance for the president to personally call on lawmakers to support his legislative agenda. Among the laws expected to be brought up, the proposed National Land Use Act, which he discussed in his last two SONAs, the second package of the tax reform law, and the foreign investments law. The three clusters of the cabinet have been holding a series of forums to talk about the respective departments' accomplishments. The palace says that may save the president some topics. Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Now, our chief anchor and correspondent Pia Ontiveros takes us to the House of Representatives and shows us what happens all throughout the SONA.
Shortly before 4 in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July, a date that's set in the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution that is, a helicopter carrying the president will land on this helipad. Or sometimes, as in the past, he or she arrives by car. But that was long before anti-SONA rallies along Commonwealth Avenue and Batasan Road became the norm. So the president will take a chopper from which he disembarks. And as is tradition and protocol, the president is welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, and the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. General Madrigal, who, by the way, retires in September, escorts the president through and as he reviews the honor guard. And at the end of this honor guard formation, the Senate President, for now it's Tito Soto, and the House Speaker will be waiting for the president. And who might that House Speaker be? Well, that depends on who's going to emerge victorious in what's expected to be a bruising fight, in spite of the fact that President Duterte suggested that Alan P. Cayetano and Lord Alan Velasco share a 3-year term between them. This arrival scenario here in what's called the rear entrance is symbolic because the executive, represented by the president and the chief of staff, and the legislative, represented by the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and their respective sergeants at arms, are both co-equal and independent branches of government. The President is also met by a phalanx of lawmakers, many of them eager to greet him or whisper a thing or two, or at the very least, be seen with him. From here, the President is brought to a holding area. He's ushered into what used to be the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. The president stays here for a little bit of chit-chat and a meeting with the Senate President and House Speaker and other leaders. Now, you all remember last year's little chit-chat turned into a 1-hour wait because of the chaos that morning when Gloria Arroyo unseated Bebot Alvarez. But let's say that chit-chat at the holding room is over. The Senate President and the House Speaker proceed to the session hall where they will declare the joint session of Congress open with a bang of their gavels. Both the Senate mace and the House mace, symbols of authority, are put on display at the foot of the rostrum. The Senate President and the House Speaker will announce the President is waiting to deliver his SONA, and he will be invited to join them. Now that's when the President will emerge from this holding room, walks through the North Lounge, through this hallway, and all the way towards the main lobby, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. The President will then turn left into the plenary hall, goes through these doors, walks down the center aisle, and up the rostrum. The national anthem is played, prayers are said, and the SONA begins at the appointed hour of 4 in the afternoon every fourth Monday of July before a joint session of Congress. This year, the SONA opens the 18th Congress. The only other time a joint session of Congress happens is when the Senate and the House convene to canvass the votes for President and Vice President in a national election. But they don't sit as lawmakers, but as what's known as the National Board of Canvassers. Of course, the other rare, very rare occurrence in July of 2017 when Congress extended martial law in Mindanao because of Marawi. Now, what is a State of the Nation address? Years ago, a newspaper columnist described the SONA as political theater. It's a speech that sets direction and vision, but it's a lot about performance and projection, soaring rhetoric, catchy phrases, human props such as Gloria Arroyo's Bangkang Papel Boys in 2001. That's called a Lenny Skutnik, by the way. A SONA puts the wind in the nation's sails. It's meant to tell us where the president wants to take us. Us, meaning his audience, the audience outside the Batasan and the audience inside the Batasan. So let's talk about this building. It was built in 1978 by former First Lady Imelda Marcos to house what her late husband, former President Ferdinand Marcos, called the interim Batasang Pambansa. Now, the year 1978 is significant. This was just about 6 years after declaring martial law and dissolving Congress, throwing many of its members in jail. Today, though, a Marcos daughter, Amy, is attending the SONA as a newly elected senator. After EDSA in 1986, democratic institutions such as a bicameral legislature were restored with the 1987 Constitution. While the Senate occupied at first the old Senate building, which is now the National Museum, and then moved to its present location, rented space in the GSIS building in Pasay in the late 1990s, and will soon have a new building in Taguig, the new post-Marcos House of Representatives occupied the Batasang Pambansa, where every president after Marcos and since Cory Aquino has delivered his or her State of the Nation address. Now let's go even further back in history. Every president since Manuel L. Quezon has delivered a State of the Nation address, whether it was known by other names, delivered in months other than July, and in places other than the Batasan. What did the president talk about? We can't really be sure until the speech itself. The only thing for sure is that the president is most unpredictable. But prepared script or not, the president is known anyway to veer off script and deliver extemporaneous remarks. Last year, however, he stuck to the script and spoke for only 48 minutes. We can surmise and rightly guess he will go to great lengths to talk about drugs, crime, corruption, and take on anyone who dares to cross him. People or groups that have criticized him. He's sure to talk about foreign relations, so there will be talk about China, the West Philippine Sea, the country's exclusive economic zone, and the United States, Sulu and terrorism, Mindanao, and martial law. The rest, let's put it in question form. Is the president likely to talk about charter change, federalism, the economy, and build? Is he likely to mention the elections, where his candidates did so well, it was a shutout of the opposition? An extremely popular president coming off an overwhelming election victory. So we can say, given his penchant for delivering speeches that can make you literally fall off your chair, he's not going to disappoint, is he? I've covered every State of the Nation address since 1994, and well, it is, hands down, Rodrigo Duterte who does deliver the most exciting ones. I'm Pia Ontiveros for CNN Philippines.
Heads up now to motorists at already 7:26 in the morning. Some Quezon City roads are closed for the SONA. Take a look at your screen.
Again, CNN Philippines will have live, in-depth, and comprehensive coverage of today's events, including the opening of the 18th Congress this morning and, of course, the main event at 4 p.m., President Rodrigo Duterte's fourth State of the Nation address. Stay tuned, only here on CNN Philippines.
And that's it for us this Monday. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Christine Jacobs-Sendejas.
Don't forget, New Day is back tomorrow at 6 a.m. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Ria Tanwatco Trillo. Enjoy your morning. Have a great day.
Good morning, I'm Ruth Cabal. Our Joyce Ilas is at the Senate, while our correspondent, Cian Arcangel, is at the House of Representatives. George Cahiles and David Santos will cover the protests in Quezon City. All eyes are on the election for Speaker of the House of Representatives today, as interest is high on whether lawmakers will honor President Duterte's endorsement of Taguig Pateros Representative Alan Peter Cayetano for the post. Our CNN Arcangel is closely monitoring the developments at the lower house. She covered the breakfast meeting of lawmakers with Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte, who Cayetano says is going to be the Deputy Speaker for Political Affairs. Cian, can you tell us what happened at the meeting?
Ruth, no fireworks and no surprises are expected to happen when lawmakers elect the new speaker at the start of the 18th Congress at 10 a.m. Taguig Pateros Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano is widely expected to be elected as speaker as lawmakers are poised to heed his endorsement by President Rodrigo Duterte. Even presidential son and Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte is now supporting Cayetano for speaker. Albay Representative Joey Salceda says Paulo Duterte will be one of the 3 lawmakers to nominate Cayetano for the speakership when the voting starts. Cayetano, however, didn't confirm this, saying he will just wait as events unfold at the plenary. But in a show of support for Cayetano, an ally of Paulo Duterte called on lawmakers to transfer from the breakfast he organized to the gathering called by Cayetano in another hall at the House. Salceda says the other 2 who will nominate Cayetano are Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco and Leyte Congressman Martin Romualdez. Velasco and Romualdez used to be Cayetano's fierce rivals for the speakership until President Duterte stepped in and endorsed a term-sharing agreement. Cayetano will serve as speaker for the first 15 months of the 18th Congress or until October 2020, to be followed by Velasco, who will hold the position for 21 months until the 18th Congress ends in 2022. Meanwhile, Romualdez will serve as the majority leader for 3 years. Ruth, when the 18th Congress starts, it is expected that Cayetano will get the majority of votes of the lawmakers. That means in a 306-member chamber, he is expected to get at least 154 to 155 votes. Ruth?
Cian, so hopefully before 10 o'clock kasi, di ba, mag-o-open yung session ng 18th Congress. No? So hopefully, pagdating ng 10, will the election, formality yun, ano, for the House Speaker run smoothly? May assurances ba na gano'n? Kasi last SONA, di ba, nakita naman natin na nagkaroon ng coup. Anong sinasabi nila about it?
Earlier, we were able to talk to Congressman Alan Cayetano when he went to the breakfast that was supposed to be organized by Congressman Paulo Duterte. He didn't say exactly that he's confident of winning the speakership, but he says that he is humbled by the support given to him by lawmakers. He also says that they are now focused on organizing the House of Representatives and that he expects Congressman Paulo Duterte to play an important role in organizing the 18th Congress, as well as implementing the reforms of his father, President Rodrigo Duterte. For Congressman Joey Salceda, the transfer of the lawmakers from the breakfast organized by Congressman Paulo Duterte to the one organized by Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano is already a sign that the majority bloc at least recognizes the leadership of Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano, and that they don't expect any surprises or any coup, any leadership coup that could mar Cayetano's election as speaker during the voting for the speakership. Ruth?
Cian, how about any word from the so-called Duterte coalition? Diba yan yung finorm ni Congressman Paulo Duterte with his sister, Mayor Sara Duterte. Alam naman natin na influential din itong grupong ito.
Sorry, can you repeat, Ruth?
Any word from the Duterte coalition, the group of Congressman Paulo Duterte?
Oh, Ruth, right now we don't have word yet from Congressman Paulo Duterte about the speakership race. Actually, we haven't seen him yet at the plenary hall. However, it was his ally and a member of the Duterte coalition, that's Davao City Congressman Isidro Ungab, who told the lawmakers at the gathering hosted by Paulo Duterte to transfer to the breakfast hosted by Alan Peter Cayetano. So that means it's a sign, says Congressman Joey Salceda, that even Paulo Duterte already recognizes Alan Peter Cayetano as the next speaker. Alan Peter Cayetano also says that he was able to talk to Congressman Paulo Duterte last night, even though Paulo didn't attend the meeting that he held at Taguig, at a Taguig restaurant, and he says that the presidential son told him that he is already ready to work in the 18th Congress, and they already talked about the bills that they will be pushing for in this administration. Ruth?
Sian Arcangel there reporting from the House of Representatives. At the Senate, our Joyce Ilas is also preparing for the opening of the first regular session of the 18th Congress. Joyce, can you tell us what's the schedule there this morning, and are all the senators present now?
Ruth, it's going to be a busy morning here in the Senate. At 10 a.m., senators are expected to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. Now, among the first items in the agenda is the formal oath-taking of the 12 newly elected senators before Senate President Tito Soto, after which the first roll call of all members of the 18th Congress will be conducted. Now, almost all senators are expected to attend today's session, except Senator Manny Pacquiao, who is still recovering from his fight in Las Vegas yesterday, and also Senator Laila de Lima, who is facing drug charges and is held in detention at Camp Crame. Once quorum is determined, senators will elect their leaders, the Senate President pro tempore, and the Majority Floor Leader. Many senators have said that it is certain Senate President Tito Soto will still lead the Senate in the 18th Congress. As we know, neophyte senators Francis Tolentino and Aimee Marcos earlier floated the possibility of a change in Senate leadership due to problems in committee chairmanships. But as of now, the conflict in committee chairmanships seem to have been addressed, and most senators have already pledged their support to Soto's continued leadership. As in the past years, the first day of session here at the Senate is expected to be short because senators still have to travel from Pasay all the way to Quezon City this afternoon. They are expected to reconvene at 4 at the House of Representatives to hear the President's State of the Nation address. Ruth.
Joyce, you were saying that medyo plantado na rin, ano, yung formality na lang yung pagbabalik, pag-retain na Senate President ni Senator Soto. No? But how about the committee chairmanships? Medyo naging issue rin yan in the past, di ba? Especially for the new senators, newly elected senators.
That's right, Ruth. Senate President Tito Soto said that the committee chairmanships have already been filled 100%. Wala na raw tayong problema pagdating sa committee chairmanships, and all senators are expected to get committee leadership, are expected to lead a major committee. But we expect the committee leaderships or the committee chairmanships to be formalized in the plenary, not today, but in the coming days. Ruth.
Joyce Ilas reporting from the Senate. CNN Philippines asked the Viber community on what topics they think President Duterte should focus in his fourth State of the Nation address. In our poll, transport, infrastructure, and traffic topped the list of issues they want to hear from the president. This is followed by the South China Sea dispute. At third is the drive against corruption. Don't miss updates from CNN Philippines. Get the latest and biggest news stories directly from our main chat page. Just follow us on Viber Community. With President Duterte's State of the Nation address just a few hours away, our senior correspondent Ina Andolong runs through his promises in the last SONA and an update on their status.
President of the Republic of the Philippines.
The promises made in 2018 were the same ones we heard before. Some already met, some still a work in progress.
That is why the illegal drugs war will not be sidelined. Instead, it will be as relentless and chilling, if you will, as on the day it began.
As of March 2019, more than 182,000 drug suspects have been arrested. More than 32 billion pesos in illegal drugs and laboratory equipment seized. President Duterte has linked 44 politicians to the drug trade, but 23 of them still won in the elections last May.
It just says that you need money to win in elections. We're not sure whether their constituents really know anything about their leaders or their candidate.
President Duterte has slammed narco politicians for using drug money to keep their posts. It's a setback for his anti-corruption drive, another campaign promise. The president has fired several officials for alleged corruption. Recently, 64 customs personnel were relieved. An achievement in this area, the passage of the Ease of Doing Business Act, which cuts red tape. The law orders government offices to process simple transactions within 3 days, complex transactions in 7 days, and the highly technical 20 days. Another promise mentioned in 2018, the realization of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which was signed just days after the last SONA. A year later, he admitted it was not going as fast as he had hoped.
Ang nangyari kasi ganito, walang nagtitimon for the national government. Sabi ko, hurry up.
On international relations, President Duterte vowed to continue pursuing an independent foreign policy. He threatened war with Canada for taking its time in taking back garbage smuggled into the country, and even sarcastically dared Western powers to join the Philippines in facing China in the disputed Spratly Islands. Amid all these, continuing strong relations with China. President Duterte visited Beijing in April. In that trip alone, Philippine officials took home more than $12 billion worth of investment and trade deals.
Our improved relationship with China, however, does not mean that we will waver in our commitment to defend our interests in the West Philippine Sea.
But critics argue that isn't the case, considering recent events at Recto Bank. President Duterte sees no need to ban Chinese fishermen in the area, even if the Constitution says resources in the country's exclusive economic zone should be exclusively for Filipinos.
It's not benefiting us. I mean, if you look at what's happening.
Kung hindi siguro napapansin yung improvement sa serbisyo publiko, this particular issue could have probably defined already the success or failure of this administration.
President Duterte also vowed to improve the plight of Filipinos here and abroad. Laws were passed over the past year to help do this: the Social Security Act, the Universal Healthcare Law, and the Handbook for OFWs Act. Although he signed an executive order against illegal contractualization, President Duterte has yet to sign the measure passed by Congress on this. Other promises that are taking more time than hope: the shift to federalism and the rehabilitation of more tourist destinations like Boracay. Officials have identified other popular tourist sites for possible rehabilitation, but so far, only Manila Bay is undergoing a massive cleanup drive. A number of non-compliant establishments in Palawan have been closed as well.
Boracay was a closure. However, the secretary has agreed that it's not going to be a closure, but we will be more on specific on those who are illegally operating and not abiding to the government regulations.
The creation of the president's proposed Department for Disaster Resilience is still a work in progress as well. The House of Representatives has passed a bill on this, but the Senate is still sitting on it. There was what authorities called an artificial rice shortage in 2018. It caused rice prices to spike, pulling up the inflation rate to a 10-year record high. Amid the public uproar it caused, officials carried out measures to ease the inflation. Now inflation is down to 2.7%, the lowest since September 2017. Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
When we return, we'll give you the latest on the protests of activist groups along Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City. Keep it here on CNN Philippines.
Sila ang nagtatanong.
We're strong and enduring.
Simula pa lang ito.
Because you have complied with all the requirements of the law.
Time we will launch.
To join me in sending them up.
Diyos, ito mismo ang diwa.
You're watching our special coverage for the opening of the 18th Congress, where the election of its new leaders are highly anticipated. We're also looking at preparations for the President's State of the Nation address this afternoon. The Philippine National Police has been on full alert nationwide since Saturday. PNP Chief General Oscar Albayalde says the police will be very strict in implementing security measures to prevent any untoward incident. These include the deployment of plainclothes officers to monitor protest areas. Police deployment to the area began last night. The National Police in Metro Manila in full force for the President's State of the Nation address this afternoon at the Batasang Pambansa in Quezon City. Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Elizar tells CNN Philippines the PNP is deploying 14,000 policemen for the SONA, with over 8,000 deployed in Quezon City. Signal jammers are also expected as President Duterte approaches Batasang Pambansa. Elizar also says they haven't received any direct threat regarding SONA.
We haven't received any direct threat regarding the SONA, but still, we are continuously coordinating with all concerned agencies involved in monitoring. At hanggang sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy naman yung ating pakipag-ugnayan sa kanila. In fact, we have deployed personnel all over the place and continues to monitoring the activities of those who will be coming in here, as well as within the reports coming from other units and agencies.
Pro-government groups organize their own rallies in Quezon City. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, is there. David, can you tell us the latest situation there?
Ruth, 15 to 20,000 people. That's the initial estimate organizers say. The number of people who will converge here to show their support for President Duterte, as we know, who will deliver his annual report later today. Now, a portion of the IBP Road, where we are now, this is just about a few meters away from the Batasan Pambansa complex entrance, has been closed to traffic. A makeshift stage has been set up behind me where a program will be held at around lunchtime. Now, authorities here are not taking chances if security measures have been heightened along Commonwealth Avenue, where anti-government demonstrators are. Same is true here along IBP Road. We see personnel from the PNP, the units from the traffic, as well as the bomb squad going around these areas since this morning. We also see teams from the armed forces also deploying their troops from the NCR command. Now, joining me now is retired Brigadier General Lino Kalingasan. He is in charge of the security arrangements here in IBP Road. He's also with, I understand, with PAGCOR, sir, no? But also allied with Ford, which means friends of Rodrigo Duterte. General Kalingasan, tell us, this is a pro-government rally, so essentially we're expecting this to be very peaceful. Yes. People will be cooperating with the security forces. Pero ano yung mga security concerns pa rin ang tinitingnan natin?
Yes, we would like to assure everyone na lahat ng pupunta po dito sa rally natin na to ay safe sila, secured sila, at malaya po nilang may pakikita yung pagsuporta sa ating gobyerno. Inaasahan po natin yung hindi bababa ng 15,000 hanggang 20,000 na mga supporters na pupunta dito. Galing po ito sa iba-ibang grupo at sa iba-ibang local government units na nagpapakita ng suporta sa ating administrasyon. Lahat pong security measures dito ay kinoordinate natin sa PNP, sa mga local officials, at ang bawat grupo po na nandito ay may kani-kanilang marshals na mangangalaga at magpupulis sa kani-kanilang ranks.
Alam natin, sir, magkakaroon ng programa dito at around 12 noon. Ina-anticipate natin ang pagdating ng mga participants ng gathering na ito. Ano pa yung mga in-expect natin mangyayari throughout the day hanggang sa i-deliver ni President Duterte ang kanyang SONA?
May mga programa po na ilalahad yung ating mga magsasalita mamaya. May mga entertainers din po na magpapasaya sa mga naririto. At pagdating po ng oras na magsasalita ang Pangulo, siya po ay makikita sa ating mga LED na nandito po. Live po siyang makikita.
As of this time, sir, on the way na po, papunta na po dito yung mga supporters po ng gobyerno ni President Duterte para sa gathering na dito.
Lahat po ay nasa daan na, monitor po natin ang pagdating nila dito at lahat po sila ay papunta na dito sa mga oras na ito.
Bilang panghuli, sir, may mais pa ba kayong sabihin sa mga gustong pumunta rin dito at umattend sa gathering na ito?
Ang programa po ito, ang aktibidad po na ito ay para po sa ating lahat. Iniimbita po namin yung lahat ng supporters ng ating mahal na Pangulo na makisama po sa ating pagpapakitang suporta sa kanyang mga programa at sa mga pagbabagong ginagawa niya sa kanyang administrasyon.
Maraming salamat po. That is, we've been speaking to retired Brigadier General Lino Kalingasan. He is the head of the security arrangement for this rally here in IBP Road. So basically, Ruth, this is a gathering of supporters of the president, as we've been pointing out, basically, essentially, to counter the anti-government demonstrations that are expected or will be held along Commonwealth Avenue, which is about 3 kilometers from where we are now. Ruth.
David Santos, they're reporting from the IBP Road in Quezon City. In the meantime, let's look at this live video. We're seeing Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano.
NEP ang executive branch, no? So far, 95% of the requests are okay. May a few lang, maybe 2-3 committees na meron pa rin na more than one contender. And then there are about 5, 6, 7 returnees na hindi pa namin nako-consult. But we will be calling you together with Congressman Paulo Duterte as the Deputy Speaker for Political Affairs, the Majority Leader, and of course the next Speaker after 15 months pa. Okay.
Briefly there, we heard Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano, of course, they're calling him the presumptive House Speaker. He was giving a short statement in a caucus with some of the congressmen, and he's saying that what we caught there was that 95% of all committee chairmanship have been agreed on, and he's saying that Congressman Paulo Duterte, the presidential son, will be named as Deputy Speaker for Political Affairs. We'll try to go back to that that event where Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano is giving a statement. In the meantime, activist groups also converged along Commonwealth Avenue in Quezon City to hold their protests against the Duterte administration. George Cahiles is monitoring the situation there. George, what can you tell us?
Well, Ruth, members of indigenous peoples groups are now here. They converged near the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and on Commonwealth Avenue. This is to show their discontent over supposed government policies against indigenous people, particularly displacement due to government projects like the Kaliwa Dam and the new Clark City. Now, these people will be joining the protest this afternoon, dubbed as the United People's SONA. Now, we're expecting thousands of people to flock along Commonwealth Avenue to join that protest, and they are going to express their sentiments against the government's various policies, and their main call will be for President Rodrigo Duterte to fight for the sovereignty of the country in the West Philippine Sea. Now, with this, we expect that blue will be the dominant color during the protest this afternoon. From here, protesters will be marching towards the area of St. Peter's Parish, also along here Commonwealth Avenue at around 1 in the afternoon, and we expect the formal program of that protest to start at 3 p.m. Ruth.
George Cahiles reporting live from Quezon City. As President Duterte prepares a lecture on the West Philippine Sea for his SONA. Thousands of demonstrators get ready to turn the streets into a sea of blue and protest what they say is the president's failure to stand up for the country's interests and improve the lives of Filipinos. Our Caroline Bonquin filed this story.
Once finished, this will become an effigy of President Rodrigo Duterte. It will show him as a monstrous sea creature, which activists say represents the administration's shortcomings. First on the list, his failure to protect the country's interest in the West Philippine Sea. Fisherfolk group Pamalakaya said the president allowed Chinese fishermen in the Philippines' exclusive economic zone at the expense of Filipino fishermen and the country's marine resources.
Binangga ng Chinese fishing vessel, ang may kasalanan ay ang mga Pilipinong mga mangingisda.
Pamalakaya said the president clearly violated the Constitution. The group is already preparing an impeachment complaint.
Isinasad sa Constitution, dapat ang Estado ay inaalagaan at ipreserba ang ating katubigan.
Farmers are also dissatisfied.
Stop killing farmers who feed the nation.
Kilusang magbubukid ng Pilipinas explained, palay farm gate prices already hit an all-time low of 12 to 13 pesos a kilo because of the rice tariffication law. Farmers barely earn enough for their family.
Mura po ang palay sa panahon ng anihan, pero napakamahal po ang presyo ng bigas.
A progressive labor group also said the president still hasn't fulfilled his campaign promise to end contractualization.
Imbes na regularization ang makamit ng mga manggagawang contractual ay tanggalan, massive retrenchment.
There's also the closure of schools in Mindanao, impending phase out of jeepneys affecting the livelihood of thousands of drivers, increasing costs of basic commodities, and thousands of deaths in the drug war. Activist groups say it's best for the president to step down, and that's what they will demand when they take to the streets on Monday. Caroline Bonquin, CNN Philippines.
All set for President Duterte's fourth State of the Nation address this afternoon. Malacanang officials say the speech will revolve around the administration's legacy and a preview of the remaining years of the president's term. Our senior correspondent Ina Andalong tells us what else to expect.
It will be a forward-looking State of the Nation address.
It's all about the Duterte legacy, May. Ito yung aabangan ng mga kababayan natin.
What he will do for the next 3 years.
Communications Secretary Martin Andanar says there will be discussions on how poverty has gone down and how the government will push the Philippines to be an upper middle income country. And then the so-called hard legacies, things which people can see, like achievements in the infrastructure sector. The Duterte administration has so far approved 1.56 trillion pesos worth of projects for the Build, Build, Build program, generating more than 4 million jobs from new roads, bridges, and flood control projects, among others. These two, Andanar says, may be tackled. Peace and order are needed to ensure the country's continuous progress. This is why President Duterte is also expected to talk about ensuring the country's security.
Ina-highlight dito yung National Task Force on ending communist armed conflict.
President Duterte has said he will use his SONA to educate his critics, specifically those calling him out for his actions in the West Philippine Sea. Presidential spokesman Sal Panelo says the SONA may tackle the same big issues often discussed.
Ako, my educated guess is he will be focusing on the same campaign issues, which are corruption, criminality, drugs.
The annual speech is also a chance for the president to personally call on lawmakers to support his legislative agenda. Among the laws expected to be brought up, the proposed National Land Use Act, which he discussed in his last two SONAs, the second package of the tax reform law, and the foreign investments law. The three clusters of the cabinet have been holding a series of forums to talk about the respective departments' accomplishments. The palace says that may save the president some topics. Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Coming up, a walkthrough at the Batasan complex where President Duterte will hold his State of the Nation address. Stay with us here on CNN Philippines.
This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines for the upcoming State of the Nation address of President Duterte. Apart from lawmakers, some members of the diplomatic corps are also expected to attend the event that will highlight the achievements as well as plans of President Duterte in the next 3 years of his administration. The Batasan complex is where President Duterte will deliver his State of the Nation address. Our chief correspondent, Pio Ontiveros, walks us through the corridors of power and the protocols observed during SONA.
Shortly before 4 in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July, a date that's set in the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution that is, a helicopter carrying the president will land on this helipad. Or sometimes, as in the past, he or she arrives by car. But that was long before anti-SONA rallies along Commonwealth Avenue and Batasan Road became the norm. So the president will take a chopper from which he disembarks. And as is tradition and protocol, the president is welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, and the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. General Madrigal, who, by the way, retires in September, escorts the president through and as he reviews the honor guard. And at the end of this honor guard formation, the Senate President, for now it's Tito Soto, and the House Speaker will be waiting for the President. And who might that House Speaker be? Well, that depends on who's going to emerge victorious in what's expected to be a bruising fight, in spite of the fact that President Duterte suggested that Alan P. Cayetano and Lord Alan Velasco share a 3-year term between them. This arrival scenario here in what's called the rear entrance is symbolic because the executive, represented by the president and the chief of staff, and the legislative, represented by the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and their respective sergeants at arms, are both co-equal and independent branches of government. The president is also met by a phalanx of lawmakers, many of them eager to greet him or whisper a thing or two, or at the very least, be seen with him. From here, the president is brought to a holding area. He's ushered into what used to be the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office.
The president stays here for a little bit of chit-chat and a meeting with the Senate President and House Speaker and other leaders. Now, you all remember last year's little chit-chat turned into a 1-hour wait because of the chaos that morning when Gloria Arroyo unseated Bebot Alvarez. But let's say that chit-chat at the holding room is over. The Senate President and the House Speaker proceed to the session hall where they will declare the joint session of Congress open with a bang of their gavels. Both the Senate mace and the House mace, symbols of authority, are put on display at the foot of the rostrum. The Senate President and the House Speaker will announce the President is waiting to deliver his SONA and he will be invited to join them.
Now that's when the president will emerge from this holding room, walks through the North Lounge, through this hallway, and all the way towards the main lobby, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. The president will then turn left into the plenary hall, goes through these doors, walks down the center aisle, and up the rostrum. The national anthem is played, prayers are said, and the SONA begins at the appointed hour of 4 in the afternoon every fourth Monday of July before a joint session of Congress. This year, the SONA opens the 18th Congress. The only other time a joint session of Congress happens is when the Senate and the House convene to canvass the votes for President and Vice President in a national election. But they don't sit as lawmakers, but as what's known as the National Board of Canvassers. Of course, the other rare, very rare occurrence in July of 2017 when Congress extended martial law in Mindanao because of Marawi. Now, what is a State of the Nation address? Years ago, a newspaper columnist described the SONA as political theater. It's a speech that sets direction and vision, but it's a lot about performance and projection, soaring rhetoric, catchy phrases, human props such as Gloria Arroyo's Bangkang Papel Boys in 2001. That's called a Lenny Skutnik, by the way. A SONA puts the wind in the nation's sails. It's meant to tell us where the president wants to take us. Us, meaning his audience, the audience outside the Batasan and the audience inside the Batasan. So let's talk about this building. It was built in 1978 by former First Lady Imelda Marcos. to house what her late husband, former President Ferdinand Marcos, called the interim Batasang Pambansa. Now, the year 1978 is significant. This was just about 6 years after declaring martial law and dissolving Congress, throwing many of its members in jail. Today, though, a Marcos daughter, Amy, is attending the SONA as a newly elected senator.
After EDSA in 1986, democratic institutions such as a bicameral legislature were restored with the 1987 Constitution. While the Senate occupied at first the old Senate building, which is now the National Museum, and then moved to its present location, rented space in the GSIS building in Pasay in the late 1990s, and will soon have a new building in Taguig, the new post-Marcos House of Representatives occupied the Batasang Pambansa, where every president after Marcos and since Cory Aquino has delivered his or her State of the Nation address. Now let's go even further back in history. Every president since Manuel L. Quezon has delivered a State of the Nation address, whether it was known by other names, delivered in months other than July, and in places other than the Batasan.
What did the president talk about? We can't really be sure until the speech itself. The only thing for sure is that the president is most unpredictable. But prepared script or not, the president is known anyway to veer off script and deliver extemporaneous remarks. Last year, however, he stuck to the script and spoke for only 48 minutes. We can surmise and rightly guess he will go to great lengths to talk about drugs, crime, corruption, and take on anyone who dares to cross him. People or groups that have criticized him. He's sure to talk about foreign relations, so there will be talk about China, the West Philippine Sea, the country's exclusive economic zone, and the United States, Sulu and terrorism, Mindanao, and martial law. The rest, let's put it in question form. Is the president likely to talk about charter change, federalism, the economy, and build? Is he likely to mention the elections, where his candidates did so well, it was a shutout of the opposition? An extremely popular president coming off an overwhelming election victory. So we can say, given his penchant for delivering speeches that can make you literally fall off your chair, he's not going to disappoint, is he? I've covered every State of the Nation address since 1994, and well, it is, hands down, Rodrigo Duterte who does deliver the most exciting ones. I'm Pia Ontiveros for CNN Philippines.
3 years ago, before President Duterte ends his term, we asked you how would you describe his administration in 3 words. We'll read your comments at the end of the show. Up next, we'll tackle President Duterte's foreign policy. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines for the upcoming State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. In every SONA, Mr. Duterte vows to pursue an independent foreign policy. Entering his 4th year in office, the president has warmed up to China and Russia while taking a critical stand to the U.S. and other Western countries. How will this independent foreign policy take shape in the administration's remaining years? Our Tristan Odalo finds out.
On international relations, we shall continue to assert and pursue an independent foreign policy.
Friends to all, enemies to none. This is the heart of President Rodrigo Duterte's quest for an independent foreign policy.
We shall continue to reach out to all nations regardless of the prevailing political persuasion, so long as this nation wish us well.
Shifting its focus from a longtime military ally, the United States, to an East Asian economic giant, China.
Mag-utang na lang ako, wala man akong pera. Sabi ni President Xi Jinping, okay, I'll give you the arms free.
The 1987 Constitution states that the Philippines shall maintain relations with other countries while upholding national interests. However, 3 years into his administration, critics have questioned the president's seemingly friendlier, some even say subservient approach to China.
Marahil ginawa ito ni Presidente upang balansyahin yung masyado nating pagiging malapit. At sinabi pa niya parang masyado tayong masunurin
sa Estados Unidos.
This is in stark contrast to the president's stance toward Western countries like Canada, which Mr. Duterte threatened with war if it fails to take back its trash.
Pag hindi inyo tinanggap yung basura ninyo, ibubuhos ko yan doon sa magandang beach ninyo. We are not a garbage dump here. The Filipinos are not scavengers.
Or with the United States, whom he dared a number of times to fight China in the South China Sea.
Fire the first shot at nandito kami sa likod. Sige, laban tayo kung sinong mupulbog.
A former ambassador to the ASEAN says that the Duterte administration should carefully weigh in on its dealings with China and not solely rely on one or two countries.
Hindi naman tayo gigirahin kaagad ng China eh. At kung gigirahin man tayo ng China, ay meron din tayong alliance with the United States. In terms of economic alliance, it's existing with Japan, with Australia, with South Korea, with India.
Despite improving ties between Manila and Beijing, issues continue to hound the two countries, like the enforcement of the country's victory against China at an international arbitral tribunal in The Hague. China doesn't recognize that victory, which was won by the previous administration.
O how do I enforce the arbitral ruling? Magpunta ako doon, dala ko Navy ko.
We have our own dispute with China. China wants to grab 80% of our EEZ in the West Philippine Sea. How large is that? That's, if you combine all the land area of the Philippines, it's about 300,000 square kilometers. That's about the area that China wants to grab from our EEZ.
The Rectobank incident, wherein 22 Filipino fishermen were left at sea after a Chinese vessel rammed their fishing boat.
Parang binangga, bigla kan binangga. Tapos yung paggising ko, marayan ko bangga na kami, lumubog na po kami. Yun, nagsigawan kami, tulong, tulong.
The filing of diplomatic protests over alleged harassment in the West Philippine Sea and the continuous militarization of disputed waters.
Every incident reported to me by the task force of the armed forces is the subject of a note that I send out. We never yielded, we never consented by silence.
Hanggang ngayon, nagprotesta tayo. Hanggang ngayon, wala pang explanation, much less apology coming from China. Yan ba ang kaibigan? With friends like that, you don't need enemies.
Halfway through his term, President Duterte has visited at least 21 countries, including China and Russia, in his bid to strengthen diplomatic ties with other countries. Indeed, the world is watching how Mr. Duterte's independent foreign policy will take shape in the coming years. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
A political analyst points out President Duterte has a different approach on the country's foreign policy. Jean Franco of the University of the Philippines, however, says the president's policy is not aligned with the Constitution.
What makes Duterte different from past presidents is the fact that you don't even have to read between the lines, because as you said, our previous presidents have always been accused of being sort of overly friendly with the United States. But in the past, you really have to read between the lines. But that's not the case with President Duterte. And that is a cause of concern for a lot of people. If you look at our Constitution, it says that we should have an independent foreign policy. And if you measure Duterte's foreign policy with regard to what's written in our Constitution, then that does not resonate very well with what's written in the Constitution.
Still ahead, two major political parties in the lower house throw their support for Taguig Patero's Representative Alan Peter Cayetano as the next House Speaker. Details next. Stay with CNN Philippines. This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines for the upcoming State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. In a few moments, the House of Representatives will open under the 18th Congress. It appears that the speakership is already a certainty for Taguig Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano. Leaders of some of the major parties in the chamber say they are throwing their full support for Cayetano, who is one of President Duterte's staunchest allies. Our Rex Remitio tells us more.
Two of the major political parties in the House of Representatives vow to support Alan Peter Cayetano's speakership bid. This despite the corruption allegations surrounding the Taguig Pateros Representatives Foundation. Cayetano is the chair of the Philippine Southeast Asian Games Organizing Committee or FISGOC. Congressman Dong Gonzales says all of the ruling party PDP Laban's 85 members in the House promised to vote for Cayetano. Gonzales, the Pampanga 3rd District Representative, is also PDP Laban's Executive Vice President.
The wish of the President. So tomorrow, Speaker Alan Cayetano.
The Nationalist People's Coalition, meanwhile, also vows to give its support for Cayetano. NPC member and Senate President Tito Soto says the party's 41 members in the House agreed to support Cayetano. The commitments of support come amid speculation that Cayetano would face a coup when Congress opens on Monday. President Duterte earlier endorsed the bid of Cayetano, his running mate in the 2016 elections.
I am informed that by the members of the NPC that we have all agreed already. We have agreed that we will be supporting Senator Alan Peter Cayetano.
Cayetano and Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco have agreed to share the Speaker's 3-year term, an idea first broached by the Chief Executive. Velasco is a stalwart of the National Unity Party, which has about 24 seats in the lower chamber. He says it's a gentleman's deal. Part of it is late Congressman Martin Romualdez sitting as majority floor leader.
I just want the House united. Ayaw na po natin na magkaroon ng masyadong gulo sa Congress. So definitely tomorrow, I think most of the parties will come out to support Congressman, soon-to-be Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano.
But the drama is not yet over. Both Cayetano and Davao City Representative Pulong Duterte called for a breakfast meeting among allies on Monday morning. This will happen a few hours before President Duterte's State of the Nation address. Gonzales and Velasco says they will both attend the breakfast meetings. They claim it's not about the speakership race anymore. They say the younger Duterte just wants to meet the other lawmakers since he is a neophyte. For the lawmakers that they call the Taguig Congressman Speaker Cayetano is an indication that there's already a done deal. But as they say, in Philippine politics, anything can happen at any time. Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
Cayetano had just announced on Facebook Live that Davao City Representative Paulo Duterte will be the Deputy House Speaker for Political Affairs, who will help the lower house push for its advocacies. For the first time, the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra will perform during President Duterte's State of the Nation address. We'll give you the details on that after the break. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines for the upcoming State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. No less than the country's leading orchestra, the Philippine Philharmonic will perform musical numbers for the audience at the SONA. This is the first time in history of the annual address. Our Tristan Odalo tells us how important this performance is for the Philharmonic and what musical treats are in store for the audience at the Batasang Pambansa.
World-class act. A grand musical ensemble that captivated the hearts of Filipinos and audiences across the globe. This is the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. Now the nation will witness their gift as their music resounds at the halls of Batasang Pambansa for the first time.
It's a good opportunity because, one, we have never done a concert at the halls of Congress. Two, it is a SONA.
The group was founded in 1973 and has been named one of the best orchestras in the world. The Philippine Philharmonic has also performed in different parts of the country in outreach concerts from Luzon to Mindanao.
We've been going around the country. We give concerts in the different cities, places for free. because we feel that this belongs to the people.
The group was given the opportunity of a lifetime to perform during President Duterte's fourth State of the Nation Address or SONA, a new flavor to the annual event envisioned by its director, Joyce Bernal.
I want it hopeful and good. Yung parang masaya na kasi last year, ano nangyari? Sana nga may magandang music na live. Pangarap lang po ito, pero pag may budget at may libre, okay sana.
The orchestra's playlist has also been released. 3 songs were requested by Malacanang. They will also perform kundimans and classical songs from national artists.
The national anthem. Number 2, the Freddy Aguilar's Pagbabago. Number 3, naturally, we have to have the Mabuhay March.
The group says that they will be doing it for free. They also hope that this could pave the way for more opportunities in Philippine music and the arts. Showcasing nothing but the best for the world and Filipinos to see. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
Our special coverage on the opening of the 18th Congress and President Duterte's upcoming State of the Nation address will continue after a short break. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good morning, I'm Ruth Cabal. The first regular session of the 18th Congress opening this morning. The Senate and the House of Representatives are expected to choose their new leaders. They will all converge later at the Batasan complex for a joint session to listen to President Duterte's State of the Nation address at 4 this afternoon. Guests from different sectors will also attend the event. Right now, you're seeing live pictures from the Batasang Pambansa, where we are expected to see in a few moments the opening of the 18th session. We will also see the lawmakers formally elect their leaders, of course, the House Speaker and other leaders such as the Majority Floor Leader, Minority Speaker, as well as Deputy Speakers. They will also be electing that. Let's listen in. And now we'll give you live pictures from the Senate. The Senate has also opened its session. Just like in the House of Representatives, the Senate will also be electing their new set of leaders. But according to the scenario that we are looking at, they will first start with the oath-taking of newly elected senators. After that, of course, both houses will take a recess to go to the fourth SONA of President Duterte in the afternoon. Again, those are live pictures from the Senate. You're also looking at the newly elected senators already there. This will, of course, start with the oath-taking of the new senators. Meantime, the government assures the public the economy is strong and growing. It is fast-tracking flagship projects under the Build program. The Duterte administration's fearless forecast, the country will level up to upper middle income status by 2020. In this special report, Rex Remigio takes a look at challenges facing the so-called Dutertenomics.
President Duterte has an ambitious plan to push the country's economic progress at a faster pace. He wants to achieve this through his centerpiece program, Build, a massive infrastructure plan to construct roads, bridges, airports, seaports, and railways within 6 years.
At the halfway mark of the first term of the Duterte administration, the expectations have been met and the promises have been kept. Today, the Philippine economy is strong and ready to soar.
The price tag to realize these projects, a hefty 9 trillion pesos, equivalent to about 90,000 pesos for each taxpayer. The administration believes this aggressive spending will fast-track economic progress and create more than 1 million jobs. Officials say this will also lower the poverty incidence rate from the current 22% to 14% by 2022.
Later this year or early next year, we are expected to graduate to upper middle income country status ahead of schedule.
But halfway through the Duterte administration, government data shows agencies have yet to approve half of the 75 flagship projects. Only 9 of the approved projects are under construction, and only 2 have been completed. The administration is aiming to finish 25 or at least a third of the flagship projects on or before it steps down in 2022. Economic managers believe the slow progress of projects is beyond their control, pointing instead to the stalled passage of the 2019 budget in Congress. They say the economic cost of the 3-month stalemate was immediate. The economy only grew by 5.6% in the first quarter.
Actually, nag-slow down lang yung economy. Hindi naman sabing magkukulaps yun. Nag-slow down lang siya. Pero sayang yung sa economics, alam mo naman yun. Diba? Time is a very important factor.
Growth in January to March was the lowest in 4 years and for the whole term of President Duterte. The budget delay prevented agencies from undertaking new projects and programs.
Because we were forced to operate on a reenacted budget, government was not able to spend 1 billion pesos a day in the first quarter of this year.
The Education Department's budget was not enough to meet the target to build 4,000 classrooms. The unconditional cash transfer for poor families and fuel subsidy for jeepney drivers were also delayed. The government estimates about 200,000 more jobs would have been created, and 500,000 Filipinos would have been taken out of poverty this year if the budget was passed on time. Experts are hoping the 18th Congress will do better and pass the 2020 national budget on time. They say the president is in a position to push his legislative agenda because of the majority support from both houses of Congress.
Kaya niya dapat mabaston ng Kongreso na hindi dapat ma-delay ang budget ng pamahalaan. Kasi maraming nakataya. Sweldo ng tao, sweldo ng sundalo, sweldo ng guro, infrastruktura. Yan yung mga nakataya pagka talagang natitenga yung budget eh.
To ramp up spending, the Budget Department says it has released 3.1 trillion pesos or 85% of the budget as of end June. Experts, however, say government should not also forget the rehabilitation of Marawi and related infrastructure projects. The Duterte administration has 3 years more to achieve its goal of a golden age of infrastructure. By then, on whether they succeeded or not, only the Filipino people can tell. Rex Remitio, CNN Philippines.
When we come back, we'll give you the updates on the state of traffic around the Batasan Pambansa area, hours before President Duterte is set to deliver his 4th State of the Nation address. Stay tuned.
Check my turn.
My check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So help me God. Please accept our warmest congratulations.
C. Alvarado. Second District, Gavini Apple C. Pancho.
Secretary may now call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa, Rilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon, Ontiveros, Lacson, Lapi, Marcos, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel.
You're looking at live pictures at the Senate where it has formally opened its first regular session for 18th Congress. Right now they're having a roll call, and based on the program that we received, they will first have the oath taking of the 12 newly elected senators, after which the senators will be electing their new set of officers, including Senate President Pro Tempore, Majority Leader.
Hearing no objection, the session is suspended.
We are also seeing that some of the new senators, the newly elected senators, are already in their places in the Senate. In just a few minutes, there will be the oath taking, the formal oath taking of the newly elected senators. There are 12 of them. And after that, they will have the election of the set of new officers of the Senate, including Senate President, as well as Majority Leader, Minority Floor Leader.
Mr. President. Session is resumed. Mr. President.
The Senate will also be passing several resolutions, including one in which they will be holding a joint session with the House of Representatives to hear the message of President Duterte for his fourth State of the Nation address later in the afternoon.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, following stellar performance of Senate.
Let's listen to the latest from the Senate. We have there our correspondent, Joyce Ilas. Joyce?
The Senate has just opened its first regular session of the 18th Congress. Just a few minutes ago, we saw the 12 newly elected senators take their oath of office before Senate President Tito Soto. After that, the first roll call of members was conducted. Now we are listening to Senate Majority Leader Mig Zubiri nominating Senate President Tito Soto to still be the Senate President in the 18th Congress. So we expect other senators also to nominate Soto to retain his post. Now, almost all senators are here this morning, except for Senator Manny Pacquiao, who is still recovering from his fight in Las Vegas yesterday, and also Senator Laila De Lima, who is facing drug charges and is still held in a detention at Camp Crame. Now, we expect Senator Soto to still hold his post. Many senators earlier said that it is certain that he will still lead the Senate in the 18th Congress. As we know, neophyte Senators Francis Tolentino and Amy Marcos earlier floated a possibility of a change in Senate leadership due to problems in committee chairmanship. But as of now, that conflict has already been addressed, and most senators have already pledged their support to Soto's continued leadership.
Joy, so basically you're saying na no surprises at the Senate, di ba? Kasi talagang planchado naman na babalik Senator Soto will remain as Senate President. But other than that, did some of the opposition senators, sinabi ba nila if they will skip the President's SONA or most of them will attend? Like you were saying, baka si Senator Pacquiao lang ang wala?
Yes, aside from Senator Pacquiao, only Senator Laila de Lima is not here. We expect everyone to be here except the two senators. And regarding the Senate presidency, marami na nagsabi ng mga senador noon na sigurado na it is still going to be Senate President Tito Soto leading the Senate this 18th Congress. At saka ngayon nga, ito nagde-deliver si Senator Mig Zubiri ng kanyang message kung bakit si Senator Soto pa rin dapat ang mamuno sa 18th Congress.
Joyce, di ba minsan my question earlier, some of the opposition senators, minsan they don't really attend or minsan nagbo-boycott sila ng SONA ng Presidente. But for now ba, will everyone be attending the SONA later this afternoon? Even the opposition senators?
Oo, babantayan natin yan, Bruce, no? Hindi pa natin naririnig mula sa mga senador kung ano ba ang plano nila mamaya. Pero gaya nga ng sinabi mo noong mga nakaraang SONA, hindi umattend ng SONA ng Pangulo ang mga opposition senators. Mamaya alamin natin mula sa kanila mismo if they will attend this year's SONA for a change. Bruce.
Joyce, so far yung some of the senators, ano daw yung gusto nilang marinig from the President later? Of course, narinig na natin yung usual about, but matingkad yung sinasabing they want to hear the President's policy on the West Philippine Sea, ano?
Yes, Bruce, sinabi nga ng ilang mga senador na gusto nilang marinig kung ano ba ang plano ni President Duterte sa kanyang susunod na 3 taon. They want to hear more about how he plans to address the problems in terms of the problems on illegal drugs. They also want to hear his plans on the West Philippine Sea, the problems on availability of jobs in the country, among others. Kanina nakausap din natin si Senate President Tito Soto and we asked him what grade would he give the President based on his performance in the last 3 years. And he said that he is giving the President 9 out of 10 dahil daw talagang naniniwala siya na naging magaling naman daw yung performance ng Presidente, lalo-lalo na daw sa war on drugs.
Joyce, briefly lang yung make-up ng Senate ngayon. Marami, nine senators, candidates who were allied with the President actually won, di ba? So, anong nakikita natin? Mababalanse pa ba yan with the opposition, majority, yung makeup ng majority and minority dyan?
Although sa ulit-ulit natin tinatanong din sa mga senador yan, and they are all saying that the Senate will still be independent. This 18th Congress, ang sinasabi nga nila, sinasabi nga noon dati ni Senate President Tito Soto, you need a majority to pass a measure. And yung sinasabi nga ng mga kaalyado ni Presidente.
Okay. That was Joyce Ilas reporting from the Senate, where the Senate has just a few minutes ago opened the first regular session of the 18th Congress. Right now, what we're hearing is that they're nominating certain senators for the top posts there. For Senate President, we have also for Senate Majority Leader. Let's listen in.
Productive Senate of the 17th Congress. On his own, he has authored laws too many to count on every issue that matters. But while the Senate scoreboard displays the names of the sponsors of a bill, it does not tally the hours one has spent in finalizing and finessing a measure others had authored but one seeks to improve. In this, Tito, through many Congresses, had shown mastery of parliamentary skills, honed by years of serving as majority leader and matched only by the generosity to share it. Tito has an ear for music, and they say an eye for beauty too, as shown by his lovely wife. And this willingness to listen more than to speak, he had applied in composing laws too. Kahit presiding officer siya, nakikinig yan at bigla na lang may itatanong sa sponsor o kaya mag-i-interject sa interpellation. and sometimes he will wade into the middle of it, yield the chair, and join the merry debate on the floor. There's another aspect that this keen perception of his has served the Senate. An expert in retail politics, Tito has kept his ears constantly pressed to the ground. When you have Tito, you do not need a political weather vane to gauge the public sentiment. When a major bill is being discussed, I have made it a point to always ask, Tito, ano kaya tingin ng tao dito? Because more important than the prose of legislation is the public reception to it. And he has always been prescient in his prediction. But it does not mean he will always go where the wind blows or to rush where the applause is waiting. Because in many fights he had waged, he would rather be right than popular. As an artist, Tito knows that no matter how beautiful the score, it depends on the symphony which will play it. And in this, Tito has proven himself as the skillful conductor of 24 independent republics who like to toot their own horn, beat their own drum, and sing their own song. And this is the same formula which two other Senate presidents in this assembly, Frank and Coco, had employed in making sure that despite our diversity, that despite the fact that we may not always sing in perfect harmony always, but as a whole, we must not sing out of tune with the people. The people's impression of the Senate is what they see on TV of 24 men and women sitting in this hall or grilling witnesses in one of the rooms. The fact is, most of our labors are done outside the glare of Klieg lights in conference rooms where the humdrum of policy making is endured for hours. The beating heart of the Senate is not in this volleyball court-sized chamber, which comes to life at 3 p.m. 3 times a week, but in rooms where policies are discussed and debated. The session hall may be the showroom, but the production line lies somewhere else. It has been said that the Senate in session is the Senate in exhibition, but the Senate conducting committee hearings is the Senate at work. And on this, Tito has shown to be an adept manager, working behind the scenes, always checking if the production line of laws is moving, and above all, giving each one of us the independence to pursue our advocacies. And he assesses a bill solely on its merits, and never the political persuasion of the ones sponsoring it. The SOTA rule on bill analysis is this: when it is good for the country, the majority-minority divide dissolves. It is for these many reasons that I have just mentioned that I second the nomination of Vicente Castelo Soto III as our Senate President. Thank you.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President. There are no other nominations on the floor. I therefore move that we close the period of nomination and proceed with the nominal voting. It has been moved by the Majority Leader and seconded by Senator Lacson and Senator Pia that the nomination be closed and that we elect a distinguished gentleman from Quezon City. Rather by viva voce, Mr. President. And Mayor Istiga says Representative Soto by acclamation as Senate President. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved pursuant to Rule 2 of the Rules of the Senate. There being no other candidate for the position of Senate President, the voting shall be by viva voce. Those voting for Senator Soto, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say nay. Senator Vicente Soto is hereby proclaimed as having been elected Senate President. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we form. Yes, Mayor, we recognize distinguished gentleman from Iloilo, Senator Franklin. Senator Iloilo is recognized.
Mr. President, for the record, we wish to place on record that this representation, Senator Pangilinan and Senator Risa Ontiveros, cast an abstention for the election of the Senate President. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we form a committee of 3 senators to be constituted to notify the Senate President-elect, Mr. President. And these are Senators Grace Poe, Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Coco Pimentel, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Senators Poe, Binay, and Pimentel shall constitute the committee to notify the Senate President.
May I ask for a 1-minute suspension of
Is
session?
there any objection? Hearing none, the session is hereby suspended.
Okay, those are live pictures from the Senate, where senators have just elected Senate President Tito Sotto to remain as the Senate President. There were Senator Drilon manifested that he, as well as Senator Kiko Pangilinan and Risa Ontiveros, abstained from that voting. And as of the moment, they are forming a committee that will move for the adoption adoption of several resolutions where both houses of Congress, concurrent resolutions, joint resolutions where both houses of Congress will listen to the fourth State of the Nation address of President Duterte this afternoon. The Senate will also later be electing some of the other officers, like Chairman of the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader, as well as other top posts in the Senate. Later, they will be suspending their session, after which they will all be going to the Batasang Pambasa in the afternoon to listen to the President's SONA at 4 p.m. Again, no controversies, no problems there. The Senate has just voted to keep Senate President Tito Sotto as the leader with the top post of the Senate. And heads up for motorists, some Quezon City roads are closed for the State of the Nation address today. Take a look at your screens.
Under the Republic of the Philippines, under the Republic of the Philippines, that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines. I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines.
We have here live pictures from the Senate. That's Senate President Tito Sotto taking his oath of office as Senate President. Later on, we will also have the oath taking of the Senate President pro tempore, as well as the election of the other officers, top officers of the Senate, including the chairman of the Committee on Rules. We have there Senator Panfilo Lacson and Senator Ralph Recto officiating the oath taking of Senate President Tito Sotto, who was just elected a few minutes ago. Following the oath-taking of Senate President Tito Sotto, we will also see the oath-taking of the Senate President pro tempore, as well as the Chairman of the Committee on Rules, the Senate Secretary, and the Senate Sergeant at Arms. Later on, the Senate will be considering several resolutions for the State of the Nation address of President Duterte, including a resolution calling for the joint session of both houses of Congress to hear the President's SONA this afternoon.
Thank you very much. My dear and esteemed colleagues, the former senators, my colleagues in the 9th Congress, Senator Kit Tatad, Senator Sani Alvarez, to the members of the Diplomatic Corps, the members of the Cabinet here present, families and friends, Your Excellencies, Your Honors, magandang umaga po at maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo sa Senado sa araw na ito. Welcome and thank you for your time and effort to honor us with your presence at the beginning of the first regular session of the Senate of the 18th Congress of the Republic of the Philippines. But of course, a most special welcome and heartfelt congratulations to the mix of familiar and new faces of 12 senators freshly mandated to join this chamber in the recently held May 2019 elections. Salamat sa inyo. Thank you for electing me today as the 23rd Senate President. Like all beginnings, this day is full of hope and promise for the lifetime of the 18th Congress and the nation. A new wind has continued to blow over the political horizon, and the unexpected happened. It all started in 2016 when a straight-talking leader emerged. A number cringed at his humor, his style, his sometimes irreverence. We admire the progress of nearby states brought by authoritarian leaders, yet criticize our very own. The diplomacy of many years under mild-mannered presidents failed to bring back the Balanggiga bells and made us a garbage dump of neat and progressive nations. Only a tough stance resulted in solutions we have long been waiting for. And the 2019 saga of political change continues. The youth of the land has been awakened and risen, sending forth a clear signal that they can put their very own to the peaks of political power. They have taught us that poverty is not a hindrance to public service, nor youth a disadvantage. We welcome their entry into the political ring, both their interest and active participation. The same phenomenon is happening 10,000 miles away with articulate young and immigrant-rooted politicians hurling stones at their Goliaths. Millennials have seized the towers of social media, debated in their chat groups, and launched to fruition the candidates of their generation. Rizal's hope in them had not been misplaced. His letters reached their destination in 3 months, while his millennial heirs sent messages in 3 seconds to any part of the globe. His modes of transport then were ships and river ferries, and horsepower then really came from an animal. Though times have changed, the social ills of our heroes' times remain tenaciously around. Poverty, lack of infrastructure and services for education and health, a lingering sensitivity to foreign news, and presence still inhabit the corners of the Filipino mind. For some of our countrymen, keeping body and soul together is a daily challenge. Getting a high school or college diploma or education is a major obstacle due
to the need for daily earnings. Health.
There is a motion to open the table for nominations for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Nominations for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives are now in order.
I move that the distinguished gentleman from the 1st District of Davao City, the Honorable Paulo Z. Duterte, be recognized to make his nomination.
The distinguished gentleman from the 1st District of Davao City, the Honorable Paulo C. Duterte, is recognized.
Mayong buntag sa tanan. Mr. Presiding Officer, before I make a nomination, I'd like to manifest the following. That the term sharing agreement is one between Congressman Cayetano, Romualdez, Velasco, and the President. I am against any term sharing agreement. However, if the Speaker resigns after 15 months, then we will have to elect a new Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I nominate a leader who understands local and national governance, one who can bridge the different branches of government, one who can ably and fearlessly represent the House of Representatives and the Philippines in the international arena. Mr. Speaker, I nominate the distinguished gentleman from the District of Taguig Pateros, Representative Alan Peter S. Cayetano, na atong masaligan na magpadayon sa programa na kinahanglanon ni Presidente Rudy Duterte. Daghang salamat.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that the distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Marinduque, the Honorable Lord Alan J. Q. Velasco, be recognized to make his nomination.
The distinguished gentleman from the Lone District of Marinduque, the Honorable Lord Alan J. Q. Velasco, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Magandang umaga sa ating mga minamahal ng mga kapwa mambabata, sa aking mga kasamahan sa Kongreso at sa sabayan ng Pilipino. Naniniwala po ako na sa pagkakaisa ay makakamtan po natin ang progreso para sa bayan. Kaya karangalan ko po na inomina ang isang mambabatas na kilala po natin may integridad, isang mambabatas na kilala po natin may isang salita, isang mambabatas na alam po natin na magsusulong ng tunay na pagbabago. Kaya mga kasamahan, para po sa Speaker ng ika-18 Kongreso ng Pilipinas, ang kagalang-galang Alan Peter Cayetano. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that the distinguished gentleman from the 1st District of Leyte, the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, be recognized to make his nomination.
The distinguished gentleman from the 1st District of Leyte, the Honorable Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, is recognized.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I hereby nominate the gentleman from Taguig Pateros, the Honorable Alan Peter Cayetano, for Speaker of the 18th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that the distinguished distinguished lady from the 1st District of Iloilo Province, the Honorable Janet Garen, be recognized to make her nomination.
The lady from Iloilo is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was privileged enough to be a colleague of a comebacking congressman who represents Manila. He can represent the 18th Congress. I respectfully nominate Congressman Benny Abante.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that the distinguished gentleman from the Ako Bicol Party List, the Honorable Alfredo Pido Garbin, be recognized to make his nomination.
The Honorable Garbin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
I move to nominate Kong Bienvenido Benny Miranda Abante Jr. from the 6th District of Manila, a veteran legislator, a principal advocate, and a fiscalizer, a bishop and a pastor. He would not only be a voice of an independent House of Representatives, but also a voice of conscience and of moral integrity. Salamat.
Mr. Presiding Officer, there being no other nominations for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, I move that the table for nominations be closed.
There is a motion to close the table for nominations for Speaker of the House of Representatives. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that we now proceed with the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives.
There is a motion to proceed to the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The election of Speaker is now in order. The Deputy Secretary General for Operations will now call the roll of members. May we request every member to state the name of the candidate he or she is voting for as Speaker of the House of Representatives upon being called.
Roll call of members voting for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives. Honorable Representatives, Abante.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank Congressman Garing and Congressman Garbin for nominating me. But if there is a better man to be the Speaker of the House, it's no other than my good friend, my brother in Christ, Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano.
Abaya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for Alan Peter Cayetano.
Abellanosa.
Mr. Presiding Officer, some would want to vote for Kong Lord because he is Lord. Some would want to vote for Kong Martin because he is Mark. Pero alang-alang sa pagkakaisa. This representation from the 2nd District of Cebu City says yes to Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano as Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Abu.
Honorable Cayetano.
Abueg Zaldivar.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I vote for Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano.
Abunda.
Alan Peter Cayetano.
Akop.
Second District of Antipolo will vote for Alan Peter Cayetano.
Acosta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano.
Acosta Alba.
Nauna na po.
Acosta.
Mr. Presiding Officer, for the 3rd District of Palawan, we vote for Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano.
Adyong.
Cayetano.
Advincula.
Speaker, my vote is Benny Abante.
Agabas.
You're seeing live pictures from the Batasang Pambansa, the House of Representatives. Members of the House of Representatives are now electing their House Speaker. Earlier, we saw Congressman Paulo Duterte, Lord Alan Velasco, and Martin Romualdez nominating Alan Peter Cayetano for House Speaker. We also saw Representative Janet Garin and Representative Garbin nominating Freddy Abante, Congressman of the 6th District of Manila, as House Speaker. So we have now two candidates vying for House Speaker. That's Alan Peter Cayetano, who was endorsed by President Duterte for a term sharing with Lord Alan Velasco. You also have Freddy Abante, who was nominated to be House Speaker. Right now, the election for House Speaker is ongoing there at the Batasang Pambansa.
Morning and good morning to all your viewers.
Congresswoman, tanong lang namin kayo dun sa nangyari kanina, dun sa nominations for House Speaker. You nominated Representative Benny Abante. Can you tell us how this happened?
Nagkaroon po kami ng pagpupulong kagabi kasama yung ibang mga gustong sumama sa minorya. At nung napag-uusapan nga, nakita naman namin na nung una may mga sumasamang numero. So we decided to test the water and nominate Congressman Benny Abante.
Okay. Ma'am, bakit po si Congressman Abante?
Nung nagkakausap-usap po, pumili nga ng isang eksperyensyado na and he is a senior member of Congress. And when we all presented our individual advocacies, andun yung Makabayan Group, andun din naman ako, andun din ng mga representante ng Liberal Party na kasama sa minorya, napagkasunduan that he will be a good leader of the working minority.
Okay, Congresswoman, kasi 'di ba initially even yung Makabayan was thinking of fielding, 'di ba, its own candidate, 'di ba, si Congressman Zarate, pero paano ho kayo napunta dito sa agreement na ito na isa na lang, and then this will make him a minority leader if ever, kasi alam naman natin that Cayetano has the numbers, but how did you arrive at Abante, at how did yung Makabayan bloc give in, considering that they have their own nominee sana?
After a thorough discussion last night, ipinisinta kasi ng Makabayan bloc yung kanilang mga advocacies, yung kanilang mga hinaing, yung kanilang desire. At the end of the day, we realized that we all stand together in the same advocacy, at nakita namin na yung liderato ni Congressman Benny Abante can actually unite the Makabayan bloc and the members of the minority coming from various other political parties. And for this reason, we decided to fill him in.
Do you think he will represent the true minority in the House of Representatives, ma'am?
Yes. And kung wala naman siya, ando doon naman po ako.
Ma'am, kasi ang sinasabi nila, syempre, dahil they have a super majority in the House of Representatives for the administration of President Duterte, no? But kayo po, how do you plan to carry on yung advocacies ng minority and ensure yung check and balance dyan sa House?
We will definitely ensure the check and balance in Congress. Konti man kami sa numero, we believe that we have a stronger voice when it comes to legislating and fiscalizing as part of our work in the Congress.
And on the part of the minority, ma'am, ano pong mga gusto niyong isulong na mga batas po dito sa 18th Congress?
Well, kasama po namin yung party list representative ng mga barangay health workers, and we are looking at how to tweak this, at malagyan nga po natin ng representante, mga PHW, para pong parent leader teachers, parent leaders ng ating Department of Social Welfare and Development. Kasama rin po namin yung ating party list member representing the farmers, ang magsasaka. Doon po marami pong pinatitingnan natin programa, a review of how we can probably subsidize our farmers so that farming will not be a burden on them. Andun rin po yung aming panawagan na kontra inyo mga pekeng balita, and we personally, we were actually pushing for eliminating fake news, especially when it affects public health.
Okay, thank you very much to Iloilo Representative Janet Garin. Right now we speak to Quezon City 6th District Representative Kit Belmonte. Good morning, Congressman.
Good morning po. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Good morning, Ruth.
Congressman, nakausap din namin kanina lang si Congresswoman Garin and we were asking him paano nag-end up si Congressman Benny Abante as yung nominee ng minority or another nominee for House Speaker, which will effectively make him minority leader. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yes, kasi ang dami namin iba't-ibang political blocks. The Makabayan Bloc, the Liberal Party members, madaming party list members din, and mga individuals from other parties who feel na they'd be better as fiscalizers. And so nag-usap-usap kami and we came together and agreed na somebody who could hold us all together and be collegial, si Congressman Benny Abante. At the same time, respected siya, veteran congressman. So he would be a good leader for us dito sa House of Representatives.
Okay, Congressman, tanungin na rin namin kayo about yung term sharing between the presumptive Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano and also si Lord Alan Velasco. Anong nakikita nyo dyan, sir?
Wala ako dyan kasi usapin ng majority yan. No? Pero I would expect that the parties will respect their understanding among themselves.
Mm-hmm. But what do you think about the statement of Congressman Paulo Duterte saying na, dapat kasi, diba, 15 months si House Speaker Cayetano, and then he says if Cayetano resigns, dapat mag-elect ng bagong speaker at hindi automatic na magiging si Congressman Velasco?
That is true. Ganun pa rin naman talaga mangyayari. If it does happen, kailangan kami dumaan ng same procedure as we're going through now. That is, kailangan pa rin may elections ng bagong speaker. So I respect Congressman Duterte's opinion and position. Siyempre, kanya-kami rin kaming mga position and opinion dito sa House. Pero that is true by our rules and our procedures. Pag kailangan pag magpapalit ng speaker, kailangan dumaan ng elections. So even if Lord ang malamang na successor,
This is a special presentation of CNN Philippines for the upcoming State of the Nation address of President Rodrigo Duterte. What are netizens saying about the president's SONA this afternoon? Our Mai Rodriguez takes a look at some of their comments. Mai?
Thanks, Ruth. A showbiz scandal may be topping the trends on social media, but we're already seeing some reactions regarding the president's State of the Nation address. Twitter user Jmar says he hopes President Duterte will discuss the salary of Filipino workers. Meantime, Sheila complains about the traffic caused by today's big event. She says the SONA should just be done via video conference while the government is still fixing the public transportation system. Meanwhile, Hannah Bettina remains hopeful even though it's, quote, the same things every year. She adds the Philippines is still our country, no matter who is leading it. Of course, the SONA is all about pomp and circumstance. It is steeped in tradition, and it is a constitutional obligation. All eyes will be on the president later as he reports on the status of the country. We're also expecting to hear the government's agenda for the coming year and what legislative measures he will propose to Congress. For this year's SONA, Malacanang officials said it will revolve around the Duterte administration's legacy and a preview of the president's remaining 3 years in office. Now, what are your thoughts on the state of our nation? Join the conversation online by using the hashtag SONA2019 and tag us at CNN Philippines. Of course, we will bring you live pictures from the Batasang Pambansa later. Also, catch our pre-SONA coverage starting at 2 p.m. Ruth, back to you.
Thank you, Mai. Terrorism, still a major challenge facing the Duterte administration 4 years into his term. In 2017, the Islamic city of Marawi was devastated by a 5-month war to flush out Islamic State-inspired terrorists. The most recent attack happening just last month, a suicide bombing carried out by a Filipino for the first time. How is the government preparing for the new security challenge? George Cahiles has this report.
In an instant, this temporary military camp in Indanan, Sulu became a scene of horror. Mangled bodies were everywhere after a confirmed case of suicide bombing on June 28th, a first involving a Filipino.
This is a locally initiated attack organized by the Abu Sayyaf group. The report that, as claimed by ISIS, that they are the ones responsible for this is still up for validation.
8 people died in that blast, including 3 soldiers and the 2 perpetrators. Authorities say the incident changed the security landscape in the country.
We have to review kung kinakailangan, revise our strategy.
Filipino suspect Norman Lasuca at Tausug, a battered son, a runaway kid, a meager earner-laborer. Security analyst Romel Banawi says the likes of Lasuca are the targets of terror groups for recruitment. Vulnerable, secluded, discontented.
Na-profile siya talaga, na napag-aralan talaga yung kanyang background, natutukan siya talaga, na-target siya.
If there's one confirmed Filipino suicide bomber, Banlawi says there could be more. As indoctrination and recruitment of terrorist groups normally begin in cyberspace. The PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group says 68 million Filipinos are using the internet, and all of them are exposed to possible terrorist-linked contents.
Maraming mga nakabasang mga bata, nagkataon may misguided youth na makabasa niyan and then makonvince siya ng radical or extremist narratives, may potentially talaga may encourage silang magsumama sa kanila.
But cyberspace is not just a platform for propaganda and recruitment of the international terror group Islamic State. The Anti-Cybercrime Group says it's also a place where they raise funds for their cause.
So once you see that graphic content or extremism or radicalizing content, you must report it immediately. So please do not disseminate it in your social media account.
After recruits are radicalized, Banlawi says dozens of foreign terrorists and bomb experts train them in secret camps in Mindanao. Once ready, all they have to do is to wait for that perfect timing to execute their plans.
Yan talaga ang labanan ngayon ng law enforcement sa terrorist groups. Unahan kung sino ang magiging mas magaling.
Currently, the Abu Sayyaf group, the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters, and Ansar al-Khalifa Philippines are among the terror groups that have pledged allegiance to the Islamic State. But now he says Abu Sayyaf sub-leader Sawadjaan is now the de facto leader of the IS in the country. Authorities say the security situation could have been worse in Mindanao had martial law not been in effect. The southern Philippines remains under martial law until December 31st.
Malaki ang posibilidad na humingi pa ng extension ang Pangulo dahil unang-una ang Marawi ay hindi pa nag-start ang rehabilitation, nasa clearing stage pa rin hanggang ngayon, at yung Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao ay nasa transition period pa rin. So maraming banta para i-hijack yung mga peaceful agenda na to.
While authorities in other parts of the country like in Metro Manila are doing their jobs to protect their people from terror attacks, they say that the public's help is vital to prevent any untoward incident. As for the president, Banlawi expects him to make strong and firm decisions to combat looming threats of violent extremism. George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
Okay, right now let's go to the Senate and talk to Senate President Tito Soto. Good afternoon, sir. No surprise there, you were re-elected as Senate President. Good morning pa pala.
Hi, good afternoon, Ruth. Long time no here.
Yes, sir. Oo nga. It's nice to talk to you again, sir. Sir, there were earlier reports of a possible, yung iba may sinusulong before na another Senate President, but of course that was weeks ago. Pero how did we get here? Kamusta yung inyong relationship ngayon with the new incoming, with the new senators?
Well, it's very, it's fine. It's very good. What I can promise is that the 18th Congress Senate will be very cooperative, but still independent and well-balanced.
Yes, sir. The Senate has always been seen as an independent institution. Well, compared to, it's always like that. It's been like that compared to the House of Representatives, ano? But we have a lot of the President's allies coming in. How can you assure us na mapapanatili ang independence ng Senado?
Most probably, mahahawa sila sa amin. Imbis na kami mahahawa sa kanila, mahahawa sila to be independent. As I mentioned in my speech, it turns out na talagang lagi, once you are elected nationwide, you tend to be independent-minded because your constituency is larger. And therefore, we can be sure that even the President's men who are now with us will be very independent-minded also.
Even with regards, sir, sa investigations, Senate investigations into possible corruption within the administration, we can still expect more of that, sir.
Oh, of course. That's a matter of course as far as the Senate is concerned. That's the reason we have a committee called the Blue Ribbon. It is the only committee that is given a motu proprio power to conduct investigations on public officials even without a resolution or a Senate committee report.
Okay, sir, other priority legislations dyan sa Senate kasi the last time nabinbin yung sinusulong ng Presidente na federalism. You also have very controversial lowering the minimum age of criminal responsibility, the death penalty. Anong nakikita nating ipapasa and priority ng Senate ngayon?
Priority now, I know for a fact, is the amendment to the Human Security Act, which is going to be called the Anti-Terrorism Act. In fact, the news before you called on me was all about these so-called groups or cells in Mindanao. The Anti-Terrorism Act that the Senate will prioritize will definitely be able to address that problem.
Sir, yung mga ibang medyo contentious, like we have the federalism, anong nakikita ng future ng federalism? Also, yung na-bypass last Congress, ENDO, yung pag-end ng contractualization. Also, the second tranche of the tax reform law.
The ENDO, the ENDO, Bale, the Security of Tenure Bill, no, is pending in the Senate, in the President's office. We're not sure whether he will sign it or not, but we already passed that as far as the Senate is concerned. And then the federalism will be tackled in the Committee on Constitutional Amendments. But before we even reach the issue of federalism, we will probably have to decide first whether we will agree with the Constitutional Convention or a Constituent Assembly. That is the first step that we have to take before we can even discuss federalism.
At saka yung issue na yan, sir, matagal nang hindi talaga nare-resolve eh. How will the Senate how will the Senate?
Kasi alam mo naman, the issue for us, number one issue is that we must be voting separately. We call for a Constituent Assembly, voting separately. Otherwise, we'd rather support the Constitutional Convention to address the proposal for a federalism.
Sir, yung iba ring usap-usapan, sir, maraming movement, political movement among lawmakers because some are getting ready na rin daw. Medyo malayo pang usapin, but some are getting ready na rin daw for 2020. How can you assure us na bago ang 2020, priority na muna, lawmaking muna ang atupagin ng ating mga senador?
Well, as long as I'm the leader of the Senate, you can be sure that we will be addressing the more important pieces of legislation rather than looking at 2022. Besides, 2022 will probably be in the vision of just a few senators, not the entire Senate. So I'm quite confident that we'll be able to carry on.
Okay. Sir, isa pa ito kasi medyo malapit sa bituka eh, yung second tranche of the tax reform law, yung sinasabi nila na trabaho bill. How do you see this moving forward?
I think the Senator Pia Cayetano, who will be chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, will be able to sift through the rubble, so to speak. Like there are very important provisions in Train 2. Particularly, I'm very supportive of the lowering of the income tax of SMEs. We will definitely prioritize debates and discussions on the proposed tax reform part 2.
Okay, Senate President, lasa lang po, anong expectation nyo? What do you want to hear from the President's State of the Nation address?
I will be hoping to hear from him a continuation of the drug war, but more emphasis on demand reduction strategy, and perhaps a continuation of his report on the Bill program. That is what we expect to hear.
Balikan ko lang sinabi niyo about the drug war. Kanina we were talking to a political analyst. Ang sinasabi niya kasi ang nakikita daw ng marami is the government is not going after the big fish of the drug when it comes to the drug war.
I think that statement is not accurate because as you in the media would know, there were, I think, about 3 or 4 big fishes who were killed, actually, not only arrested. They, I think, were resisting arrest. The one in Mindanao, one in Visayas, there is also one in Luzon. And then again, if we just concentrate on the issue of enforcement, we will never be successful. And therefore, we must be strong on the part of the demand reduction strategy program, which is prevention and rehabilitation. Because the day we stop buying is the day they stop selling. Let us not be surprised on why there is availability of illegal drugs on the streets, because there are people who buy.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us today. That's Senate President
Thank you, Ruth.
Tito Soto.
Thank you very much.
And that wraps up our special coverage of the President's upcoming State of the Nation address. Catch our pre-SONA coverage with Chief Correspondent Pia Ontiveros and Senior Anchor and Correspondent Pinky Webb at 2 p.m. I'm Ruth Cabal. Join me on Balitaan coming up next. Sa ngalan ni Pinky Webb, ako si Ruth Cabal at kayo'y nanonood ng espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan. Magandang tanghali. Sa loob ng 4 na oras, ihahatid na ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte ang kanyang ika-4 na State of the Nation address. Ayon sa Malacanang, asahan na ang laman nito ay ang kanyang mga pangako hinggil sa korupsyon, droga, kriminalidad at rebelyon. Dagdag pa ni Presidential Spokesperson Salvador Panelo, maaaring talakayin din ng Pangulo ang ilan sa mga isyong kinakaharap ng bansa, katulad ng agawan ng teritoryo sa West Philippine Sea, ekonomiya at pati na rin ang legislative agenda ng administrasyon. Kanina umaga, formal nang nagbukas ang sesyon sa 18th Congress at pumili ang 2 kapulungan ng kani-kanilang mga bagong lider. 14,000 mga pulis naman ang nakakalat sa Metro Manila at pinatutupad na rin ang mahigpit na seguridad sa lugar kung saan gagawin ang ika-4 na SONA ng Pangulo. Tinututukan ng CNN Philippines ang kaganapan sa loob at labas ng Batasan Complex. Mag-uulat mula sa Batasang Pambansa si Cian Arcangel. Si Joyce Ilas naman binabantayan na ang mga nangyayari sa Senado. Ihahatid rin namin sa inyo ang pinakabagong mga kaganapan mula sa panig ng mga pro at anti-Duterte protesters. Naroon ang aming mga kasamahang sina George Cahiles at David Santos. Ang aming senior correspondent na si Ina Andalong naman ihahatid sa atin kung ano ang aasahan sa SONA ng Pangulo. Formal nang nagbukas ang first regular session ng 18th Congress. Una sa agenda ang pagpili ng House Speaker. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Sian Arcangel. Sian, pakikwento mo nga sa amin anong nangyari sa botohan dyan.
Ruth, nanaig ang kagustuhan ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa labanan sa pagka-speaker dahil sinunod ng mga mambabatas ang napisil niyang maging speaker na si Taguig Pateros Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano. Bagamat hindi pa tapos ang botohan sa ngayon, bumoto para kay Cayetano ang karamihan sa 297 na mambabatas na nasa Kamara. Isa lang ang nakatunggali ni Cayetano sa pagka-speaker, si Manila Representative Benny Abante. Bilang pagsunod sa gusto ng Pangulo, 3 mambabatas na minsay nag-asam na maging speaker ang mismong nag-nominate kay Cayetano para pamunuan ng Kamara. Nanguna sa mga nag-nominate kay Cayetano ang anak ng Pangulo na si Congressman Paulo Duterte. Sinundan siya ni Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco at later Representative Martin Romualdez. Pero tila nagparinig si Duterte kay Cayetano nang sabihin niyang tutol pa rin siya sa term sharing. Dagdag ni Duterte, kailangan maghalal ng panibagong speaker ang mga kongresista kung sakaling magbibitiw matapos ng 15 buwan ang mailuluklok sa posisyon ngayon. Base sa plano ng Pangulo, 15 buwan lang mananatiling speaker si Cayetano o hanggang October 2020. Susundan naman siya ni Velasco na magsisilbing speaker hanggang matapos ang 18th Congress sa 2022. Saglit pang pinakabal ni Duterte ang mga mambabatas nang huminto siya sa halos 5 segundo bago sabihin ang pangalan ni Cayetano bilang kanyang pagkandidato sa pagka-speaker. Napangiti na lang si Cayetano nang sabihin na ni Duterte ang kanyang pangalan habang pumalakpak naman ang ibang mambabatas. Alinsunod sa tradisyon, si Abante ang binoto ni Cayetano. Pero sabi niya, pipiliin daw niya si Duterte kung tumakbo ito sa pagka-speaker. Ruth?
Sian Arcangel, nag-uulat mula sa Batasang Pambansa. Puntahan naman natin ngayon ang Senado na nanatili bilang Senate President, si Tito Soto. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Joyce Ilas. Joyce, anong naging mensahe ni Senate President Soto dyan?
Ruth, tama yan. No? Muli ngang nahalala si Senator Tito Soto bilang Senate President para sa 18th Congress. Isinagawa ang botohan sa pamamagitan ng voice vote o sa pamamagitan ng pagsigaw ng ayes and nays. Nag-abstain naman mula sa pagboto sina Senator Franklin Drilon, Kiko Pangilinan at Risa Ontiveros. Silang tatlo kasama na nga ang nakakulong na si Senator Laila De Lima ay otomatikong mapapabilang sa minorya dito sa Senado. Samantala, wala naman sa sesyon kanina si Senator Manny Pacquiao. Hindi kasi siya kaagad pinayagan ng kanyang doktor na bumiyahe matapos ang kanyang laban sa Las Vegas kahapon. Sa nomination speech si Senator Mig Zubiri, sinabi niya na dahil naging productive ang pamumuno ni Soto noong nakaraang Kongreso, karapat-dapat siya na muling maging Senate President.
I believe he is the best man for the job. He is a great mentor, generous with his wealth of knowledge and experience. He is a man of great intellect, but also a man of great humor, knowing just how to break tension during heated debates, also form camaraderie and keep a productive atmosphere on the floor.
Maliban kay Soto, muli ring nahalala si Senator Ralph Recto bilang Senate President pro tempore at si Senator Mig Zubiri bilang Majority Leader at Chairman ng Senate Committee on Rules. Maliban sa election kanina ay nagpasa rin ng ilang mga resolusyon ang mga senador. Kabilang na nga rito ang resolusyon na nagbibigay abiso sa Malacanang na handa na ang mga senador na pakinggan ang State of the Nation ng Pangulo mamayang hapon. Mula sa Senado ay magtutungo ang mga senador sa Batasang Pambansa sa Quezon City para sa isang joint session para sa SONA mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ruth?
Joyce, kanina nakita rin natin, nag-oath-taking yung 12 bagong senador. Kamusta yung mood dyan with the new senators and kamusta naman yung first day nila?
Ruth, excited na nga ang ilang mga bagong panalong senador na umupo sa kanilang mga pwesto, lalong-lalo na yung 4 na bagong senador, yung mga tinatawag nating neophyte senators. Si Senator Bato de la Rosa, sinabi niya excited na raw siya. Pakiramdam daw niya para siyang nasa first day of school at kasama pa nga raw niya ang kanyang asawa. Pero hindi daw gaya noong pulis pa siya, sinasabi niya ay magiging mas pino na daw ang kanyang kilos ngayong senador na siya. Si Senator Bong Revilla naman na pagbabalik dito sa Senado, sinabi niya na feeling daw niya vindicated siya sa kanyang pagbabalik dito. At sinabi rin niya, tutuparin niya ang pangako niya sa taong bayan na mas magtatrabaho siyang maigi ngayong 18th Congress. Si Senator Lito Lapid naman, pag-aaralan daw ng maigi ang death penalty bill, lalo na't isa daw siyang Katoliko. Ruth.
Joyce Ilas nag-uulat mula sa Senado. Susunod, libo-libong militante ang inaasahang dadagsa sa Commonwealth para tuligsahin ang SONA ng Pangulo. Habang ang mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte magtitipo naman sa IBP Road. Manatiling nakatutok sa balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Nagbabalik ang espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Tiniyak ng pulisya na handa ang mga otoridad sa anumang banta sa seguridad ngayong araw ng SONA. Kasunod ito ng suicide bombing sa Sulu noong nakaraang buwan. Ayon kay NCRPO Director Guillermo Elezar, wala silang natatanggap na anumang banta. Pero patuloy silang nakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya para tiyaking walang kaguluhang mangyayari.
Yes, according to plan, nakalatag na lahat ang ating deployment. We are deploying more than 8,000 police personnel in Quezon City, but all over Metro Manila, we have around 14,000. That includes anti-criminality operations ng ating mga kapulisan. Well, we have the necessary contingency plan for any scenario. That's why we had initial dialogues and coordination with all the leaders of the groups that will be joining this program, whether they belong to pro or anti. And we believe that with the experience that we had for the past 3 years and our requests for them to police their own ranks, ang mga pulis natin nakabantay sa kapaligiran at sila naman inaandun sa mga lugar kung saan doon lang sila magsasagawa ng kanilang mga demonstrasyon and kinusuporta and protesta. We don't see any problem nakikita natin sa pagdaraos ng SONA ito. We haven't received any direct threat regarding the SONA, but still, we are continuously coordinating with all concerned agencies involved in monitoring. At hanggang sa ngayon, tuloy-tuloy naman yung ating pakipag-ugnayan sa kanila. In fact, we have deployed personnel all over the place and continues to monitoring the activities of those who will be who coming in here, as well as within the reports coming from other units and agencies.
Magsasagawa ng isang malawakang kilos protesta ang mga militanteng grupo sa Commonwealth Avenue sa Quezon City kasabay ng ika-4 na State of the Nation Address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Tinutuligsa nila ang administrasyon ng Pangulo, lalo na ang kabiguan umano ng Presidente na protektahan ang ating interes sa West Philippine Sea. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si George Cahiles. George, anong nangyayari dyan ngayon?
Well, Ruth, sa ngayon nga ay nagtitipon-tipon na itong mga militanteng grupo na magsasagawa ng protesta ngayong SONA ni Pangulong Duterte dito sa bahagi ng Commission on Human Rights Compound dito sa Commonwealth Avenue. At kaninang umaga ay pinangunahan itong grupo ng mga mangingisda ang programa kung saan ay nananawagan sila para sa impeachment nitong si Pangulong Duterte. Ang basihan nila nga ay itong sinasabing pagtataksil daw ng Pangulo nang magkaroon siya ng verbal na kasunduan sa China para hayaan ang mga Chinong mangisda dyan sa loob ng Exclusive Economic Zone ng Pilipinas. At bukod dito, kinundina nilang muli itong kawalan daw ng aksyon ng gobyerno para protektahan ang mga mangingisda natin sa mga Chinese Coast Guard at militia. Partikular na nga yung pagbangga sa bangka ng mga Pilipinong mangingisda ng isang Chinese vessel sa may Recto Bank noong nakaraang buwan. Itong issue sa pagtatanggol sa soberenya sa bansa ang magiging pangunahing tema ng protesta ngayong taon. Imbes na pula ay kulay asul, itong kulay ng dagat ang magiging dominant color ngayong protesta ngayong hapon. Very artistic din yung representation sa kanilang mga panawagan. Meron pa nga tayong nakita kaninang imahe ni Pangulong Duterte at ng China bilang mga halimaw sa dagat. Mamayang alauna, Ruth, ay inaasahan natin na magmamarcha na itong mga grupo na nandito ngayon. Sa ngayon ay nanananghalian na yung iba para magkaroon ng energy because alas 3 ng hapon inaasahan natin na magkakaroon na ng programa sa bahagi ng St. Peter's Parish dito rin sa Commonwealth kung nasaan yung kanilang entabladong proof.
George, ulitin ko lang. So hanggang doon lang sila ulit sa may side ng St. Peter, no? Tapos anong mangyayari sa traffic dyan pag nag-start na mamaya?
Oo, mamaya ay isasarado na nga itong bahagi ng eastbound lane ng Commonwealth Avenue at magkakaroon, or actually meron ng zipper lane dyan sa kabilang side, simula sa area ng Evergotesco hanggang paglabas ng Sandigan Bayan. So close yung lugar na yan para bigyang daan ang gagawing protesta. Ruth.
Church Cahiles nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Puntahan naman natin ngayon ang aming senior correspondent na si David Santos. Nandun din siya sa may batasang pambansa complex. Kasama naman ang mga taga-suporta ni Pangulong Duterte. David, kamusta ang sitwasyon dyan?
Alam mo, Ruth, ang balita nga natin, wala na sanang plano yung mga organizer na magsagawa ng pro-government rally dito ngayong araw. Pero dahil nga sa mga bagong batikos kay Presidente Duterte kaugnay sa naging yung Iceland resolution na inadapt ng UNCHR na pinaimbestigahan yung mga umano'y EJK dito sa Pilipinas, napilitan raw yung mga organizers na magsagawa pa rin ng rally at tapatan yung mga anti-government demonstration na isinasagawa sa may Commonwealth Avenue. 15 to 20,000 ang ini-expect na mga participants na ang dadagsa dito sa may IBP Road para makisali at ipahiwatig ang kanilang suporta kay Pangulong Duterte. Dapat sa mga oras na ito ay isinasagawa na ang programa na magtatagal naman hanggang mag-deliver ni Pangulong Duterte ang kanyang talumpati mamayang hapon. For the meantime, kanina inaliw sila, yung mga nandito na, inaliw na mga rock bands na siya namang nagbigay ng entertainment sa mga dito ngayon. At balita nga natin, ilang mga showbiz personalities din ang pupunta rito mamaya para nakasama sa mga magsasalita at magbibigay ng talumpati para magbigay ng mga magagandang pahayag kaugnay sa administrasyong ito. Gaya dyan sa Commonwealth Route, matindi rin yung pagbabantay ng mga otoridad, pero ang pinagkaiba lang, medyo chill, no? Medyo chill dito yung mga police and military personnel dahil nagko-cooperate naman sa gobyerno yung mga participants dito. Kanina kausap natin si retired police officer Lino Kalingasan. Siya ang nangunguna o nag-oversee ng security dito at member din siya, or rather security head chief siya. Chief ng Security Department, Tagpagcor siya. Pero nandito rin siya ngayon, Ruth, para to oversee this rally dahil member siya ng FORD o yung Friends of Rodrigo Duterte. At narito ang kanyang pahayag kaugnay sa kanyang security concern dito sa IBP Road.
Unang-una, yung group leaders, dapat napupulis nila yung ranks nila. We do not want that we will be infiltrated by the other groups. Kaya in terms of policing ranks, pinabaya namin sa kanila yon. And then we have assigned marshals dito. There are actually PNP units that will be deployed with us here.
Yung nire-refer ni retired General Kalingasan, Ruth, ay hindi lang yung mga anti or mga government critics na maaring mag-infiltrate sa rally dito, kundi pati na rin yung mga banta sa yung mga magbabanta sa seguridad natin. Kabilang na dito yung mga maaring may kinalaman sa mga terror groups. Yun kabilang sila sa mga pinaparating na warning ni retired General Kalingasan. Kanina nga, Ruth, inanunsyo na gagamit ng signal jammers ang mga otoridad dito ilang minuto or perhaps an hour before the President delivers his speech. Ito'y bahagi pa rin ng isinasagawang security measures palibot ng Batasang Complex kung saan narito nga ngayon isinasagawa itong pro-government rally sa may IBP Road. Ruth?
David, yung binanggit mo kanina, 15 to 20,000 yung expected nila na dumating. Medyo marami yun, no? Gaano ba magtatagal yung kanilang program? Tsaka usually, di ba, after the SONA, binubuksan na yan for traffic. So, baka ba magtagal sila dyan or makaapekto pa yan sa daloy ng trapiko?
Yung 15 to 20,000, Ruth, sabi ng mga organizers, medyo yan pa yan, conservative na estimate para yan kasi manggagaling lang yan sa mga pro-Duterte quote-unquote, pro-Duterte organizations sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Hindi pa dyan kasama yung mga ine-estimate din nilang hundreds and thousands of others na ipapadala naman ng mga iba't ibang local government units. May nanggaling sa Northern Luzon, sa Ilocos, Nueva Ecija, Bulacan, at from other different cities dito sa Metro Manila. Ang sabi, sarado nga itong bahagi, itong northbound lane nitong IBP Road. Pero ang sabi naman ng mga organizers, dahil pro-government sila at ayaw nilang makakos pa ng inconvenience sa public, oras na matapos yung talumpati ni Presidente, agad naman sila aalis dito at to clear this road para naman makatulong sa to flow, para makatulong sa free flow of traffic pala dito sa area na ito. I'm sure marami kasing naapektuhan, especially with the rally at Commonwealth at saka dito. Pero ang inaasahan, sinasabi ng organizers dito, mas cooperative naman daw yung mga sumasali sa rally dito, Ruth.
Okay, David Santos nag-uulat mula sa Quezon City. Sa punto pong ito ay dadali namin kayo ulit sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan natapos na ang botohan for House Speaker.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that a committee of 8 members composed of Honorable Paulo Z. Duterte, Honorable Lord Alan J. Velasco, Honorable Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, Honorable Roberto Puno, Honorable Luis Raymond Villaferte Jr., Honorable Aurelio Gonzalez Jr., Honorable Michael John R. Duavit, and Honorable Michael L. Romero be constituted to notify the Honorable Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano of his election as Speaker of the House of Representatives and thereafter to escort the Speaker-elect to the rostrum for the taking rights. So move, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Notification Committee is hereby constituted. The members of the House so named are hereby appointed to the Notification Committee, and they are requested to inform the Speaker-elect, the Honorable Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, of his election and to escort him to the rostrum. The Chair invites the family of the Speaker-elect to join him at the rostrum as he takes his oath of office. Session is suspended.
Ang inyo pong napapanood ay live na kuha mula dyan sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan nga nanalo at nahalal bilang House Speaker si Alan Peter Cayetano. 266 ang bumoto sa kanya para maging House Speaker. Ang isa pong nominee na kanyang natalo sa botohan ay si Congressman Benny Abante. At sa ngayon po, alinsunod doon sa sa senaryo na inaasahan, nagkaroon po ng isang committee kung saan ni-notify ng committee na nanalo nga bilang at naboto bilang House Speaker si Alan Peter Cayetano. Pagkatapos niyan ay formal na i-inform ng committee si Congressman Peter Cayetano at saka i-escort siya papunta sa rostrum kung saan magkakaroon ng oath-taking. Sinabi rin kanina na Kasama na ang kanyang pamilya dyan sa rostrum para sa kanyang oath taking. Inaasahan din na pagkatapos nito ay magkakaroon ng acceptance speech si House Speaker-elect Alan Peter Cayetano at maya-maya rin, katulad nung nangyari nakita natin sa Senado kanina, ay formal na magpapasa ng resolusyon ang mga kongresista para naman sa pagkakaroon ng isang joint session para mapakinggan ang State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Duterte mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Sa punto pong ito ay kasama natin dito sa studio si Hans Lee Juliano, lecturer sa Department of Political Science ng Ateneo de Manila University. Magandang tanghali sa inyo, Prof.
Magandang tanghali, Ma'am Ruth, at magandang tanghali din po sa ating mga tagapanood.
Hans, iyon, mainit-init pa, no? Kakahalala ni Alan Peter Cayetano bilang House Speaker, Senate President Tito Soto re-elected as Senate President. Na-surprise ka ba? Inasahan mo na itong ganitong mangyayari?
Wala na rin kabigla-bigla siguro dito. Bilang nakita naman na nga natin, nitong nakaraang halalan, halos lahat ng mga nahalal, lower house man o mapa-senado ay mga kaalyado pa rin naman ng Pangulo kung tutusin. So hindi na rin tayo nabibigla na mas maliit ang oposisyon sa lehislatura natin ngayon. Ito ay hindi na rin kabigla-bigla.
So in terms of the advocacy, for sure, yung mga legislative agenda ng Pangulong Duterte, for sure may isusulong yan. Like, anong naiisip mo na posibleng maging priority ng 18th Congress?
Well, definitely, nung mga nakaraang buwan na pag-usapan na ito na itulak yung mga additional na social services para sa ating mga kababayan. Pinangako dati ng Senado yung pagtataas ng sweldo sa mga kawani ng gobyerno, mapasundalo man ito, mapaguro, at pati na rin siguro yung mga scholarships. Maasahan naman natin na gagawin talaga nila nga ito para patuloy na suportahan ng ating pamahalaan at para maipasok din nila, without complaint, yung mga mas contentious na batas. Pinakamalaki pa rin siguro dito yung pagtutulak ng charter change, especially since unti-unti nang lumalabas nga na yung mismong ideya ng federalismo ay kung tutusin, pabalat lang talaga dun sa planong pagpapalit lang ng constitution. Basta mapalitan lang yung ating saligang batas, regardless kung ito ba ay sumusunod nga sa prinsipyo ng federalismo na kanilang inaangkin or kung sakasakali man ay pagpapalakas pa nga sa kapangyarihan ng mga nasa lokal na pamahalaan. Na kung tutusin, yun naman yung hinahanap din ng mga kababayan natin. Pero yun yung pagpapalakas sa local government sana na mas nakikinig sa tao. Hindi yung mas malakas ang local government, mas malakas din yung pamilya ng local political family.
Yung na-mention mo, di ba, na posibleng ang itulak na yung federalism, and with that is of course charter change, di ba? Pero kanina kausap natin si Senate President Tito Soto, sabi kailangan masettle muna if they will vote separately, o di ba, kasi matagal ng issue yun kung boboto ba na magkasama o magkahiwalay yung Kamara at saka yung Senado.
Ito ay usapin ng constitutional law at maski naman ang mga legal scholar natin sa lahat ng law school natin at maski sa Supreme Court, sila ay hindi pa rin nagkakasundo dito. Pag sinabi bang Kongreso voting, is it separate houses or just one house? Kasi batay din naman sa kasaysayan ng pagsusulat ng 1987 Constitution, dinisenyo siya originally nga na maging one house lang, kaya ganun yung sulat noon. Pero dahil nga dalawa, hanggang ngayon, parang iniiwan sa desisyon ng dalawang house na ito There is a way to settle this if magdedesisyon ng Supreme Court kung ano ang desisyon, kung ano ang dapat na interpretasyon doon. Kung ito ba ay dapat in joint session, kagaya ng mangyayari ngayon, or maghihiwalay sila. Kasi may prejudicial assumption ang House na dahil sila ang mas malaki, kami ang Congress, pwedeng kami lang. Pero hindi, sinasabi ng Senado, well, kung magsasarili kayo, magsasarili kami, or dapat sabay-sabay tayo.
But will you see this moving forward kahit na contentious talaga yung issue na yan?
Depende na yan siguro kung gaano kaseryoso talaga ang Pangulo sa pagnanais niya na mangyari ito at kung ano ba yung expected na implikasyon nito sa susunod na election cycle. Kasi kung magpapalit nga tayo ng forma ng gobyerno, ibig sabihin maraming posisyon. Ang either madadagdag o mawawala. At syempre, kung sa usapan na lang din ng Senado na matagal naman ng jump-off point ng mga gustong magpangulo, ay pakiramdam ko meron silang misgiving. Kasi mawawalan sila ng platform. Mawawalan sila ng platform at kung magkakaroon man ng mga dagdag pang opisina sa pamahalaan, ibig sabihin doon na ilalaki din yung gastos ng pamahalaan sa operating budget nito.
Pag na-implement na yung federalism.
Federalism or charter change man. Especially since karamihan naman ng mga pinopropose sa mga nakaraang draft na bagong saligang batas, karamihan naman ng mga bagong opisina ay hindi nabubuo sa local level or sa provincial level eh. Puro regional or national level pa rin naman. Kaya nga, yung mga taong kagaya namin na sumusunod nga dun sa ano bang ibig sabihin ng federalismo or ng pagdi-decentralize, parang hindi kami palo na seryoso ito.
Okay. Let's talk about the State of the Nation address of the President na mangyayari mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Sabi ng Malacanang, it will be about the Duterte legacy, it will be a lecture daw, it will be about the future of the country, one of the most, if not the most important SONA of the President. Anong gusto mo, anong inaasahan mong marinig mula sa kanya?
Dalawa lang normally ang mood ng presidente naman pag nagde-deliver ng SONA, especially President Duterte, no? Siya ba ay susunod sa script o hindi? No? I mean, for the past the first two SONAs he had, hindi siya nag-script. Pero because of I think, the more contentious developments that happened last SONA, especially with the ouster of then Speaker Pantaleon Alvarez, napansin siguro natin na may kailangan mag-project din ng Pangulo na siya ay sumusunod sa mga institusyon. So, sumusunod na rin siya sa script ng konti. Ngayon, there were previous
Hans, bago ka magpatuloy, balikan muna natin itong batasang pambasa.
Yeah. Sorry ma'am, saan ba ang pinlight ko? Parang di.
Why do they stay here? 25 ko. 25. Kami yung part para pa yung
Ang inyo pong nakikita ay ang live na kuha mula sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan naghahanda na nga itong si Naboto na House Speaker. Ayan na po, ongoing ang oath-taking.
District of Taguig City and Pateros.
Having been elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, 18th Congress, hereby solemnly swear that I will well and faithfully discharge to the best of my ability
that I will well and faithfully discharge to the best of my ability
the duties of my present position and of all others I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
the duties of my present position and of all others I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable members of the 18th Congress, may we hear some words?
Session resume.
Wala naman kami.
Acting Majority Leader.
Honorable members of the 18th Congress, may we hear some words from our primos inter pares, Speaker Alan Peter Compañero Cayetano.
Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything shall be added unto you. As we seek to win the campaign against drugs, crime, and corruption, we also seek to destroy and win the battle against poverty and other things that are ailing the Filipino people and our nation. President Roa Duterte, or Mayor Rodi as he is fondly called, wants a safe and comfortable life for all. The House of Representatives, the House of the People, are partners with the Duterte administration. We are partners in pursuing a better life for all Filipinos, whether we talk about teachers, about senior citizens, about young people, OFWs, professionals, our teachers, government workers, workers in the private sectors, our out-of-school youth, rich or poor, young or old, of whatever persuasion, of whatever religion, we are all connected and united. Regardless of our religious beliefs, of our personal circumstances, the verse I started with is actually a guide and a fundamental truth. In layman's terms, it's very simple. When we say, seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, we are saying, gawin natin kung ano yung tama. Let us do what is right. People love their congressmen, but they love to hate Congress. This is something I ask all of you. In unison, let us change that, because this is the house of the people. We should respect and love our congressman, but we should also feel that the House of Representatives is the house of the people. Tayo po ang takbuhan ng sambayanan. We will do what is right so that we will have a Congress that is relevant, responsive, and reliable. United, we commit to God and our people the work of the 18th Congress. Sa lahat po sa inyo, sa mga membro ng 18th Congress, sa lahat po ng nagdadasal sa ating Kongreso, maraming salamat po sa inyong tiwala. Sana po ako'y maging worthy at sana po'y tulungan niyo ako para sa loob po ng 15 buwan ay mapagsilbihan po natin ang ating mga kababayan ng mabuti, at lahat po na nasa legislative agenda, ubusin na natin at ipasa na natin dahil mas magandang magawa na natin ito kagad. Again, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the 17th Congress Rules of the House of Representatives as the provisional rules of the House to govern its proceedings until the adoption of the Rules of the House of Representatives for the 18th Congress. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules of the 17th Congress is hereby adopted as provisional rules of the House of Representatives for the 18th Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the oath-taking of the members of the House of Representatives.
We will now proceed with the oath-taking of the House of Representatives. All members of the House, please rise. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Of having been elected to the position of hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties of my present position and all others that I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines. that I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees promulgated by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines, and that I impose this obligation upon myself voluntarily, without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, today we speak of a man who we believe we will be able to steer this chamber into great heights in the next 3 years. We live in exciting yet challenging times, with significant reforms being undertaken by the government in the hopes of bettering the lives of the Filipino people. At the forefront of these efforts will be crucial legislation necessary for the realization of the objectives of the administration. The man I am about to nominate is someone with a reputation of being a consensus builder, a tough, hardworking, but fair, and most importantly, generous of mind, heart.
Ang inyo pong napapanood ay ang live na kuha mula sa Batasang Pambansa. Kani-kanina lang ay nagkaroon ng oath-taking yung mga bagong halal na kongresista. Bago naman yan ay nahalal bilang House Speaker si Alan Peter Cayetano. Sa kanyang acceptance speech, giniit ni Cayetano na dapat ang House of Representatives ay maging House of the People. Dapat sila daw ay maging katuwang ng mamamayan at maging takbuhan ng sambayanan. Giniit din ni Cayetano na sa ilalim ng kanyang pamunuan bilang House Speaker, ang Kongreso, ang House of Representatives ay magiging relevant, responsive at reliable. Pagkatapos yan ay inaasahang magpasa ng ilang resolusyon na ang Kamara patungkol sa gaganaping SONA ng Pangulong Duterte mamayang hapon. Isa na dyan yung resolution para sa joint session ng House at ng Senado para makinig sa SONA ng Pangulo. Pagkatapos ay mag-a-adjourn ng sesyon para nga po sa SONA ng Pangulo mamayang alas 4. Magbabalik ang espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan matapos ang ilang paalala. Kayo'y nanonood ng espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan sa CNN Philippines. Sa puntong ito ay babalik tayo sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan naghalal na ng ilan pang matataas na opisyal dyan sa Kamara. Ang nandyan po ngayon sa taas ng rostrum ay si Congressman Martin Romualdez na nahalal bilang House Majority Leader at inasahang mag-oath taking na po siya.
I, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez,
of the 1st District
of Leyte,
having been elected as
Majority Leader,
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge, to
the best of my abilities, the duties of my present position, and of all others I may hereafter hold under the Republic of the Philippines. And I will support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the laws,
and that I will obey the laws,
legal orders,
and decrees
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities
promulgated by the duly constituted authorities
of the Republic of the Philippines.
And
that I impose this obligation
upon
myself voluntarily without mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Katatapos lang po, ilang minuto, ilang segundong nakakaraan ng manumpa bilang House Majority Leader itong si Congressman Martin Romualdez. Inaasahan din na kasunod niyan ay magkakaroon ng election din para sa iba pang matataas sa posisyon dyan sa Kamara, Deputy Speakers, Secretary General at Sergeant at Arms. Gayon din ay tatalakayin yung ilang resolusyon na may kinalaman sa magaganap na SONA ng Pangulong Duterte mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Nakikita niyo po ay si Congressman Romualdez na nahalal bilang House Majority Leader. Ang inyong nakikita ay live video pa rin mula sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan inaasahan na mag-deliver nga ng kanyang speech itong si bagong halal na House Majority Leader na si Romualdez. No? Okay.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The election of the deputy speakers of the House of Representatives is now in order.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we elect Honorable Congressman Paulo Zimmerman Duterte, Congressman Ferdinand Ledesma Hernandez, Congresswoman Evelina Guevara Escudero, Congresswoman Lorna Regina Bautista Legarda, Congressman Conrad Estrella III, Congressman Prospero Ariza Pichay Jr., Congressman Roberto Villanueva Puno, Congressman Eduardo Cruz Villanueva, Congressman Aurelio Jr. Dueñas Gonzalez, Congressman Johnny T. Pimentel, Congressman El Rey Favis Villafuerte Jr. as Deputy Speakers of the House of Representatives.
As stated by the Majority Leader, they are unanimously elected as Deputy Speakers of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed to the election of the Secretary General.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The election of the Secretary General is now in order.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we elect Attorney Jose Luis G. Montales as the Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Attorney Jose Luis G. Montales is unanimously elected Secretary General of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed to the election of the Sergeant at Arms.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The election of the Sergeant at Arms is now in order.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we elect General Ramon C. Apolinario as the Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Former General Ramon C. Apolinario is unanimously elected Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General, Attorney Jose Luis Montales, to go up to the rostrum with the members of his family for the oath taking.
Yan po ay kuha mula sa Batasang Pambansa kung saan kani-kanina lamang ay nahalal nga na Majority Leader itong si Representative Martin Romualdez. Ganoon din inanunsyo yung ilan sa mga Deputy Speakers na nahalal, kabilang na si Presidential Son, si Paulo Duterte, ang Deputy Speaker for Political Affairs. Magpapatuloy po yung sesyon dyan kung saan inaasahan din na mag-a-adapt ng resolusyon ang Kamara para sa pagkakaroon ng joint session para marinig ang mensahe ng Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang State of the Nation address mamayang hapon. Inaantabayan na natin na ang ika-4 na State of the Nation address ni Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ihahatid dito ng Pangulo mamayang alas 4 ng hapon. Ano-ano nga ba ang aasahan sa kanyang talumpati? Makibalita tayo sa aming senior correspondent na si Ina Andalong mula sa Batasang Pambansa. Ina, ano yung latest update tungkol sa SONA ng Pangulo?
Ruth, alam mo, good mood raw ang Pangulo nang mag-rehearse siya para sa kanyang SONA kagabi sa Malacanang. Sabi sa atin ni Presidential Spokesman Sal Panelo, maganda, buo ang kanyang boses ng kanyang binasa, ang kanyang prepared speech. Naka one round lang daw, ibig sabihin isang beses lang binasa ni Pangulong Duterte yung kanyang speech na mayroong 11 to 12 pages. At kung babasahin lang daw talaga ito ni Pangulong Duterte, maaaring tumagal lang ng 45 minutes ang kanyang SONA mamaya. Ibig sabihin, maaaring ito ang magiging pinakamaikling SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Again, yan ay kung hindi siya mag-adlib. Sinabi rin sa atin ni Panelo, sentro ang SONA ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang mga plano sa susunod na 3 taon. Ang mga isyong pag-uusapan, ang kanyang mga priority na rin mula nang siya ay umupo sa pwesto noong 2016. Kabilang na nga dyan ang kanyang laban sa korupsyon, illegal drugs, crime, rebellion, at pati tulad ng sinabi ni Pangulong Duterte, pag-uusapan rin ang territorial dispute sa West Philippine Sea. Ilan din sa mga pag-uusapan ang pagpapalago ng ekonomiya at ang mga batas na gusto pang isulong ng Duterte administration. Kabilang na nga dyan, sabi ni Panelo, may mga 5 to 6 na mga proposed measures ang pag-uusapan si Pangulong Duterte mamaya. Kabilang na dyan ang mga panukalang batas na nagsusulong sa pagpapatayo ng Department of OFW, ang Department of Disaster Resilience na pinag-usapan na rin sa SONA ni Pangulong Duterte noong 2018. Kabilang na rin ang mga susunod na tranches noong tax reform law at ang pagbabalik ng death penalty. Ruth?
Ina Andalong nag-uulat mula sa Batasang Pambansa. At tumalo naman sa isang forum ang ilang grupo kung saan tinalakay din ang kanilang inaasahan sa ika-4 na SONA ni Pangulong Duterte. Makibalita tayo sa aming correspondent na si Makoy Popioco. Makoy, anong nangyayari dyan ngayon?
Ruth, iba-ibang perspektibo ang ating narinig tungkol sa performance ni Pangulong Duterte sa unang 3 taon ng kanyang pamumuno. Sa isang forum dito sa Maynila, nagbahagi ng kanilang saloobin ang ilang personalidad tungkol sa mga nais silang talakayin ni Pangulong Duterte sa kanyang SONA mamaya. Ayon sa convener ng grupong kontradaya na si Professor Danilo Arao, inaasahan niyang muling aatakihin ni Pangulong Duterte ang mga sinasabi niyang kalaban ng gobyerno kagaya ng media at yung mga nasa oposisyon. Ang sabi ni Arao, kumukonti na ang mga kritiko na sumasalungat sa mga polisiya ng Pangulo. Paliwanag ni Arao, sa tingin niya takot ang dahilan kung bakit marami ang mas pinipiling manahimik kaysa magsalita laban sa Pangulo at kanyang administrasyon. Binanggit niyang dahilan ang mga nangyari sa ibang kritiko ng Pangulo tulad ni Senador Laila de Lima at Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno. Ang sabi pa ni Arao, maaring takot din ang dahilan kung bakit napakapopular ng Pangulo sa mga survey. Maaring takot magsalita ng masama o magbigay ng hindi magandang rating ang mga ordinaryong mamamayan dahil sa takot na pagbataan sa social media at maging sa personal. Autokrasiya raw ang klase ng pamumuno na ipinapatupad ng Pangulo. Ang sabi pa ni Arao, dapat hindi magpadala sa takot ang mga mamamayan. Kung may mga bumapatikos, meron din namang mga nagbigay ng magandang assessment sa Pangulo. Ayon kay dating LTFRB Chairman Bert Swansing, sa usapin ng transportasyon, naging challenging ang unang taon ng Pangulo. Pero mabilis raw ang naging aksyon ng administrasyong ito sa mga sumunod na taon ng kanyang pamumuno ayon kay Swansing. Umaasa siyang mas madadagdagan pa ang mga proyektong pang-infrastruktura sa ilalim ng Pangulo. Bukod sa pagiging isang private sector representative, kasalukuyan ding nagsisilbing consultant sa Department of Transportation si Swansing. Ruth.
Makoy Popioko nag-uulat mula sa Maynila. Balikan po natin ngayon ang panauhin natin dito sa studio si Hans D. Juliano ng Ateneo de Manila University Department of Political Science. Hans, gusto ko lang itanong sa iyo kasi the President midterm through his administration, mataas pa rin ang kanyang approval and trust ratings. We're seeing 85% based on Pulse Asia, SWS 80%. Natural ba na mataas pag ganito yung nasa midterm ang isang Pangulo?
Kung normally kung tapos lang ng midterm at mataas yung pagkapanalo ng kanyang slate at wala namang masyadong pagkakalat na ginawa ang isang Pangulo, hindi naman ito masyadong katakataka. Although, aminin natin, in previous administrations, especially pag sila ay nakaharap ng mga issue na sila ay naging hindi popular or nagalit ng tao sa kanila, malaki dapat yung slump nung satisfaction rating, net satisfaction rating for that matter, ng isang Pangulo. Hindi mo ito pwedeng sabihin sa Pangulong ito dahil bagaman nababawasan siya ng mga 10 plus points, relatively mataas pa rin siya kumpara sa mga nakaraang Pangulo, even compared to President Aquino. And aminin natin, maski sa mga kapwa ko guro at nag-aaral ng politika, hindi kami nagkakasundo dito kung bakit nga ba. May mga nagsasabing takot, may mga nagsasabing ito ay kawalan lang ng oposisyon. Pero siguro kailangan aminin din natin na hindi naman talaga fully consolidated ang opinion ng mga kababayan nating Pilipino. At maaaring may mga nagsasalita na mas vocal, na sila ay supportive sa presidente. Pero there's a larger section of the population who are not talking, and they're not talking also kind of feeds into that presumed na satisfaction. Kasi kung walang nagrereklamo, di ang presumed, okay nga lang. At kung konti lang nga nagrereklamo, at kung sila ay isolated pa, at minsan, aminin na nga natin, pag ang framing pa ng mga irereklamo mo sa pamahalang ito ay paulit-ulit, may tendency ng hindi makinig ang taong bayan. Kahit totoo, kahit na aminin natin, marami talagang problematikong polisiya, ang Pangulo at ang kanyang gobyerno, kung paulit-ulit lang ang naririnig, minsan ang tao din mismo ang napapagod.
Okay, so mamaya we'll hear more of the President's policy sa kanyang ika-4 na State of the Nation address sa Batasang Pambansa. Alas 4 po yan at mapapanood niya ng live dito sa CNN Philippines. Maraming salamat sa ating guest si Hans D. Juliano. At yan ang kabuuan ng espesyal na edisyon ng Balitaan ngayong Lunes, July 22, 2019. Ako si Ruth Cabal, manatiling nakatutok para sa aming pre-SONA coverage kasama ang aming Chief Correspondent na si Pia Ontiveros at Senior Anchor Correspondent Pinky Webb. Mamayang alas 2 ng hapon. Kayo'y nanonood ng special coverage ng CNN Philippines. Magandang tanghali.
Go Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Fresh from his party's success in the midterm elections, President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his 4th annual message to Congress and to the Filipino people with renewed confidence. Halfway through his term, the President will tell the people what progress has been made and what more needs to be done to move the country forward. Backed by a Congress dominated by his party and its allies, Mr. Duterte can push his legislative agenda with little opposition. As he begins his last 3 years in office, the President lays down the roadmap for his vision, his strategy to make it happen as he unveils the State of the Nation. It's a day filled with all the political pomp and circumstance of past annual addresses. Live from the Batasang Pambansa, welcome to a CNN Philippines special presentation. I'm Pia Ontiveros.
And I'm Pinky Webb. Stay with us for live, comprehensive, and in-depth coverage of SONA 2019.
It is the 4th Monday of July, the year 2019, at the appointed hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as prescribed by the 1987 Constitution. There will be a State of the Nation address. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte is delivering his 4th SONA, and that is because, contrary to speculation, things went well here at the House of Representatives earlier today with the election of a House Speaker and Majority Leader and so on down the line. We're going to get into those details in just a bit. Now, that happened over 3 hours from 10 in the morning until around past 1 this afternoon. Alan Cayetano was elected Speaker as suggested in early July by President Duterte in a meeting with Cayetano, Lord Alan Velasco, and Martin Romualdez of Leyte. Romualdez was elected majority leader. Now, there is a term sharing agreement, 15 months, the first 15 months of the 18th Congress, which begins today officially in a first regular session. Now, the first 15 months belong to Alan Cayetano, and the next 21 months belonging to Lord Alan Velasco. That was the suggestion by President Duterte. We all remember how there was some talk, even coming from Paulo Duterte, the president's son, that there could be some trouble this morning, but there was no trouble. Things went very, very smoothly, and that is perhaps, or maybe it is, because as Senator Bongo, newly elected Senator Bongo, who was President Duterte's longtime special assistant, had said that last night during a rehearsal that President Duterte had threatened that he would not come here to the Batasan Pambansa if the House of Representatives could not fix this issue of who would be the Speaker of the House. President, of course, referring to what happened last year. You all remember what happened last year. The SONA was delayed for over an hour. That chit-chat at the holding area, which should have lasted for a few minutes, dragged on for more than an hour. And that was because there was that chaos earlier in the day, and I'm referring to last year, SONA's 2018, where Gloria Arroyo unseated Pantaleon, Bebot Alvarez. It was a very messy scenario. But that was the reason why President Duterte's third SONA last year was delayed. And this time around, apparently, the president wasn't going to have any of it. And he threatened that he wouldn't be at the Batasan Pambansa today if there would be kung meron pang gulo, just as what happened last year. So as we were saying, as prescribed by the 1987 Constitution, and shortly before 4 in the afternoon, there is going to be a State of the Nation address. Behind me, of course, this is one of the entrances. Well, this is where most of the congressmen, most of the senators are going to be coming in. And this red carpet is where they're going to be walking in, the members of the newly elected 18th Congress. We say that this is the 18th Congress. We start the count from the very first Congress, of course, but the 8th Congress was the post-Marcos Congress, the first post-Marcos Congress that began from 1987 to 1992. So we're going to be seeing many of these congressmen walking in just a bit. But while we're waiting, we're going to just do a little bit of a review of what's going to happen. Like I said, 4 o'clock is the hour, the appointed hour, during which the President, the Chief Executive, delivers his State of the Nation address here at the Batasan Pambansa, the home of the House of Representatives. Now, shortly before that time, a helicopter would be landing on the helipad at the rear entrance of this building. And that is when, as we will see, as tradition and protocol dictate, the President is going to be welcomed by the Chief of Staff, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, that is General Benjamin Madrigal, and the Sergeants at Arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. General Madrigal, who, by the way, is retiring this September, will be escorting the President through, and as he reviews the Honor Guard. And at the end of this Honor Guard formation will be, we should also mention the Senate President. Tito Soto was re-elected Senate President, even if there was a bit of talk about whether some of the new senators still wanted him to be Senate President. But he was elected overwhelmingly earlier today at the Senate. And the Speaker of the House, as we said, Alan P. Cayetano. Of course, we all know Alan Cayetano was the President's running mate in the 2016 elections. He ran for Vice President. Didn't do very well, of course, and lost that election. Shortly after that, a year after that, he was appointed Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He gave up that position before running for Congress. He decided that he would go for Congress, and then he also decided that he wanted to try and get the speakership of the House. Now, of course, like we were saying earlier, there was that bit of a problem with the speakership, because it was supposed to be a three-way race. Martin Romualdez was interested, so was Lord Alan Velasco, the son of a former Justice of the Supreme Court, Presbytero Velasco, and of course Alan P. Cayetano. Alan Cayetano, of course, with the Nationalista Party, PDP Laban, Lord Alan Velasco. Martin Romualdez, like we said, is majority leader. Now, we're still waiting for people to come in here, but like I said, as we wait, of course, we're just going to do, again, let's go back to that little review. Now, when the president enters the rear entrance, the Batasang Pambansa, he's going to be met, like we said, by the Chief of Staff. Now, after that honor guard formation, like we said, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House meet him, and a whole army, if you will, of legislators, senators, and congressmen very eagerly waiting for the President. They're going to be wanting to talk to him, do a little chit-chat with him. He is, after all, in spite of this being halfway through his term, still a very, very popular President. Very good numbers in that latest Pulse Asia survey, if you remember. What is it, 85%? Very good numbers for a president who is, like we said, just halfway through his term. Now, from the rear entrance, he's going to be brought to a holding area. That holding room used to be the office of the Presidential Legislative Liaison. It is now a legislator's lounge. That is where that little chit-chat is supposed to happen. That's supposed to just, he's supposed to be there for just a few minutes, and then we're going to have the all the pomp and protocol, tradition that we see every State of the Nation address. The Senate of the President, the Speaker of the House, will be going first to the session hall to announce that the President is waiting to deliver his speech, his State of the Nation address, and that's when the President is going to be led out of the holding room and brought to the session hall. Now, of course, there's also been a lot of talk about what the president is going to say, but it can be, we can surmise that there's going to be a lot of talk still about drugs, crime, corruption. China, even, the president had said that he wants to educate his critics about how he has handled China and the West Philippine Sea issue, and Beijing. Very, very controversial in the last few months, given what happened in Recto Bank, where we had an elision incident, a Filipino fishing vessel figuring in an elision with a Chinese fishing vessel. That touched off a lot of nerves, and that brought the spotlight on the West Philippine Sea again. President at that time saying it was very important to keep things as diplomatic as possible. A lot of other issues that the president could be talking about. There's still terrorism, Sulu, Mindanao, martial law in Mindanao, Marawi, the economy, the budget, what's going to happen next in terms of build, and infrastructure. He says his administration has been saying that he wants to leave a very hard legacy, infrastructure, basically, for generations of Filipinos. Now, of course, the State of the Nation address is one of very few situations where you have a joint session of Congress. One is when when the Senate and the House of Representatives convene and sit together to canvass the votes in the presidential and vice presidential elections. But they're not sitting really as a joint session, but they are sitting as the National Board of Canvassers, or NBOC. We saw that here in 2016. We saw that here in 2010, 2004, and so on down the line. The other instance when you have a joint session of Congress is when, for example, back in July 2017, just a few days before the President SONA, we had the senators and the congressmen coming together to talk about an extension of martial law in Mindanao because of what had happened in Marawi earlier in the year. You remember what happened. It began in May. It lasted for like 5 months. The chaos that happened in the city of Marawi in Mindanao. Now, what we're seeing here, of course, people waiting for all the dignitaries to come in earlier when session was suspended here at the House of Representatives. Majority Leader Martin Romualdez reminding everyone, all the congressmen, the representatives, the members of the House of Representatives, to be here before 4 o'clock. As a matter of fact, he said, be in the session hall before 3 p.m. To make things as smooth as possible. Now, we're also waiting to see who else is coming in here through the north lounge entrance. But we're going to go back first to Pinky in the studio while we're waiting for a little bit of action here at the House of Representatives. Pinky?
All right. Pia, thanks a lot for that. And what can we expect from the President's State of the Nation address? This is, of course, 3 years or halfway into his administration. We have a number of guests here in the studio. Let's start with political analyst Dindo Manhit and Michael Yusinko from the Ateneo School of Government. We also have Pulse Asia. We're going to talk about that. Pia mentioned that a while ago, the 85% trust rating of President Rodrigo Duterte very recently. That was revealed by Pulse Asia. And of course, we have a former senator joining us now, right straight from his vacation. After the campaign, we have former Senator J.V. Ejercito also here. Gentlemen and lady, welcome to our special presentation. Thank you for your time.
Pleasure to be here.
Let's start with, well, I'm going to go to Anna first. Pia was mentioning about, the president's trust rating at 85%, but let's be clear on that. That 85%, Anna, is the same as his trust rating in March?
No, it's about 5 points higher.
5 points higher in March.
But it's not significantly different.
Because of the
error
plus and
margin.
minus, a marginal error. And very telling of that survey was that it happened weeks already after the Recto Bank incident. So tell us more about that, because it's still record high of a trust rating of President Rodrigo Duterte at 85%.
Yes, it would seem that the people are rating his performance on the basis of other issues and not necessarily the territorial sovereignty issue apparently does not have as large an impact. And yet we see in another part of the survey that we have about 9.1 or 9.2%. This is an open-ended question. They were asked what issues do they wish the president will cover in the SONA. The highest being pay of workers, getting 17-something%, so it's not even double. This is 9.2% saying they wish he would tackle the issue of sovereignty in the West Philippine Sea or our relations with China. That's a rather large figure considering it's an open-ended question. We didn't present them with options.
There were no options there. No. So the number one issue that they wanted to discuss was an increase in their pay.
Yes.
Salary hike.
Pay of workers. The second, prices.
They're reducing the prices of commodities.
Yes.
And I think the third one is job creation.
Yes. So all economic. The first three issues are economic.
Yeah.
The fourth issue is not criminality. The fourth issue is not graft and corruption. The fourth issue is the Recto Bank incident.
And so you have corruption, and it's not corruption and it's not criminality, and that lays the basis for, the platform of governance of President Rodrigo Duterte. Senator J.V. With us here. Sir, welcome, and good to see you again.
It's nice to see you again.
Dito ka na ngayon. You'll be with us.
It's probably a new career.
Instead of being inside the Senate. Sir, so far we're talking about that trust rating of the president, still an all-time high. Saan ba ito ma-attribute, Senator? Sa palagay niyo ho, now that you're not in the Senate?
Well, probably the people can really relate with him. No? He speaks the language. Although unorthodox or he's just different. But naiintindihan siya. People really can relate and can understand him. So every time he speaks, more often than not, extemporaneously, he speaks of the daily struggles of the ordinary Juan de la Cruz. So probably that's one of the reasons that he has maintained that high approval rating. We're already in the halfway through the term, and this theory still remains very, very popular.
And again, as mentioned a while ago to Dindo and Michael, imagine this. What's a little puzzling is that the issues that the people wanted to hear, at least from the Pulse Asia survey and Senator J.V., yun nga, increase in pay, salary hike. The second was reduce the prices of basic commodities. And the third was job creation. And then the fourth, according to Anna, was not even criminality, not even drugs. And yet that is where, that's the foothold, that's the foundation of this government's, President Duterte's governance. What do you make of that? Dindo, we'll start with you.
Yep. For me, those issues are consistent after to what Pulse Asia has been tracking. I think it falls under what they call urgent national concern. And these economic issues, basic the cost of living, work, salary, it helps the public address basic needs. Is it healthcare? Is it education? Is it food? These are what you call gut issues. What's really surprising is the rise of the issue of South China Sea. Maybe it's related to that incident. So at that moment, it was captured by the survey. But we have to take note really that it's a challenge to our government to address this economic issue that here they are. Maybe that's why criminality is down, because they've been seen as performing well there. I remember coming across a data by Pulse Asia. I think fighting criminality was quite high in their March survey. So maybe people know government is doing something about it.
They're on top of it.
Yes, but not on this issue. Or maybe they want government to focus on this more, given that you have the last 3 years. Where will government invest? How will government create this environment for jobs to be created, for lives to be improved? They're not even asking government maybe for subsidy, but simply creating that environment.
Right.
So they can have their own livelihood and jobs that can uplift their lives.
Right. Michael, what about you?
So, Pinky, you actually raised a very good point, no? The ironies of ironies, because if you remember, the president actually left economic matters to his economic managers and decided by himself to focus on criminality and corruption. The irony there is the people are actually giving him credit for the economic gains. So the irony there that I'm pointing out is that the people may have credited him for something that he has nothing to do with.
He wasn't on top of.
He wasn't on top of. And the fact that the criminality and corruption is still a problem, they don't see that he hasn't actually made any headway in that department.
Well, I would think, Pinky, because in most of the president's speeches or talks, he will really inject two things: corruption and criminality. And he has been very consistent with that. And probably that's one of the reasons that people view it as the government is being on top of the situation, because the president has been consistently speaking about criminality and corruption.
That's one way to look at it, Anna, right?
Yeah, actually, we have another part of the survey where we asked them to give marks, give the president marks. We did it for previous presidents, also midterm. He gets the highest score in fighting criminality, and he also gets a high score in the graft and corruption issue, because we do see some lower-ranking officials removed from office because of allegations of graft and corruption.
A whiff of corruption. Let's not forget that the president always says that. All right, we'll go back first. We'll go to the Batasan Pambansa, Pia Ontiveros. Is there, Pia? Go ahead.
Pinky, Senator Joel Villanueva is joining us in a few seconds. In 5 seconds, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, Senator Joel. Thank you very much for joining us. We're live already. Okay. Sige, let's talk first about what you want to hear from the president today.
Well, we wanted to hear more of his programs in alleviating poverty. We wanted to hear more about his stronger support with our labor sector, especially yung mobility of our laborers, yung productivity nila. And at the same time, syempre, yung gusto natin.
You're referring to ENDO? Or
definitely.
What do you mean?
Well, we have been espousing that particular measure, no, and we are just awaiting for the president's signature, and we are hoping that he'll be able to mention it today. And if not, we're hoping that in the next couple of days he will sign the measure that we pass in both Congress.
But how do you
ending of ENDO measure?
How do senators view the way business looks at ENDO?
Well, it's definitely pro-business, no? Because we wanted also to make sure that business will continue to flourish and grow. If you would recall, we had a long discussion about the importance of having job contracting, the legal job contracting, and go away with the labor-only contracting, because the labor-only contracting, you merely supply workers. Yung endo, dyan pumapasok. Yung 555, dyan pumapasok. Yung pag-skirt ng mga business opportunists, dun pumapasok, no, sa labor-only contracting. But in job contracting, you wanted to make sure that these are legal job contracting firms, no fly-by-nights. They have the capital, and in case magsara sila, they're ready to pay out yung ating mga laborers. And at the same time, yung pinaka maganda rito is that ang gagawin nilang mga programa ay hindi ito directly related doon sa isang dapat regular ka sa isang kumpanya. For example, if you're a bank, you don't contract out your tellers, di ba? But for security guards, for janitorial services, siguro naman pwede yun dahil you don't expect the bank to buy firearms or train their security guards how to use their guns, etc.
Senator, when we talk about drugs, crime, corruption, foreign policy, China, the West Philippine Sea, the United States, ang dami. Ano ba yung gusto mong marinig sa kanya ngayon?
Well, I have to say that there are hits and misses, but just the same, I would say na pasado naman yung, we look at our economic growth, the 5.1% unemployment rate from 5.5. But yun nga, yung mga sinabi mo, I think we need to do something. We need to do more, a stronger, unequivocal stance doon sa what is rightfully ours. Siguro stronger message na we're going to fight for this, and we're not letting this go. Kasi nagkakaroon ng mga mixed signals, especially not only from the president, no, but also his spokespersons, from people from Malacanang.
But the president said he will educate people about his stance on the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea.
Well, perhaps it's about it's a good time right now to perhaps open his heart if he thinks that some people or even some members of Congress are still kind of confused or kasi, for example, what happened dun sa ramming of fisher folks natin, di ba? Ang dami, I myself was confused with different views and even statements coming from the officials, from the palace, from DFA, from the Department of Agriculture, etc. So it's about time siguro. Let's listen to him and let's find out ano ba yung nasa puso niya na he thinks baka nako-confuse tayo.
Senator Joel Villanueva, thank you very much for speaking to us. Now we hope to see you later after the President's SONA. Maraming salamat. Senator Joel Villanueva there speaking to us. Of course, you know, I wasn't able to mention this, and that's because I don't have a good vantage point, Pinky, of the outside. No, behind me is the entrance. And as you can see, and I'm sure you saw it earlier, the video from outside, there's a heavy downpour here, the Batasang Pambansa. It's not too clear if the President is going to be able to come here via chopper, but that has always been the case in the last, 2 decades. He or she always arrives by chopper. But Ina Andalong is sitting here a few feet away from me, and we were talking precisely about that, whether the President can be flying in. We're not too sure. We're not aviation experts either. But I'm sure the Presidential Security Group, PSG, is going to be considering considering so many things apart from safety and how safe it is to come by chopper in a downpour like this. But Ina, you know, earlier kasi, and we kept talking about this, palaging darating yung presidente via chopper, no?
Yes.
And then now we have this downpour. Of course, there's always a backup plan, but of course that backup plan will impact, or there will be an impact on the backup plan because of the protests, no? So
exactly.
What kind of scenario are you looking at?
Usually the backup plan is for them obviously to travel via land, but as we saw outside, us coming here, there were a lot of protests, so that's another security threat for the Presidential Security Group for sure. Now, in my experience in the past, during heavy downpours, what the President's team does is really just put on hold, delay his travel time by hours, if that's what they see as the safest time to do what.
Kanina pa ako nagsasabing appointed hour of 4 in the afternoon.
But that's a different, it's a different case today. So it's quite a unique situation for us to see how the PSG will adapt to this heavy downpour. But then, we still have about an hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
So hopefully, I'm sure the PSG, they're praying that the downpour would become light.
Kausapin natin ang pag-asa. Let's ask that the clouds clear up, the skies clear up maybe, perhaps. Or maybe, ano bang pwede? Pwede ba siyang ano yung tawag na yun? Nakalimutan ko. When you...
Cloud seed? No, that's
hindi cloud seed. When you not fly in Oh my goodness. Halatang hindi ko ginagawa kasi you're on a line. Oh my Lord. I'm sure the netizens want zip line. Ayun. I'm sure the netizens are thinking, my
Nako,
God,
baka the PSG might not recommend that for sure.
Mahirap na, no? Zip line from Malacanang or wherever the president
Yes, he's
is.
coming
all the way
from
until
Bahay
here.
Pagbabago.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
there.
Which used to be Bahay Pangarap, hindi ba?
Yes, which used to be Bahay Pangarap. He changed it to Bahay Pagbabago. Now he's there preparing. He's there with his longtime partner, Hanilet Avencena, as well as his daughter, Veronica. We were told that the two will be accompanying the president when he flies here later today.
And his adult children, no? Sarah, Paolo, Baste.
Yes. Mayor Sara earlier said she won't be able to make it. She's on medical leave. We also learned from her camp that her mother, Elizabeth Zimmerman, won't be able to make it as well. Now, Congressman Paolo Duterte, we do expect him here. As for Baste, Sebastian Duterte, we were told that he will not be arriving as well because he's now the OIC mayor of Davao City and he has many things to attend to there.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, oh my goodness, that's Sara Duterte. That's file video, of course. I think that was the celebration of Hugpong ng Pagbabago after the May 13 elections. But we're going to, Ina, thank you very much for being here. And we're going to get more of Ina Andolong's report in just a bit. Let's go back first to studios.
All right, Ina, thanks a lot. And Pia, also to Senator Joel Villanueva. Of course, he was at the Senate earlier this morning. The first order of business for lawmakers this morning was to elect their leadership. Tito Soto was re-elected Senate President at the opening of the 18th Congress. Our Joyce Ilas joins us live from Pasay City. Joyce, what else happened this morning?
Pinky, majority of senators voted to re-elect Senator Tito Soto as Senate President for the 18th Congress. No one stood against Soto. However, Senators Frank Drilon, Kiko Pangilinan, and Risa Ontiveros abstained from voting. The three, together with detained Senator Laila de Lima, comprised the Senate's minority bloc. Senator Manny Pacquiao also skipped today's session because he still needed time to recover from his fight in Las Vegas yesterday. Senator Mig Zubiri said Soto's productive performance in the last Congress made him deserving to once again lead the Senate.
I believe he is the best man for the job. He is a great mentor, generous with his wealth of knowledge and experience. He is a man of great intellect, but also a man of great humor, knowing just how to break tension during heated debates, also form camaraderie and keep a productive atmosphere on the floor.
In his speech, Soto said or reminded senators that Senate investigation should not lead to resource persons having high blood pressure. He said senators must treat resource persons with respect. But Soto also warned that resource persons who lie to their faces will be detained in the Senate or even at the National Bilibid prison. Meanwhile, in an interview with CNN Philippines, Soto promised that the 18th Congress Senate will be cooperative with the Duterte administration but still independent.
It turns out na talagang lagi, once you are elected nationwide, you tend to be independent-minded because your constituency is larger. And therefore, we can be sure that even the President's men who are now with us will be very independent-minded also.
So aside from Soto, Senator Ralph Recto was also re-elected as Senate President pro tempore. Senator Mig Zubiri as Senate Majority Leader and also Chairman of the Senate Committee on Rules, and Senate Frank Drilon as a Senate Minority Leader. Pinky.
So, Joyce, there was really no surprise there. They're keeping their old positions from the 17th Congress. What about the status of committee chairmanships?
Pinky, Senate President Tito Soto said that committee chairmanships have already been 100% filled and that all senators are expected to lead a major committee. But we will still have to wait until tomorrow and until Wednesday before the Senate would formalize the committee chairmanships in the plenary. Pinky.
All right, thanks a lot, Joyce, Ilas. Let's go back to the Batasan Pambansa. Pia is there with Cabinet Secretary Carla Nograles.
Secretary Nograles, thank you very much for joining us. Before anything else, before I ask you about what we're going to expect at the President SONA, where is he right now and how is he going to come here to the Batasan?
Actually, don't know. If it's not raining, he usually comes by chopper. So it's not for me to say if he'll be cleared to fly via chopper. Otherwise, he'll probably take a land trip.
Naku po. But that's going through those protesters, the line of protesters, the traffic that's built up.
I'm sure the PMS knows what to do and the PSG as well. So we'll leave it to their discretion.
Check your phone lately. Baka may advice
Later. I'll check it later.
We can wait for a few seconds.
Sandali.
Wala bang Okay, don't worry. I'm not reading all your messages.
It's okay. This is not of
wala naman,
national interest. No, wala pa. No
okay,
advice
yes,
yet.
Yes. I'm looking at your message. No advice yet on how the president is coming here. But anyway, Secretary Nograles, let's talk about, you made an announcement, or there was a press release, you were saying that the president is going to be focusing in the last 3 years on anti-hunger programs?
Yes, we are developing a Goodbye Gutom program. This is our expanded program against hunger and poverty in the Philippines. So we already have a Philippine anti-hunger program which involves Department of Agrarian Reform and DSWD, and we want to expand it to include DepEd, DILG, Department of Health, and the Department of Agriculture. So basically what we want to do is we want to continue supporting our feeding programs under the DSWD, the DepEd, including in schools, and including the Department of Health, kasi we want the Department of Health to also focus on the first 1,000 days of life. It's a bill that was recently enacted into law and passed by the President. So we want to see a program also that will take care of the mothers from their maternal health up to the time they give birth until the infant is 1,000 days old. After that, DSWD should take over through their feeding program sa pamamagitan ng kanilang mga daycare centers. Then when the child reaches school age, kinder to grade 12, papasok yung Department of Education for their school feeding program. But more than that, what we want to do is to be able to source directly from our farmers. And when I'm talking about the farmers, I mean the agrarian reform beneficiaries who are organized into groups that would be directly supplying their produce to our feeding programs.
I see. Okay, well, that was a mouthful. Okay, let's take it piece by piece. So you're talking about the first 1,000 days of a child's life. So that's until he's about 3 years old and above, right? So parang toddler years. No?
Yes.
And then
where stunting, malnutrition, undernourishment really happens, and this is the crucial years of life of the child. So this is really something that we want to focus on if we want to bring down the levels of undernourishment, malnutrition, and stunting in the Philippines.
Right, because medyo mataas yung malnourished and undernourished numbers when they get to the public school level, yung mga grade 1, grade 2. Talagang makikita mo, you go to any classroom, yun talaga ang problema. So you're saying that the Duterte administration will take this very seriously and implement a program all over the Philippines, all schools.
We hope to be able to start the pilot this year, or if not next year, then expand it to several regions, and then before the President ends his term, we hope to be able to institutionalize it also as a program, as an expanded program that will handle these are not only our sustainable development goals, our commitment to the SDGs, but it's also part of our PDP, our Philippine Development Program, and it's also part of our targets to eradicate hunger and to bring down the level of poverty. And rural poverty is key here, which is why we love this program, because it will take care of our farmers. And that's where we hope to be able to eradicate poverty as well in the rural areas.
When you talk about sourcing directly from the farmer, so wala nang middleman.
Wala nang middleman. And, well, you also have to remember, because of the rice tariffication law that was recently passed, NFA can no longer supply rice. Wala nang retail yung rice ng NFA. So this comes in very neatly because we will now be sourcing directly to the farmers, from the farmers.
Correct. And this, like you said, no, this is called Goodbye Gutom. This is not just a nice sounding program because, medyo nakakaumay na yung gano'n, no? Ganda-ganda ng pangalan. Tapos after a while, it just fades away.
No,
this is seriously.
Yeah, because it's part of our commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals, eradicate hunger by 2030. We know the President's term is only up to 2022, but at least we'll get the program running para the next administration can just, build on our gains, build on what we've started.
All right. Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles. Maraming salamat. Hope to see you later after the President's SONA. Let's go first to a break. This is Pia Ontiveros. I'm here at the Batasan Pambansa. We are awaiting the arrival of President Duterte. But how that's going to happen, we're not sure yet.
Welcome back. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. Our live, comprehensive, and in-depth coverage of the President's State of the Nation address, which should happen at 4 in the afternoon. Some senators and congressmen have made their way to inside the Batasan Pambansa complex. However, outside, the weather doesn't seem to be cooperating. There is a heavy downpour as we speak, and our David Santos is there monitoring the developments outside the Batasan Pambansa. David, what's happening there?
Well, Pinky, before the rains came, the PNP had estimated that about 5,000 people had gathered here at the IBP Road. This is a gathering supposedly to show support to President Duterte as he makes his way to the Batasan Pambansa to deliver his State of the Nation address. Now, that was an initial estimate of 5,000 people at around 1 in the afternoon. This area, from where I'm standing now with the makeshift stage behind me, this was filled with people. In fact, the crowd had to spill over to the other lane of the IBP Road because a lot of people were trying to catch a glimpse of the performances. Earlier, we saw a number of entertainers, local artists singing novelty songs, the rock band also playing some known music. Now, but around 2 o'clock, as the weather forecasters had predicted, this area of Quezon City, IBP Road, as well as the Commonwealth Avenue, it experienced heavy rains, apparently because of a localized thunder. So this is something weather forecasters had predicted days before. Now, initially, it was a relief for the crowd here, considering at around noontime, the heat index was ranging from 31 to 39 degrees Celsius, extremely hot. But then again, when the rains came, initially it was just a slight downpour, and then the conditions here became cooler, so it was ideal for the crowd. But when the rains turned heavy, that's a time when we saw a lot of people from this venue. Apparently, this bad weather had turned them away, and many of those who were here, the crowd that had gathered here, had left. Although some were saying that they were just seeking shelter from nearby stores and establishments. We saw some even seeking shelter inside portalets. But we are not even sure if they are still coming back, considering this kind of weather we have now. The program that was ongoing here had to stop because I understand because of the strong downpour and the strong winds. It affected somehow the use of the equipment in the makeshift stage. Pinky?
All right, David Santos reporting to us live from Quezon City. We're going to go back to the Batasan Pambansa. Pia Ontiveros is there together with the spiritual advisor of President Rodrigo Duterte, Pastor Apollo Quiboloy.
Thanks, Pinky. Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, ang pagpapakilala po sa inyo spiritual advisor. When I asked you a while ago, papakilala po kayo as a spiritual advisor, sabi niyo medyo. So,
well, we talk about spiritual issues sometimes when he visits me, like the last visit that he had last Tuesday.
Last Tuesday, he had some very interesting words for Iceland and the UN Human Rights Council resolution, and well, its impact on the Philippines and what the Philippine government would do about that. Did you talk about that with him bago po kayo nag-umpisa sa inyong programa?
Doon lang sa programa na brought up yon kasi yung ang tinatanong ko kung bakit sa lahat ng bansa ang Iceland ang nagkaroon ng interest para sa mga human rights sinasabi ng violation sa Pilipinas. So yun nga ang naging statement ng Presidente. Narinig natin doon sa programa ko na kung ano yung sinabi niya about that. Sabi niya they can come and tingnan nila kung ano nangyayari dito.
Pastor, do you agree with his views on human rights and a UN Human Rights Council investigation of the human rights situation here in the Philippines?
I am fully supporting the President. Kung ano yung stand niya, yun din ang nagiging stand ko. At alam ko na yung ginagawa niya, wala naman siyang malisya sa paggawa ng kung ano man. He does not really want to violate human rights. Ang kanyang war on drugs is a war on crime. So yun ang sa kanya. At ngayon, kung ginagawang issue yun, kung ano ang stand ng Presidente, yun din ang sa akin. Kasi alam ko na sincero siya sa kanyang ginagawa bilang Pangulo natin.
Pastor, this interview you had with the President was last Tuesday. I understand this is going to be a regular thing that he will be going on your program every week, correct?
Yes. When I'm available and he's available, we plan to do it every week, every Friday.
Every Friday evening, of course.
Every Friday evening.
Mga anong oras po? Late in the evening or mahating gabi na po?
Well, ang schedule ko sa kanya is like 7 or 8 in the evening. But sometimes because he's so busy, he comes like 9 o'clock or sometimes 10 o'clock.
Between the last Tuesday's interview with him on your radio program, on your TV program, and today's sa SONA, or even before that program, sir, nag-usap na po ba kayo ni Presidente kung ano yung sasabihin niya sa SONA? Did you give him advice as to what to say in today's SONA?
Actually, hindi ko natanong sa kanya kung ano yung magiging agenda niya sa SONA. Hindi namin napag-usapan yon. So, kung ano yung sa programa ko, freewheeling siya doon kung ano yung gusto niya sabihin. But yung mga agenda niya o sasabihin sa SONA, we did not talk about it.
As his spiritual advisor, I'm sure he confides in you. So can you tell us, I mean, without telling us what it is he tells you, are there things he tells you that he tells no one else that the country doesn't know? Kayong dalawa lang may alam.
Well, yung sinasabi niya na doon sa programa ko actually nasabi niya. Sabi niya, si Pastor Ram niya yan, I am a deeply religious person. So yung persona niya sa labas, makikita natin na parang iba siya. Pero deeply, kung alam mo si President Duterte, like I know him personally, is a deeply religious person. May takot siya sa Diyos, may takot siya sa karma.
Deeply religious, deeply spiritual.
Spiritual, like that, yeah.
Pastor Apollo Quiboloy of the Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Sir, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon here in CNN Philippines. We're going to go first to a break. The rains have eased a little bit outside. Looks like the skies have cleared just a bit. We're also, a little downpour outside. But we're going to see what happens next. The President
Well, we're just about an hour away from President Rodrigo Duterte's fourth State of the Nation address. Mr. Duterte will be presenting a report about his administration's accomplishments and policies, and he'll probably also discuss a number of issues and plans for the remainder of his term. But the question is, we wonder if we will still stick to the 4 p.m. schedule. As reported a while ago by our David Santos, there's been inclement weather. It's been sunny and then it poured, but now it seems to be a little bit better. But that, according to David, was already predicted by Pag-asa a couple of days before. No typhoon, for the information of our viewers, is just really localized thunderstorms. But we'll continue to get more information on that as we progress on the show and find out indeed what time the president will be coming. As expected, he should arrive through a chopper. We still have our guests here in the studio. We have Dindo, Michael, Anna, and Senator J.V. Ejercito. Just very quickly, I wanted to ask all of you, J.V., Senator, what are the 3 things possibly na gusto mong marinig kay Presidente ngayong SONA niya?
Anyway, he has already laid down the work in the past 3 years. I advocate infrastructure development, and build is one of his centerpiece programs. I will want him to probably elaborate more.
Like what? Ano dun sa build?
Of course, the PNR North, PNR South, the major infrastructure projects, Mindanao Railway especially. I am hoping that he will really emphasize that the administration will really prioritize this one. And for us in Metro Manila, for us to be able to have a relief of the problem in EDSA, I'm hoping that he would also mention that the NLEX, SLEX is very vital, no? I hope that they can work, if they can work 24 hours with it, with that project. I think that would greatly relieve Metro Manila of its traffic. And that will be a great accomplishment for the administration. So that's for the infrastructure. And second, for the social services, well, I'm quite biased because last year he mentioned about the universal healthcare program that he wants passed. That now that we have passed it, I'm quite proud that it happened during my chairmanship.
Yeah, you were the chairman of the Committee on Health.
I'm hoping that he will also mention that they will really implement it because I think this will be a lasting legacy to the Filipino people. That I know that this will be a game changer. In fact, in the healthcare system of the country, if implemented very well.
Yeah, I think that's it. If implemented very well. Right now, they're into the implementing rules and regulations, which they should finish sometime in September. And that's really important to see because that's the fine print of the universal healthcare law. It is passed. However, ano yung laman ng universal healthcare, yun ang importante. At syempre, yung pera na magpopondo dun sa universal healthcare law. Anna, what about you? What do you want to hear?
Okay, this is personal.
It's not what the people want to hear. Yeah.
Okay. I trust that his economic managers will continue to work on his on these issues, the first 3 issues that the people mentioned. I trust that they will also, all of them will, of course, push through with the infrastructure program, build. As head of state, I would like him to comment on the way to go forward with this territorial sovereignty issue. He is the head of state. There's no one else who can speak for him on that matter, who will take the cudgels for him. And considering that we have experts, maritime law experts, international law experts, saying there are many ways to address this issue short of having a war.
Saying we'll go to war? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to see whether any of this has had any impact on him.
Okay.
And I put it on his shoulders because he is head of state.
Remember what the president said, that he will give some sort of a lecture on this. Before we go to Michael and Dindo, we're going to have to go first to the Batasang Pambansa. Again, Pia is there with presidential spokesperson Salvador Panelo.
The State of the Nation address was described years ago by a newspaper called Miss John Mary as political theater. It is performance and projection, but it's also, of course, setting direction and vision. It is the president telling us, his audience here in the Batasan and outside the Batasan, exactly where he wants to take the country. It is the wind in the nation's sails. It is setting really the direction. And of course, it is one big political and social and to a certain extent a fashion event. The State of the Nation address. This SONA of the President, the fourth SONA of President Duterte, is going to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. It is the guest list, of course, is a who's who in Philippine politics. Lawmakers are here, senators, congressmen. You've seen a parade of them. Former presidents are expected, with the exception, of course, of, we're told, of former President Noynoy Aquino. Vice President Leni Robredo is expected to be here. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Lucas Bersamin, expected to be here. The members of the Diplomatic Corps, as this is a state event, a state function, led by the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, with special focus, I suppose, on the ambassadors of the United States and China. The U.S. Ambassador, of course, Sung Kim, he's on his way out in a few months. And, of course, Zhao Zhenhua because of China. And, of course, the President's official family, members of his cabinet. Earlier, we spoke to Carlo Nograles, and now we're speaking to his spokesman, Salvador Sal Panelo. Secretary Panelo, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. Before we talk about the President's SONA and where he is, talk to us first about your outfit today. What is on it?
There's nothing, what? Nothing, whatever you want to. It's an ordinary coat.
An ordinary coat, but with very interesting designs. Maybe we can have the cameraman focus on it. Describe to us, sir, what is it? Who made it for you? Why did you want it this way?
No, it's not that I want it. It's the tailor who made it.
Ah, okay.
I think he has an artist who painted it or drew it.
Okay. And then dahil alam niya malakas ang loob niyo sa fashion, sabi niya kayang-kaya ni Sal Panelo na dalhin to.
Hindi ba maganda?
I like it.
Palagay ko yung tinatanong nilang hood kasi weather, umuulan, kaya naglagay.
Yeah. Okay. What's that, da? Bikoy.
Weather, rainy season, kaya merong ano.
Kaya may hood. Bikoy, okay. Anyway, well, Secretary Panelo, right now, of course, it's what time is it? It's 3 o'clock, an hour to go before the appointed hour, 4 in the afternoon for the fourth Monday of July. We expect the President to be delivering his SONA, to be addressing Congress at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It doesn't look like there's going to be any delay, right? In spite of the rain earlier.
No, he will be coming on time. 4 o'clock, he'll be here.
Okay, so the sky's cleared up for him.
I think so. It's clearing now.
Yeah, all right. So that's 4 o'clock this afternoon. Tell us a little bit more about what to expect. Yes, last night you had a rehearsal with the President, and according to Bongo, the President had threatened na kapag hindi inayos ng House of Representatives yung gusot nila dyan sa Speaker, hindi ako pupunta. Can you confirm?
No, ang ibig sabihin, sinabi lang ni Presidente, kailangan may speaker na pagdating niya, hindi yung kagaya nun na nagkakagulo pa sila. Otherwise, matutulog na lang siya. Oo nga naman, ba't pa siya pupunta kung hindi pa kayo ayaw? Yun lang naman ang ibig sabihin niya.
Oo, kasi last year nangyari, pinaghintay siya in so many ways.
Yes.
Unnecessary because SONA niya to focus.
Pero mukha namang okay kasi the fact alone that all the rivals of Alan Cayetano nominated him, including even the Duterte coalition who was against him. So, ibig sabihin, okay.
Yeah, okay. So, we can say everyone fell in line. Lahat sumunod kay President.
Not necessarily. Let me clear this. The President, he wanted to interfere. In fact, he avoided it 100%. But the three rivals sought his help. They wanted him to intervene to help them. So what he did was to suggest a formula. But that suggestion of formula that does not mean interference. It means, that's my suggestion to you, it's for you to decide whom you will choose. After all, they have their own independence. And to my mind, they did what they wanted to do, and that is for all of them to choose one candidate, and that's Alan. That's why he became the speaker. There was unanimity.
Hindi yung dalawa yung naging kandidato ng administration sa Speaker, which would have been chaotic na. But anyway, my last question po, sir, is, and very briefly, tell us in 3 words, can you give us 3 clues in 3 words as to what the President will say today in his SONA?
No, he will be repeating the promises that he has made and how he has succeeded in this and how he would still pursue criminality, war on drugs, economy, the status of the economy, rebellion. He will touch on the West Philippine Sea. He will touch on the legislative agenda, what laws he would urge Congress to pass. All of this. It will be a very expanded speech, touching on almost every issue that the Filipino people are very interested in.
Expanded but to the point, sir.
Oh, yes, he's like that. Always precise, simple, but profound.
All right, Secretary Sal Panelo, salamat po, sir, for joining us this afternoon. That is Secretary Sal Panelo. We're going to be speaking now to Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, who is joining us now. Sir, thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Tell us first what you expect or hope to hear for President Duterte in his SONA this afternoon.
Well, the first half of the president was characterized by the war on drugs, and the second half, I would like to hear about the war on poverty. Even though we are succeeding in lowering down the number of families who are in the poverty level, we still have about 4 million families who are still living in poverty. And that's what I want to hear in the next 3 years. How do we continue to fight the war on poverty?
What else would you like to hear, sir, apart from what they expect to do on poverty? In terms of terrorism, drugs, crime, corruption, terrorism, Sulu, Marawi, Mindanao?
Well, I think in terms of the day-to-day experiences of our constituents, one of the most problematic would be traffic. I think everyone is now experiencing heavy traffic, and it's going to get worse as the metropolitan area is growing. JICA estimated about 3.5 billion pesos lost in revenue because of this traffic. This is one of the things that we need to address really fast, because it's very difficult to attract foreign investors, very difficult to attract businesses to set up if traffic is horrendous in our country.
So you're talking about more emphasis, more focus on build, for example.
Correct. Fast track the infrastructure projects, make sure that public transportation is also fast tracked. All the connectivities should also be fast tracked. For example, the Skyway 3, the connector roads, all of this should be fast tracked, and make sure that it's all linked and it's all master planned.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, sir, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Hope to see you later after the SONA for your thoughts on the President's speech. Maraming salamat po. That was Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. We're going to go over now to Congressman Lord Alan Velasco. Is it all right? Can you follow me? Can you do a tracking shot? Yeah, okay, wait. There's Lord Alan Velasco here to my left and Senator Mig Zubiri to my right. Okay, we're going to speak first to Mig Zubiri while we're waiting for Lord Alan Velasco to join us. Nako, pinagagalitan nako at sabi daw, kailangan ngayon na. Wait. Okay. Can I stand here in the middle, Migs? Do you mind stay here to my right? And I'm going to pull Lord Alan Velasco. Hi, Congressman Lord Alan Velasco. So sorry to have to do this to you. All right. Congressman Lord Alan Velasco, kayo pala dapat yung naging speaker kanina. Ano nangyari? No, don't answer that question. Okay, naayos siya. Kailan siya naayos?
I guess 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago. Usually kasi the president already gave a suggestion. We went to him, we asked for his advice, and his advice was for a term sharing agreement. So usually
agree to that.
Yeah.
Yung 1521 sa kanya.
Yeah.
Why 1521?
He was looking at, I know, baka joke lang ni Pangulo, it's like a Magellan formula. We were discovered back in 1521, so that's the formula he was looking at. So,
but why, kayong tatlo, meaning ikaw, si Alan Cayetano, and si Martin Romualdez, you felt the need to go to the president because you couldn't agree on among
the House, kasi during that time, talagang we were in chaos. So, last thing I want is a House that's divided. So we just want to unify the House. We went up to the president to ask for his advice, and that was his advice. Usually when the president says something, we usually put a lot of weight on that. So.
And earlier today in his speech, Speaker Alan Cayetano specifically mentioned the first 15 months. Yes. So it is a recognition of the agreement that you came up.
Made me smile.
And that's why nakangiti kayo ngayon.
Yes.
Very briefly now, what do you want to hear from the president?
Come again? What
do you want to hear from the president?
Just a continuation of all his policies. Whatever he's doing right now for the country, we're very happy with it. For Congress, I think we just have to pass all the laws which would help and make it easier for him to push for his agenda.
Right. Thank you very much, Congressman Lord Alan Velasco. Maraming salamat. Thank you. All right. And to my right is Senator Mig Zubiri. Senator Mig, sorry to keep you waiting. Really? It's okay. Oh, sige. Okay, can you tell us, Senator Miggs, what is it you want to hear from President Duterte this afternoon?
Well, he'll probably give a bit of a report card of what he's done the last year. And since he gave his State of the Nation address in the last Congress, he'll probably also lay out his programs, especially legislative programs for the next 3 years. And that's what we're going to wait. We'll wait for his priority measures. At least in the Senate, it's not as exciting as the House of Representatives in terms of leadership. We were able
Parang ang hindi naging exciting kanina eh. Parang maayos ka agad.
Sa amin, medyo boring and we were able to resolve this problem about 2 months ago. So we're just awaiting the President's direction with the legislative agenda that he wants to hear. Definitely, we'll try to pass the budget earlier this time. We won't...
Try? Bakit merong try?
Well, you know, I can never short guess what my 23 other colleagues are thinking, but definitely we'll try to come up with a budget approval before December. Definitely before December.
What committees are you chairing, Senator?
No, I'm the majority floor leader.
Majority leader.
Yeah, I'm still the majority. So Committee of Rules, I'm the pambansang MMDA of the Senado. Ako yung utusan nila. It's a lot of work because no, it's not a lot of work because they're the ones who are telling me, "Oy, Migs, pasa natin to. Migs, tulak natin to. Migs, i-prioritize natin ito." So that's my job.
Right. As Majority Leader, Rules Committee, ikaw yung pagpreno. Teka muna, sandali lang. Pagbigyan na muna natin to. Red, yellow, green.
And I have to talk to everybody on both divides. So majority, minority, thank God. Maganda naman po yung aming working arrangements with Senator Frank Drilon, who's our elected minority floor leader. And it's a joy working with them, with the minority, my fellow colleagues. We're looking forward to even surpassing the record of the 17th Congress because we passed over 500 laws this last 17th Congress. We're going to try to pass even more this year.
How would you, Senator Miggs, you've been a politician and a legislator for a very, very long time. What, 2 decades na ba, no?
I still look young.
Yes, of course, you still look young. Let me say that again. You still look young. Okay, but, you know, given that range of experience, those years of experience, decades of experience, no, how would you describe now the administration? You have a president, extremely popular, the Pulsation survey shows it, no? Halfway through his term and entering the last 3 years, he has a Senate and a House that is controlled by his party mates and his allies. What kind of a country, what kind of politics are we looking at in the last?
I was being interviewed by another TV station earlier, and I said, it's unprecedented. In my almost 20 years in public service, I have not seen a president entering the second part of his term, a 4th year, this high in ratings. 85% approval ratings, 3% single-digit negative ratings. So I have not seen those kinds of numbers. He must be doing a lot of things right. And the people are appreciating it, or else we wouldn't be seeing these numbers. Definitely, we in the Senate and the House have helped him in terms of his free Tertiary Education Act. He pushed for a free college education. We now have free grade school, high school, and college is now free in this country. We now have a PhilHealth program where every Filipino, bar none, is covered. Everybody's insured. That means they should be getting service from all hospitals, whether private or public. We also have free irrigation for the farmers, unheard of for several decades. Now they get their water for free. So definitely we have a very popular president. That's why what's important now, really, is that we are able to sustain this. We're able to sustain this and make it inclusive. What the president wants to do is bring down single-digit numbers for our poverty rates. If we do that, that is the best gift he can give the Filipino people. How we can bring the poverty levels down to single digits, similar to Malaysia, to Indonesia, and Thailand. If we can do that, we have arrived as clearly developing as I would say, a tiger economy.
Tiger economy. Well, like you've described him, I suppose what you're trying to say also is this president who gets things done. So Senator Miggs Zubiri, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. We'll see you hopefully after the SONA. All right, let's go back to the studio. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the president's 4th State of the Nation address to address the first regular session of the 18th Congress here at the Batasang Pambansa. I'm Pia Ontiveros. We'll be right back.
All right, we'll take that break a little later on because I still have to ask 2 of our guests that same question I asked Senator JV and Anna Tabunda. What do you expect to hear from the President's State of the Nation address? Michael, go ahead.
Pinky, I share with the senators and Anna's hopes, no, but I just want to add one. I hope the President gives a firm position on charter change. So if he is going to push for charter change, I hope that he says that clearly, and then he also provides for a coherent roadmap. Now, if he doesn't plan to push charter change anymore, I also hope that he says that it's totally off the table now and settles that issue. Now, the reason why I hope that he does that is, if there's uncertainty, we can find the repeat of resolution of both houses number 15 again. So that kind of uncertainty will allow a fast tracking, if you will, or a railroading of charter change, which I don't want to happen for us.
But when we talk about charter change, that's a whole, a number of ideas, a number of provisions you can change. You can go for charter change and just, change the economic provisions, which a lot of the lawmakers are open to doing. And then there is, of course, changing our form of government as well to federalism. So there is confusion for you on that sense.
I don't want to be a nerd, no? But if you talk about just amending one provision, for example, that economic provision, or just 3 provisions, you don't classify it as a charter change. That's just an amendment. When we talk about charter change, I mean, what it means is you overhaul the whole system, like federalism.
And that's more charter change to you than changing certain provisions in the Constitution. Of course, live shot still inside the Batasang Pambansa. That's the hallway where the senators, the congressmen, and the dignitaries will be walking towards inside the Batasan complex. That is, of course, the wife of the new speaker, Alan Peter Cayetano, Congresswoman Lani Cayetano, walking down. Also, going inside the Batasan complex, we will try to get an interview with her. Of course, there was a question also, a big controversy over there where both yung mag-asawa ay tumakbo bilang congressman, both representatives of the 1st and 2nd district, because Alan Peter Cayetano ran for congressman in 1 district and his wife Lani ran in the 2nd district. But again, as mentioned a while ago, at least pag pinag-uusapan po yung Speaker of the House, that was a little bit of a guessing game until the very last minute, until you had yung mga kalaban ni Alan Peter Cayetano even nominating him. Also, we are seeing more personalities making their way inside the Batasang Pambansa. We will be showing them to you a little later on. Papasok lang po sila because, we're looking at what, 45 minutes before the beginning, the start of the President's State of the Nation address. Dindo, let me go to you. Ano yung gusto mong marinig sa SONA ni Pangulo?
On my part, I've spent some time teaching a very basic subject called politics and governance. And the first thing I teach my students is that government exists for the people. That's why I like quoting Pulse Asia or other survey firms.
People.
Because at the end of the day, you get to listen. No theory, no scholars, no academics. And basically what they're telling us is that issues continue to be a challenge to their daily life. Issues of livelihood, jobs that can address day-to-day challenges of economics, or what Senator Gatchal mentioned, poverty. So these are things that you hope government has a roadmap. And the roadmap is not simply taxation here and there, not broad strokes of ODA, when you know that this focus on ODA has delayed our infrastructure program, because we should have had a good mix of public-private partnership, ODA, and GAA. And you could have had this massive infrastructure the past 3 years. Now you're down to 3 years. So what are the actual programs? You see a lot in the social investment programs, thanks to legislative initiatives coming from both houses of Congress, like universal health care, tertiary education, again, led by legislature.
Health and school.
The reason I'm saying that is these are not really executive actions. And I'd like to emphasize that. People have forgotten that these are legislative initiatives, even the ease of doing business. I was discussing that with then Chairman of Trade, Senator Mig Subiri, 2016, when it was not in the it was not even in the legislative agenda of the president. So Congress have given the president enough legislation to execute and to make things happen in the next 3 years.
It may be true that it's Congress's move, but it was also the president in one of his State of the Nation address na sinasabi niyang kailangan na itigil itong red tape, di ba? Ayaw na niyang nagsusumbong yung publiko. Ibig ko sabihin, in fact, he prioritized this
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's not, you're down to 3 years. Ease of doing business is 2 years old. Have we seen improvement in the ease of... So these are things that you hope government or the executive, beyond the state of the nation, should address. Because there's a lot of expectation. 85% you're popular. That's a lot of political capital that you can make things happen.
But let's also understand the situation, Senator JV. You pass laws. For example, the Universal Healthcare Law. Napasa niyo yan. Pipirmahan ni Pangulo, batas na siya. However, pagkatapos niya pirmahan, kailangan pa yung implementing rules and regulations that we were talking about a while ago. That serves as the backbone, as the fine print of any particular bill that is passed into law. So as much as you passed it, importante pa rin anong laman nun at papaano popondohan yon. Are you seeing a problem there? Because universal healthcare is very vital.
It's an ambitious measure, no? But I think I'm just hoping that if implemented well, funded well, it will solve so many problems. And this will be, as I mentioned, a game changer because it will not be curative only, because at present, you have to get sick before you can avail of the services. But now, we will, through the UHC, we will now be emphasizing on the preventive side.
Right.
Because the government and the people will save so much also, no? If we can prevent illnesses from...
Unahan mo na, bago ka pa magkasakit. Go ahead, Mike.
Can I just add one thing? No? So, the job of the legislature does not end with just enacting the law.
Yes.
Because they also have what we call the oversight function. So, specifically to oversight the execution of that law. So, with regards to the Universal Health Care Act, so there's already an IRR, but still, whoever the new chairman of the health committee is, he has the responsibility now, or she has the responsibility now, to ensure through the oversight function that the law is executed perfectly.
That's true. And wala na si Senator JV doon.
I'm hoping that the one who will succeed me, in this case, I think Secretary Bongo, you know, Senator Bongo is... We know that he is very, very close to the president. He has the chance to really make this and push it.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping
Baka konting bulong lang.
I think, again, if implemented very well, I think that this will really benefit everybody because all Filipinos will now be covered. So implement lang to, maraming masosolve.
All right, so those are the insights of our panelists here in the studio. What they wanted to hear from the president, parang sabi nga ni Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, war on poverty, hindi na war on drugs. But right now, we're gonna go back to the Batasang Pambansa. Pia Ontiveros is there with Senator Grace Poe.
Every State of the Nation address, of course, is delivered before a joint session of Congress. That means senators and congressmen. In this case, it is the first regular session of the 18th Congress. So President Duterte is delivering his fourth SONA to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. Earlier, we were speaking to several senators already, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Mig Subiri, Senator Joel Villanueva, and now we're joined by another senator, a re-electionist, Senator Grace Poe, who came in second. I'm correct, in the May 2019 election. Senator Poe, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Tell us first what you think or what you would like to hear from President Duterte this afternoon.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Well, apparently what our countrymen would like to hear is how the President will be able to increase salaries. And that will only happen, of course, with increased jobs in the country. So one of the things that I hope he will discuss is probably certifying the Public Service Act as a priority measure.
Okay. Earlier, we were speaking to Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles, and he said that they're going to have a program that they will call Goodbye Gutom. They want to focus on the first 1,000 days of a child's life, a feeding program for the first 1,000 days, meaning parang hanggang toddler, 3 years old, and then a feeding program for the school. And the first person I thought of when I heard that was you, because I remember how you are very focused on that. No, what does that sound like to you?
I am very encouraged, and I'm actually grateful for that particular initiative of the administration. As you know, I pushed that as the main author of the first 1,000 days, as well as the National Feeding Program in public schools. So it's really now the challenge is in the implementation. And with the support of this administration, then I feel that it will be a success. We're investing in our future by making sure that our children are healthy. So if they're not healthy and they're hungry, they're not going to be smart, right? So that's one of the things that, as a function of oversight, I will look into that with the Department of Education as well as the DSWD, that it's being implemented properly.
Senator Poe, we are entering the last 3 years of the Duterte administration. It's a very interesting time. We have a president who has very, very high approval ratings, 85% according to Pulse Asia in its late June survey. I think, what is it, 1,200 plus adults surveyed nationwide. And then you have a Senate and a House that is dominated by his party mates and or his allies. What are we looking at in terms of a legislature in the last 3 years of the Duterte administration?
What legislation?
What kind of legislature? The kind of the Senate? Speak na lang for the Senate, no?
I think, you know what? If we look back in history also, during the time of President Noynoy, he also had both houses, the majority in both houses, and quite a popular president. I think the president is getting at 85% now. President Noynoy at the time, this quarter is about 70+%. So of course now there's like a substantial increase in popularity. But it's important that the president has the mandate of the people. As the Senate President said, we will be a cooperative body, but we will remain vigilant. And I hope that his leadership will really bring us in that particular mindset in the Senate. But, being fair to the President, he signed many bills into law. The universal health care, free tuition, free lunch program. But maybe the question lingers on the West Philippine Sea and our sovereignty. That's one of the concerns of our countrymen, how we will assert independence with the situation there, and how are we going to aid our fishermen. If the President gives them fishing rights, obviously they will outweigh us when it comes to manpower, technology, etc. How can we compete with them? Diba? So these are one of the things I hope the President will also address.
When you say you hope the President will address, are you saying that you hope that he will announce that I'm taking back what I said, I'm not giving China fishing rights in the West?
No, not necessarily that way. Maybe the President can say, we'll give free maritime access to our neighbors, but within certain parameters, like no commercial vessels of this size, because how will our small fishermen compete with them? So these are a few things that maybe the President can discuss.
Senator Grace Poe, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Senator Grace Poe with us there. We've spoken to 4 senators so far, and there's a lot of emphasis from what the senator is saying about what she hopes the President will say about the West Philippine Sea and our relations with China. It is almost 3:30 in the afternoon, about 32 minutes before the President arrives here at the Batasan Pambansa. Senator Dick Gordon is here with us, but we're going to talk to him after this very quick break. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. I'm Pia Ontiveros here live at the Batasan Pambansa. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the CNN Philippines special presentation. It is our coverage of President Duterte's fourth State of the Nation address. He is going to be addressing a joint session of Congress to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress, the newly elected 18th Congress, just last May 13. We had national and local elections. We've been speaking to a number of senators who are here today for the President's SONA. And joining us now here in the Batasan Pambansa Live is Senator Dick Gordon. Senator Dick Gordon, thank you very much for being here with us. Let's talk, sir, about China. A while ago, I was speaking to Senator Grace Poe. She was saying she wanted to hear something clearer, and that's paraphrasing, clearer about China. What is it you want to hear about China?
Definitely, what we want to do is have a far-reaching policy on how we are going to handle China. This is just one facet of the relationship, but this facet of the West Philippine Sea must be shown. We must show that there is strength in our policy, that we really believe in it. For example, I'd like to see him say, Ayungan will put up something more permanent there rather than a derelict, because they're laughing.
PRP Sierra Madre.
That's right. And then, of course, we have to tell China that they cannot just push us around. And to do that, I hope that he'll put more money into defense, into our Air Force and our ships and our Coast Guard. That's important. And
not of course, to go to war, but to have a defensive posture.
It's always good to let the other side know that we will protect our territory and our sovereignty. Other countries have done that. Finland, Vietnam has sacrificed man and material. They died, no? But Indonesia has captured some of the Chinese boats, even sunk them, 75 of them. So we must show some backbone. I know that the president is caught within a rock and a hard place. But then again, the other thing that I'd like to see from him is that a lot of people are leaving China right now and they're going to Vietnam. Where are we on that game? Are we getting there? Are we getting some of the businesses there and putting it in the Philippines? I'd like to see some policy on, manufacturing is down, agriculture is down. So are we looking at, that's right, we have to know whether we're going to, have a great leap towards artificial intelligence. And for that, you will need a, re-amplification of mathematics and science.
So on China, when the president says that he's given fishing rights to China, that's not something you want to hear.
No, definitely not. And besides, I don't think he can say that without congressional approval. The Senate has to be involved with that because that takes a matter of almost a treaty or an executive agreement. And for that purpose, we can inspect it whether ilan ba pinayagan. We have to know. And we must have a say, because you cannot say, we're not overfishing. In fact, China is the one overfishing. So we have to tell them, hey, you cannot fish here because it's not even enough for us.
Ilan ba pinayagan? Gaano kalaki yung mga barko ng China, for example, na papasok doon?
Una, hindi niya dapat payagan, period. So far as I'm concerned, kahit na magkaibigan tayo, papayagan ba nila tayo mag-fish sa kanilang territory? Hindi naman nila tayo papayagan eh.
What if the president says this afternoon, na I gave China fishing rights in whatever section, he'll specify. And then because for the longest time, his spokesman, people in the administration would explain the president is the chief architect of Philippine foreign policy and therefore he has the right to say where we're going.
That's why you need a Congress to balance it off. To make sure that what the president says, kailangan babalikan natin. And say, hey, we're not in agreement with the president. We want more specificity. We want to know where we're going with this. We want to know what the real relations with China are. We want to know whether there's going to be strength in our negotiations with them.
The way you talk, sir, this reminds me of what Senator Poe said a while ago. She said it will be a Senate that will be cooperative but vigilant. So you have a Senate and a House of Representatives controlled by a majority of the president's allies and party mates. But the Senate itself, you see yourselves as an institution that can balance things out.
Well, I see it from the legal point of view, which is we are a co-equal branch of government. We may be allies with the president, but we have our duty to find out what is the national interest. The president will direct policy in terms of that direction, but we have to review and make sure that we are on the right direction.
Anything else you would like to hear, sir, this afternoon from the president?
Well, I hope that we can really address this matter of implementation of the motorcycle law. Some people seem to poo-poo it, but there are almost 4,000 every day. There are 2 people being killed in this country. And it has resulted in thousands of deaths. It's always been an issue. So if we address that, maybe we can parry some of the criticisms against the government.
Senator Richard Gordon, thank you very much, sir, for taking the time to spend with us. Salamat po, sir. Thank you, sir. Senator Richard Gordon there. We're going back to studios now.
Senator Gordon, talking about the motorcycle issue, Senator JV, medyo may kaalaman ka din dyan kahit na umalis ka na eh, no?
Wala nga ako kinalaman dyan eh, nadamay lang.
Nadamay.
I was quite busy with the passage of Universal Healthcare Law and the creation of the Department of Human Settlements. So hindi nga ako nakapag-attend doon eh.
Napasok ka lang sa controversy.
Napasok lang ako. Kaya.
All right, very important though, Senator Gordon saying that, you know, the issue on the West Philippine Sea, yung sinabi niya was very, I guess, common sense, lady and gentlemen. Sabi niya, kung tayo ba pinapayagan ng China mangisda sa kanila? Bakit natin sila pinapayagan? In a simple statement and argument like that, it may be simple, but the situation is really very complex. Paano ho ba dapat tugunan, Senator, for you, paano ba dapat tugunan ng Pangulo yung problema natin sa, well, at least sa ating EEZ, the situation rather in our exclusive economic zone?
If you look at the surveys, Pinky, no, I think most Filipinos are want the government to really put up a firm stance regarding the West Philippine Sea and protect our territory. I think that's what I understand from all the surveys that are coming out. And I'm just hoping also that the administration, the president in particular, I hope that he doesn't get overconfident because of the high approval rating, because 74%, if I'm not mistaken, of the Filipino people have high distrust for China. And 9 out of 10 want the Philippine government to really put up a strong stance against China. So, wag dapat baliwalain, no? Baka mamaya tumama ito kay Presidente later on. Ngayon siguro, it's not yet hitting him, no? But I think most Filipinos, if you would look at their position, I do not really trust China at this point.
And Anna, what would be the reason why it doesn't seem to affect the trust rating of the president?
Well, it's probably because he's still addressing some of the issues that affect them more immediately. That would be criminality, that would be some of the social services that his government has provided. Plus, he has always they view him as the senators mentioned earlier, as he's like them.
Yeah.
He has much empathy for them. They look at him as authentic. Okay, so he has that kind of political capital, but I wish that the president could be firmer in his stance regarding upholding the Hague ruling, regarding all these other suggestions about how to address this in a diplomatic way. It's not necessarily a resort to war at once.
Yeah. Michael.
So, for me, I understand that the president, like what Senator Gordon said, is in between a rock and a hard place. Because he has to maintain his relationship with China, right? And also he has to project something to us as someone, as a strong leader. So I would have thought that his safest bet was really just to hide behind the Constitution. Use the words of the Constitution as sort of a protection of his inaction. And actually invite discussion on what's happening in China using the Constitution as platform. Particularly using the words like national integrity, territorial integrity, sovereignty. Ask the people, what does this mean? Invite conversation, bring in the people in the discussion. But sadly, instead, he denigrated the Constitution, called it a toilet paper and all that. And that made the situation worse for him. He could have used the Constitution as sort of a shield to protect himself. But instead, because of, I don't know, hubris, I guess, now he's in a situation that, as Senator Gordon said, he's between a rock and a hard place.
So here's the question. When the President Dindo said that I'm going to lecture you about the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea issue, because this all came about because of this supposed agreement with Chinese President Xi Jinping about allowing them to fish. Sabi niya, di ba, I will lecture you. Hintayin natin yan mamaya. Kasi yung tanong, I wonder what the president will tell us. Maybe, sabi nga nung isang nakausap ni Pia a while ago was, maybe there's something he's going to tell us that we don't know about.
That's true. It's just that it's always the president quoting President Xi Jinping. And if you study China, they like to issue statements after every meeting on certain policy pronouncements. So I'm quite surprised that it's always our president on a secret meeting talking about this. So hopefully it puts some clarity. But I want to add on is the reality that our government maybe is placed in a position how to deal with really a strong power like China. But we have something that we can hold on to since July 12, 2016. That's a legal decision that will go beyond our lifetime unless overruled.
But let me interrupt. The question was, who's going to enforce it?
But
di ba ganun na lang palaging sinasabi?
that's the line of the president. But since July 12, 2016, if you built it on the idea that you can build a multilateral support and build the idea that in these sea lanes where big trade passes through, a rule-based international system drives the actions of countries. I think China, who would like to be a respected great power, will simply say, maybe I could be. But the moment you say, I will deal with China one-on-one, I always remind myself of all the things that we learn in the playground. How can you fight a big guy
By yourself.
by yourself? Bilateral. That's what I feel.
That's what's always being used. And then the other thing, of course, was I cannot go to war and sacrifice my people. In fact, Ana was saying a while ago, hindi naman kailangan palaging yun, doon ang pupunta ka or papatunguhan mo. All right.
Gusto ng gera.
Let me also say that, of course, we were talking about what's happening inside Batasang Pambansa. Of course, outside, you have different groups, not just protesters, but there's also pro-government, there's anti-government individuals outside. You know, from the past, yung mga anti-government individuals, sinasabi nila na ang plano ngayon is to wear blue. A sea of blue dapat yung makikita. Bakit? Dahil daw to assert our right in the West Philippine Sea. At sinasabi ng iba yung betrayal, how they even call it, the betrayal of the president to protect what is ours. Our George Cahiles is at the, outside Batasang Pambansa. George, tell us what's happening there now.
Oh, Pinky, the rain did not stop protesters from pushing with their program here in front of St. Peter's Parish. This is roughly 2 kilometers away from the Batasang Pambansa. Earlier, we experienced a very, very strong rains here in the area. They endured the 5-kilometer walk from the Commission on Human Rights compound going here. And protesters are saying that around 40,000 people are now joining the protest outside Batasang Pambansa. But based on police figures, there's just around 5,000 to 6,000 individuals here. And earlier we saw ousted Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno. She also joined the march earlier. And she basically said that she's really worried about the situation here in the country, particularly on the issue on killings. And she would want to hear the president during his SONA to recant and step back and, her exact line or words earlier, she said that she wants the president to reverse course for the sake of the country, because she said that it's very clear that the shedding of innocent blood brings curses to our land. And Pinky, medyo passionate kanina si former Chief Justice, and I even asked her about the issue on the West Philippine Sea. She said that the president seems to have no commitment to the Filipino people because of the verbal agreement that he made with China, allowing Chinese fishermen to fish within our EEZ. And she said that actually someone might think now that the president has committed a very unconstitutional act. And I even asked her, sabi ko, sa tingin mo ba, ma'am, it's impeachable? she said that palagay ko pwedeng umandar. So she did stop there. And so far, the program here is still ongoing. And the weather is getting better. The rain stopped. But we're still seeing cloudy skies here. And we'll give you updates once more movements happen here outside Batasang Pambansa. Pinky.
Okay, George, maraming salamat sa iyo. George Kahilase reporting from Quezon City. Let's talk about that. Before we even go, if there's a chance of it proceeding, happening, but is that an impeachable offense? Yung sinasabing ang deal or pag-uusap or agreement ni President Rodrigo Duterte kay Chinese President Xi Jinping to allow them to fish sa ating EEZ. Who wants to start?
I would think
there's an argument to be made that it is impeachable. Just the fact that it was a unilateral act of the president apparently without consulting his cabinet or even the Senate.
Yeah.
That to me is tantamount to a betrayal of
public trust
and also a high crime if there is one. So there is an argument to be made that it is an impeachable offense. Of course, we have to hear the other argument that it is not. Right now, I don't have any reasons in mind that
it's not. Can anyone say that it's not an impeachable offense? What about you? Hindi ka na magiging judge, if ever, Senator JV.
Well, it's in the Constitution. One of the responsibilities is protection of fighting for territorial integrity and our sovereignty, holding sovereignty. So it's in the Constitution.
Okay. Anna?
I think our president cannot enter into an agreement with another country without its being coursed through the Senate.
Yung sinasabi, there has to be some sort of a treaty? Tama ba?
Yes.
With the Senate?
The Senate has to ratify
it, hindi ba?
Yeah.
Dindo?
Yep. It's true. It's really could be impeachable. But at the end of the day, impeachment is political.
As they say. Sabi ko nga, before we go to step 2, muna tayo sa question. Kasi ibang usapan na yan.
It's a level of, it's a political. He has political capital. He has the political support. So, I'd rather that government should just be careful with some of these actions.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, government, in this case, you're given 6 years to protect our territorial integrity and our maritime rights. It's quite clear. So we have to do everything that we should and also look at the interests of the Filipino people beyond your term of office also. So you have to do things that way. And you try to ask, what's the value of going into those kind of agreements really at this time?
Yeah.
So
what's in it for you? What's the advantage of having that? What's in it for you?
I've always told, I've been involved, I think, for quite some time in this issue as an academic, as a policy advocate. But one thing unique today is, sadly, this issue, which was conceptual in 2016, maybe when we won, suddenly has a human face. The Filipino fishermen. Suddenly it's a face already. Before, it's hard for people to understand why fight for these things. And these are the constituency of the president. These are the constituency of the president.
Okay. Also, we're going to go to our correspondent, Zian Arcangel. She's following the developments over at the Batasang Pambansa. She's been there since this morning because of, well, of course, the election of the officers there again. Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, nominated by his rivals in the past. That's Congressman Martin Romualdez, who's now Majority Leader, and Congressman Lord Alan Velasco, who will term share with Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano. Zian, go ahead.
Pinky, President Rodrigo Duterte prevails in the speakership race as lawmakers followed his call to elect Taguig Pateros Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano as the new speaker. Cayetano won as speaker against Manila Representative Benny Abante with 266 lawmakers voting for him. 28 voted for Abante while 2 abstained, and Albay Representative Edsel Lagman voted no. To show their support for President Duterte's choice, 3 House members once aspired for speaker nominated Cayetano for the position. Leading Cayetano's nominators was the president's own son, Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte. Following him were Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco and later Representative Martin Romualdez. Interestingly, Congressman Duterte says he's opposed to term sharing, but the House will have to elect a new speaker if Cayetano resigns after 15 months. Duterte's statement appears to be directed at Cayetano since the president endorsed him to become the speaker only for the first 15 months of the 18th Congress or until October 2020. Cayetano will be succeeded by Velasco as speaker under a term-sharing agreement. During his speech, Duterte kept lawmakers in suspense as he paused for 5 seconds before announcing Cayetano's name as his nominee for speaker. Cayetano says he wants to make the most out of his 15 months as speaker and urges lawmakers to help him in passing all the bills in President Duterte's legislative agenda within a year and 3 months. Pinky?
Thanks a lot. Zian Arcangel will be taking a short break. Our special presentation on the State of the Nation address by President Rodrigo Duterte. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Fresh from his party's success in the midterm elections, President Rodrigo Duterte delivers his 4th annual message to Congress and to the Filipino people with renewed confidence. Halfway through his term, the president will tell the people what progress has been made and what more needs to be done to move the country forward. Backed by a Congress dominated by his party and its allies, Mr. Duterte can push his legislative agenda with little opposition. As he begins his last 3 years in office, the president lays down the roadmap for his vision, his strategy to make it happen as he unveils the State of the Nation. Special presentation, our coverage of President Duterte's 4th State of the Nation address that will open the first regular session of the newly elected 18th Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives of the Republic of the Philippines. It looks like the weather has cooperated. The skies have cleared about 45 minutes ago. Much earlier, there was a heavy downpour, and there were lots of questions about whether the president could still arrive here via helicopter. That question, of course, will be answered in just a few moments. So it's either he comes here by chopper or by car. Whatever it is, whatever happens, shortly before 4 in the afternoon of this 4th Monday of July, as prescribed in the 1987 Constitution, the chopper or the car bearing the president will be here moments before 4 o'clock this afternoon. And as is tradition and protocol, he is going to be welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, who retires, by the way, in September. General Madrigal will be escorting the president through the honor guard. He's going to review the honor guard. And at the end of this honor guard formation, waiting for him will be Senate President Tito Soto and Speaker of the House, Alan Peter Cayetano. Now, I said earlier that the weather cooperated. So did politics, because the expected row over the speakership or the fight over the speakership of the House of Representatives did not happen. There was agreement, according to Lord Alan Velasco, who we spoke to earlier. They agreed that Alan Cayetano would take the first 15 months and he, Lord Alan Velasco, would take the next 21 months. Now, this agreement came to fruition about a week or two ago, and he said that there was not going to be any problem. Whatever it was, speculations left and right about whether we were going to have an orderly session this morning in the election of a House Speaker. Well, that has been set aside, and that's why I'm saying it isn't just the weather that cooperated, but politics here in the House of Representatives. So like we were saying, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the president arrives, he'll be met by General Madrigal, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the Sergeants at Arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And when he comes in through what we call the rear entrance, that is at, of course, the back of the House of Representatives, the Batasang Pambansa, he's going to be met by a phalanx of lawmakers, senators and congressmen who will be wanting to say something to him or speak to him, say a thing or two to him, do a little chit-chat with him. Now, of course, the president will be waiting first. He'll be led first to a holding room. That holding room is the what's called the Legislators' Lounge. It used to be called the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. He's going to be waiting there for a bit. There's going to be a little bit of a chit-chat there with the Senate and the House leadership. Of course, we all know what happened last year. That little chit-chat turned into an hour-long wait because of the chaos that morning when Gloria Arroyo unseated Bebot Alvarez, Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez, for the House speakership. And that was isang malaking gulo. And that is why the president had said last night to Bongo that he didn't want any of that happening today. And of course, that is not what is going to happen today. So while the president is waiting in the holding room, the Senate President, Tito Soto, and Speaker of the House, Alan Cayetano, will proceed here to the session hall. You can see it right now on your screens. And they're going to be declaring the joint session of Congress open. Both the Senate mace and the House mace, you're going to see that in a while, will be put on display at the foot of the rostrum. Those are, of course, symbols of authority. Every time the Senate and the House are in session, you will see those maces in their stands. Now, the Senate President and the Speaker of the House will then announce that President Duterte is waiting to deliver SONA, and then he will be invited to join them. And now that is the moment when the president will be emerging from that holding room. He's going to be walking through the North Lounge, through a hallway, and all the way towards the main lobby. Many of you are very familiar with that main lobby. He's going to be walking up the session hall. There isn't one center aisle. There are two center aisles. So he's going to be walking on the right center aisle. You see that on the right of your screens. He's going to be walking through another phalanx of lawmakers who are going to be eagerly shaking his hand. This is a president, after all, who is halfway through his term, 3 years into his term, and 3 more years to go. Very, very popular. 85% approval rating, according to the latest late June Pulse Asia survey. Now, when the president is at the rostrum already, standing in between the Senate President and the Speaker of the House, the national anthem will play. There will be an invocation, and that is when the joint session will be called to order. Now, or when he will be formally introduced. Now, the only 2 other times that you have a joint session of Congress is when the Senate and the House sits as the National Board of Canvassers, and they canvass the results of a presidential and vice presidential elections. The last time we saw that, of course, was in May 2016 when we had presidential elections, and before that 2010, before that 2004, and so on. The other time that you see a joint session of Congress is when Congress voted. When I refer to Congress here as both made up by both the Senate and the House of Representatives, when they vote to approve a declaration of martial law in Mindanao and the succeeding extension of that. Now, that happened in July 2017. Now, what is, a lot of people say, what is a State of the Nation address? It is, of course, as a newspaper columnist, John Nery, described it years ago, it is, of course, political theater. It's a speech that sets direction and vision, but it is still also a lot about performance and projection. We call it political theater because it is a political and social event, and to a certain extent a fashion event, although that's been, as you notice, toned down a little bit. But there's a lot of the soaring rhetoric, the catchy phrases, the human props, the Lenny Skotniks, by the way. And what this does is the president is trying to set the nation in the direction he wants to go. He wants it to go. It is setting the wind in the nation's sails. Now, he's going to do that for the audience inside the session hall. A while ago, we were showing you the session hall, and of course outside the session hall or outside the Batasan. Now, when we talk about the audience inside the Batasan, now it is a literal who's who of Philippine society. You have, of course, the lawmakers, because the Constitution says the president must address Congress, both houses of Congress, so the senators, including the 12 newly elected ones. On the upper left hand, you can see Amy Marcos, a newly elected senator on the session hall, and of course members of the House of Representatives. Former presidents are also going to be here as former heads of state. There are only 3 reasons why a former president would not be here: if he or she has passed away or is gravely ill, or, as in the last 2 administrations, if he or she is in detention, as was the, shall I say, practice beginning when Gloria Arroyo was president and Joseph Estrada was in detention, and then when Noynoy Aquino was president and Gloria Arroyo was in detention. Or they probably will not be here because they don't really well, for lack of better words, they don't really get along with the incumbent. Last year, Noynoy Aquino wasn't here. This year, he's not expected to be here either. It's not clear if former Presidents Fidel Ramos and Joseph Estrada will be here. Mr. Estrada, of course, suffering in a way a defeat at the polls. He lost his bid for re-election as mayor of Manila to Isko Moreno. His son, Jinggoy Estrada, and his sons, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada and JV Ejercito Estrada, both lost in their bids for the Senate. His granddaughter, Janela, the daughter of Jinggoy, lost in her bid for mayor of the city of San Juan. We do expect, most possibly, Gloria Arroyo is going to be here. She was, after all, Speaker of the House last year, and that is no mean feat. Many people have said she is a class act in political survival. After what she's been through, she's been able to come back, and in a very big way. Now, of course, from the executive, who's going to be here? The Vice President, Leni Robredo, has said that she will be here as it is her duty, although she and the President still, not exactly the best of friends from the judicial branch of government. Justices of the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin, who, by the way, retires in October. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, led by the Papal Nuncio. He is the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. But the focus might not be on him, but most possibly on the two other ambassadors. The first one, of course, the ambassador of China, Zhao Zhanhua, given the very interesting relations we have with China right now. And, of course, on the ambassador of the United States to Manila, Sung Kim, who is wrapping up his tour of duty by the end of the year. Now, let's go back to the executive. Like we mentioned, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, who will be escorting the President from the time he arrives at the rear entrance all the way inside. And the Chief of the Philippine National Police, General Oscar Abayalde, who, like Madrigal, is going to be retiring later this year. Also expected here are members of the President's official family. Earlier, Sal Panelo, we spoke to him a while ago, and a senator turned cabinet secretary, Greg Onasan, who is now the Information and Communications Technology secretary. Also, apart from Bingbong Medialdea, executive secretary, a former special assistant to the president, now Senator Bongo, who until last night was with the president just as the president was preparing or rehearsing for his SONA. Now, also the president's family, a while ago, Ina Andolong was telling us that Hanilet Avancenia, the president's partner, and their daughter Veronica will be with him today. Sara Duterte, the president's daughter, mayor of Davao City, has said that she will not be attending. Pulong, or Paulo Duterte, who is incumbent congressman, was here this morning during the session where they elected Alan Cayetano as speaker. Not clear if he's going to be here, but Sebastian Baste Duterte as vice mayor of Davao, the announcement is that he's not going to be here. So it is now it's 4:09, 9 minutes past the hour of 4, still no sign of the president. But while we're waiting for him, let's talk a little bit about this building. Of course, the Batasang Pambansa, it was built in 1978 by former First Lady Imelda Marcos. She also served as congresswoman here several terms for Ilocos Norte and Leyte. Her son, Bongbong, also served as a congressman here. And of course, daughter Aimee, now here as a senator. Imelda, of course, having built this Batasang Pambansa in 1978 to house what her husband, the late former President Ferdinand Marcos, called the IBP, or the Interim Batasang Pambansa. Now, the year 1978, very significant. That was just about 6 years after declaring martial law and dissolving Congress, throwing many of its members in jail. And today, as you can see, that is Aimee in yellow gold. She is attending the SONA as a newly elected senator after having served 3 terms as governor of the province of Ilocos Norte. She is accompanied by her son Matthew, who ran in her place. It should have been her mother, Imelda, but Imelda had changed her mind, and it was Matthew, who is now governor of Ilocos Norte. You can also see Bato de la Rosa there on the floor of the session hall. A newly elected senator, the last time he was here attending the SONA, he was the chief of the Philippine National Police. Now, going back to this building, after EDSA 86, of course, we know democratic institutions such as a bicameral legislature, meaning one that's made up of a Senate and a House, restored with the 1987 Constitution. At the time, the Senate had occupied at first the old Senate building, which is now the National Museum, and then moved to its present location, rented space at the GSIS building in Pasay in the late 1990s. And soon, very soon, the Senate will have a new building in Taguig. Now, the new post-Marcos House of Representatives, what's called the 8th Congress. The 8th Congress occupied this building, occupied the Batasang Pambansa, where every president after Marcos and since Cory Aquino has delivered his or her State of the Nation address. Cory Aquino delivered 5 SONAs here. Her first one spoke about democracy restored, the price and challenges to preserve it, and the latter SONAs, her aversion to staying in power longer than what the 1987 Constitution prescribed. Fidel Ramos delivered 6 SONAs here. That was when the Philippines had recovered dramatically in terms of the economy. Joseph Estrada delivered only 3 SONAs throughout his what we'd like to call abbreviated term as president. But he was the first president to allow militant groups to enter the Batasan complex during his first SONA in 1998, even stepping outside this building to meet them. Now, Gloria Arroyo, I haven't seen her though yet, but I'm sure the camera can catch a glimpse of her. She's there. She's supposed to be in the center audience gallery. Gloria Arroyo had delivered 9 SONAs here. Because she served out the last half of Estrada's term and then ran in 2004 to win a fresh 6-year term. Now, Gloria Arroyo is best known for her 2001 SONA. That was when she used human props, and that's called a Lenny's cut. By the way, remember the 3 Bangkang Papel boys that she talked about. And for the SONA of 2005, she'll always be remembered for that, because that was when she steered clear of talking about the most serious threat to her presidency, allegations that she manipulated the vote back in 2004. Noynoy Aquino delivered 6 SONAs here. Most of the time, many of the portions of those SONAs critical of his predecessors. And Rodrigo Duterte about to deliver his 4th SONA. Now let's go back further, even further back in history. Every president since Manuel L. Quezon has delivered a State of the Nation address, whether it was known by other names, delivered in months other than July, and in places other than the Batasan. Now, we've talked to a host of people earlier, different senators, Joel Villanueva, Sherwin Gatchalian, Mig Zubiri, Grace Poe, Dick Gordon. We also spoke to Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, Cardinal Nograles, the Secretary to the Cabinet, the President's spokesperson, Sal Panelo. All of them had their take and insights as to what they want to hear from the President, what they think he'll talk about. But generally, the themes are going to go around or be about drugs, crime, corruption, China, the West Philippine Sea, exclusive economic zone, the United States, Sulut, terrorism, perhaps something on charter change, perhaps federalism, some words on build, as the administration wants to leave a legacy of solid accomplishments such as infrastructure. So there will be reportedly quite a bit of mention about build. It's not clear if he's going to be talking about how the elections, how his senatorial candidates did so well because it was a shutout of the opposition. So, and of course, this is significant because halfway through his term, he's an extremely popular president coming off this overwhelming election victory. So, of course, we're going to be waiting for word as to what time the president is arriving, how he's going to be coming here. Is he going to be in a chopper or in a car? That is in the audience. The chief of the Philippine National Police, General Oscar Albayalde, many other dignitaries sitting inside the session hall waiting for the president to arrive. Now, last year, the president spoke for roughly about 48 minutes. There's word that this may be even a shorter speech. We're not quite sure. The president has always been unpredictable, and although he does I just have to say this, in the 25 years I've been covering the SONA, he's the one who really delivers the most exciting SONAs among all the presidents that I've covered at the very least. So now it is, if my watch is correct, it is 4:15 in the afternoon, but we are waiting for word and we are waiting for the first sightings of President Duterte, whether he arrives here by chopper at the rear entrance on the helipad, or if he's going to be arriving by car. Even if he does arrive by car, he's going to have to go through the rear entrance. But everyone is waiting for him. The sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House, accompanying the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, they're waiting at the rear entrance for the arrival of the president. This is a first close-up shot of the rostrum. It's a very interesting display. I'm waiting for someone to explain what it is, but it does look, if my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, it's like a fabric from Mindanao. I'm not too sure, or is it from the Cordilleras? But I'm sure somebody's going to correct me very soon. So this is a bit of a delay. It is 17 minutes past the hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's nothing like what happened last year. We waited for more than an hour. Well, never mind but the president himself, whose day it was supposed to be, waited for more than an hour. And that's because of the chaos of that morning's bitter fight over the speakership. You all remember what happened. Nakudeta si Bebot Alvarez. Gloria Arroyo replaced him as Speaker of the House, and that was an hour-long wait. So anything less than an hour, and well, it's just 18 minutes past the hour of 4. It isn't very long. That is Nancy Binay sitting on the first row, very near the rostrum. You can see Joel Villanueva, Senator Joel Villanueva, speaking to his colleagues on the floor of the session hall. Let's do a little reset here. This is going to be the fourth State of the Nation address of President Duterte. He's going to be opening the first regular session of the 18th Congress that was just newly elected this last May 13, 2019. It was a shutout of the opposition. When it comes to the senatorial elections, his candidates won in the race for the Senate. It was a shutout, and the Ocho Derecho, if you remember them, suffered defeat in the hands of the president's candidates. There were 8 candidates. 2 of them were re-electionists. Well, actually, it's just one. Senator Bam Aquino was a re-electionist because he was trying to gun for a return to the Senate. Mar Rojas was trying to make a comeback after having been defeated in the 2016 presidential elections. So what you're looking at right now are live shots, live pictures on your on the right of your screen, the live shot of the session hall here in the Batasang Pambansa. On the upper right, that is the IBP Road, or the interim Batasang Pambansa Road. That is the road that leads from Commonwealth into the Batasang Pambansa. A few rallyists have been allowed inside. On the lower left is a live shot of the rallyists at the Commonwealth. You can see a stage there. Now, we're going to try and look again at the VIP gallery of the audience. Perhaps the camera can focus on them. A while ago, I saw that must be the papal nuncio. All right, there we have our shot. So that must be the papal nuncio. This looks like the diplomatic corps on the second and third rows. On the upper levels, you can see members of the cabinet. A while ago, I saw Francisco Duque of the Health Department. Down there, you can see that's Joe De Venecia, former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Joe De Venecia, of course, had a very interesting, very long political career. He was the #1 supporter of Fidel Ramos when Ramos ran in 1992. He was Speaker. Joe De Venecia, JDV, as we called him, was Speaker from 1992 to 1998. He was the architect of what was then called the Rainbow Coalition. He practically cobbled it together in support of Ramos, who was then known as a minority president. Let's not forget, Ramos was elected in May 1992 with only 23% of the vote. And that of course, that's comparing to what Rodrigo Duterte had, 16 million votes in this election. The camera's zooming in right now. That is Teddy Locsin, Foreign Secretary, speaking to, we just talked about him, Zhao Zhenhua. He is the ambassador of China to the Philippines. Reportedly, he's also going to be replaced. Well, he's on his way out. His tour of duty is about to end. Interesting to see Teddy Locsin and Zhao Zhenhua speaking together, given what we've heard these last few months about relations with China and issues on the West Philippine Sea, including that incident, the elision of a Filipino fishing vessel being hit by a Chinese vessel in Recto Bank in early June. So everyone, of course, in the session hall waiting for President Duterte. Just a little bit more about JDV. A while ago, I was saying he was Speaker of the House from 1992 to 1988. JDV, I mean Joe De Venecia. And then he came back. It was a real comeback. In 1998, dahil tumakbo siya para sa pagka-pangulo in 1998, natalo nga siya ni Joseph Estrada. 6 million votes ang lamang ni Joseph Estrada sa kanya. And then he conceded in a very gracious way to Joseph Estrada. Nag-comeback. Joe De Venecia did a comeback in 2004 until 2007, and then he put together, because in the past he was known as Rainbow Joe because he put together a Rainbow Coalition. He became known as Sunshine Joe because he put together what's called a Sunshine Coalition that supported Gloria Arroyo in her first full term as president from 2004 to 2007. All right, for those of you just joining us, this is the President's fourth State of the Nation address to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. This is the Batasang Pambansa, built, like we said, in 1978 by Imelda Marcos to house the interim Batasang Pambansa. The first and only time this building was refurbished was in 2002. It took 24 years before it was refurbished for and I call this measly, it was a small amount, 7.5 million pesos, because they needed to redo the ceiling because it was leaking, and the flooring, that carpet that you see now on the floor of the session hall. There you can see it very clearly. It's royal blue. That used to be a much older carpet, and they had to replace it after 24 years. When workers removed the old carpet, the old 24-year-old carpet, there was an inch-thick blanket of dust when they removed that carpet. So this building refurbished back once in 2002 to the tune of just 7.5 million pesos. Now let's do a little review of, because earlier when we were speaking to Senator Grace Poe and Senator Dick Gordon about China, and what they hope to hear from him about the West Philippine Sea. These are the quotes, the actual quotes that President Duterte said about China, and we quote, "I am calling now America. I am invoking the RP-US Pact." He's referring to the Mutual Defense Treaty, by the way. "And I would like America to gather all their 7th Fleet in front of China." The 7th Fleet is the U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet, made up of several ships. "I'm asking them now, and I will join them, and I will ride on the boat where the Admiral of the U.S. is." And then another quote where he says, "Sabi nila, bakit mo pinayagan ng China? Sabi ko, as far as I'm concerned, I'm the owner, and I'm just giving the fishing rights." Many people have said, many of the senators have said that they hope to hear something very clear from the president about what exactly he meant by giving China fishing rights in the West Philippine Sea. They want to hear something much clearer very clear direction as to Philippine foreign policy. I had asked Senator Dick Gordon earlier, yes, but the president's men have always said, no, but the president is the chief architect of Philippine foreign policy, so wherever he wants to take us, that's where we go. And Senator Gordon said, and we paraphrase, that that's why it's important that the Congress, the Senate, will act as a balance, because, like he said, all treaties, executive agreements will have to go through the Senate, and that is a mandate of the Senate, of the upper house of the Philippine Congress, of the Philippine legislature. All right, maybe what we can do now is do a little bit. Okay, we're going to do that in just a bit, a walkthrough of the Batasan. But first, let's just do a little review now. What you're seeing on your screens, on the right side is the rostrum. Of course, all right, there's Fidel V. Ramos. There's former President Fidel V. Ramos. You can see his military cap with his medals. To his left, someone please correct me, is that Gloria Arroyo? I'm not too sure. No? And to Gloria Arroyo's left, we're not sure if that is former President Joseph Estrada. I need a better profile of him so that I can see if that's him. They're speaking to Hermogenes Ebdane, National Security Advisor. All right, that is ERAP. That is ERAP. So, okay, the three former presidents, of course, Noynoy Aquino not here, Ramos, Arroyo, and Estrada are here. And to Mr. Estrada's left is Vice President Leni Robredo. As she promised, she would be here. And she's speaking over her left shoulder too, if I'm not mistaken, kung hindi ako nagkakamali sa profile, that must be U.S. Ambassador Song Kim. He's in a barong. Like we said, his tour of duty is about to end this year. So we're going to have a new U.S. ambassador to the Philippines very soon. So you have the former presidents waiting. You have members of both the Senate and the House waiting, members of the executive. To Leni Robredo's left is Bingbong Medialdea, the executive secretary of President Duterte, someone who's always been very close, a trusted aide of President Duterte. So in that is the back view of what we call the VIP gallery here in the Batasan Pambansa. VIP gallery meaning exactly what it means. VIPs sit there. So you have the former presidents, you have the former Speaker of the House, you have the diplomatic corps led by the Papal Nuncio, and like we said, this extra focus on the U.S. and Chinese ambassador, and of course members of the cabinet are there. All right, Ina Andalong just handing over a note. She says that palace reporters were told that President Duterte, as of 4:20 this afternoon, is still at Bahay Pagbabago. That is his residence in Malacanang. It is 4:20. Well, it's 4:28, so 8 minutes ago. As of 8 minutes ago, he's still there at Bahay Pagbabago. Not clear exactly why he hasn't made his way here. Perhaps the PSG taking in some final considerations for security of the perimeter and the area here at the Batasan Pambansa, and a lot of because they need to consider a lot. There's not just a protest, but the weather earlier was quite bad. So we still have legislators milling around waiting for the president, and while we wait, let's do a little review of what to expect today.
Shortly before 4 in the afternoon of every fourth Monday of July, a date that's set in the Constitution, the 1987 Constitution that is, a helicopter carrying the president will land on this helipad. Or sometimes, as in the past, he or she arrives by car. But that was long before anti-SONA rallies along Commonwealth Avenue and Batasan Road became the norm. So the president will take a chopper from which he disembarks. And as is tradition and protocol, the president is welcomed by the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, and the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. General Madrigal, who, by the way, retires in September, escorts the president through, and as he reviews the honor guard. And at the end of this honor guard formation, the Senate President, for now it's Tito Soto, and the House Speaker, will be waiting for the president. And who might that House Speaker be? Well, that depends on who's going to emerge victorious in what's expected to be a bruising fight, in spite of the fact that President Duterte suggested that Alan Peter Cayetano and Lord Alan Velasco share a 3-year term between them. This arrival scenario here in what's called the rear entrance is symbolic because the executive, represented by the president and the chief of staff, and the legislative, represented by the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and their respective sergeants at arms, are both co-equal and independent branches of government. The President is also met by a phalanx of lawmakers, many of them eager to greet him or whisper a thing or two, or at the very least, be seen with him. From here, the President is brought to a holding area. He's ushered into what used to be the Presidential Legislative Liaison Office. The president stays here for a little bit of chit-chat and a meeting with the Senate President and House Speaker and other leaders. Now, you all remember last year's little chit-chat turned into a 1-hour wait because of the chaos that morning when Gloria Arroyo unseated Bebot Alvarez. But let's say that chit-chat at the holding room is over. The Senate President and the House Speaker proceed to the session hall where they will declare the joint session of Congress open with a bang of their gavels. Both the Senate mace and the House mace, symbols of authority, are put on display at the foot of the rostrum. The Senate President and the House Speaker will announce the President is waiting to deliver his SONA, and he will be invited to join them. Now that's when the President will emerge from this holding room, walks through the North Lounge, through this hallway, and all the way towards the main lobby, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. The President will then turn left into the plenary hall, goes through these doors, walks down the center aisle, and up the rostrum. The national anthem is played, prayers are said, and the SONA begins at the appointed hour of 4 in the afternoon every 4th Monday of July before a joint session of Congress. This year, the SONA opens the 18th Congress. The only other time a joint session of Congress happens is when the Senate and the House convene to canvass the votes for President and Vice President in a national election. But they don't sit as lawmakers, but as what's known as the National Board of Canvassers. Of course, the other rare, very rare occurrence in July of 2017, when Congress extended martial law in Mindanao because of Marawi. Now, what is a State of the Nation address? Years ago, a newspaper columnist described the SONA as political theater. It's a speech that sets direction and vision, but it's a lot about performance and projection, soaring rhetoric, catchy phrases, human props such as Gloria Arroyo's Bangkang Papel Boys in 2001. That's called a Lenny Skutnik, by the way. A SONA puts the wind in the nation's sails. It's meant to tell us where the president wants to take us. Us, meaning his audience, the audience outside the Batasan and the audience inside the Batasan. So let's talk about this building. It was built in 1978 by former First Lady Imelda Marcos to house what her late husband, former President Ferdinand Marcos, called the interim Batasang Pambansa. Now, the year 1978 is significant. This was just about 6 years after declaring martial law and dissolving Congress, throwing many of its members in jail. Today, though, a Marcos daughter, Amy, is attending the SONA as a newly elected senator. After EDSA in 1986, democratic institutions such as a bicameral legislature were restored with the 1987 Constitution. While the Senate occupied at first the old Senate building, which is now the National Museum, and then moved to its present location, rented space in the GSIS building in Pasay in the late 1990s, and will soon have a new building in Taguig, the new post-Marcos House of Representatives occupied the Batasang Pambansa, where every president after Marcos and since Cory Aquino has delivered his or her State of the Nation address. Now let's go even further back in history. Every president since Manuel L. Quezon has delivered a State of the Nation address, whether it was known by other names, delivered in months other than July, and in places other than the Batasan. What did the president talk about? We can't really be sure until the speech itself. The only thing for sure is that the president is most unpredictable. But prepared script or not, the president is known anyway to veer off script and deliver extemporaneous remarks. Last year, however, he stuck to the script and spoke for only 48 minutes. We can surmise and rightly guess he will go to great lengths to talk about drugs, crime, corruption, and take on anyone who dares to cross him. people or groups that have criticized him, he's sure to talk about foreign relations. So there will be talk about China, the West Philippine Sea, the country's exclusive economic zone, and the United States, Sulu and terrorism, Mindanao and martial law. The rest, let's put it in question form. Is the president likely to talk about charter change, federalism, the economy, and build, build, build? Is he likely to mention the elections, where his candidates did so well, it was a shutout of the opposition? An extremely popular president coming off an overwhelming election victory. So we can say, given his penchant for delivering speeches that can make you literally fall off your chair, he's not going to disappoint, is he? I've covered every State of the Nation address since 1994, and well, it is, hands down, Rodrigo Duterte who does deliver the most exciting ones. I'm Pia Ontiveros for CNN Philippines.
So as has been said, SONA is political theater, and as in theater, sometimes the unexpected happens. It is now 4:36 in the afternoon, 36 minutes past the appointed hour of 4 o'clock, when the president, the chief executive, is supposed to deliver his State of the Nation address. Unexpectedly, he's not yet here. Not clear why he isn't here yet, but Ina Andalong was telling us moments ago that as of 4:20 this afternoon, the president was still at the Bahay ng Pagbabago in Malacanang. Let's wait and see what happens next. Pinky?
All right, Pia, thanks a lot for that. We're still joined by our guests here in the studio, political analyst Dindo Manhit, Michael Yusinko. We have Pulse Asia's Ana Tabunda and former Senator J.V. Ejercito. Pia was talking about the speech of the president, highly anticipated. What are we going to, how exciting is this speech going to be? Ana was asking us a while ago, will he ad-lib some parts of the speech? They're saying it's 28 pages. That could be reduced to 19 pages. They're also saying that it could be about 45 minutes. We really don't know. With President Rodrigo Duterte, sometimes he really goes, well, not sometimes, most often he goes off script. So let's just talk about the legislative agenda. So the president, inaasahan natin, he will lay down his legislative agenda for what? The next 3 years. Ganun ba yun,
It's the purpose of the SONA, Pinky. No? The president will, the first part, probably enumerate his accomplishments, but the second part, he will set the direction on which he wants his administration to take. No? So he will set the legislative agenda and also the general direction of the administration. So that's where then Congress will now work on that. On the SONA, no? on his agenda. That's when we work on the budget and everything.
And of course, when you talk about the legislative agenda, dito na papasok din yung priorities, obviously, of the Duterte administration. There were a number of bills that were, well, passed, and some awaiting the signature of the president. One is a very controversial one, important, especially para sa mga manggagawa, is the security of tenure. From my understanding is that both houses already passed this. Inihintay na lang ata yung signature ng Pangulo. So, Ana, we're talking about a while ago, ano ba yung 3 issues na lumabas sa Pulse Asia?
Well, yung jobs pang number 3.
Exactly. So dyan papasok yung security of tenure, which was the promise of President Rodrigo Duterte. Do you feel that somehow he's going to bring this up during today's State of the Nation address?
I have no idea what the president... He has so many issues. He might focus on, including the United Nations desire to probe
Human Rights Council resolution in Iceland. Yeah.
And he might bring up the China issue.
The deal with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure that the issue of the end of ENDO is with. It's probably in the script. But whether he himself will give that much importance to it is another question.
Gaano kaya ka-importante yan dito, Michael? The ENDO, as we know it, Security of Tenure Bill.
Of course, it's very important, but there's the other side to it also. It creates a certain fear on the part of business people who will create those jobs, that it might not be as flexible as they'd like it to be because it could affect their operation. So I feel that it's possible that the president is weighing that also, that you might think that you're creating jobs, but in reality, you might be putting pressure on private companies who is supposed to create jobs but are fearful that why establish here in the Philippines
Move elsewhere.
when we have that constraint. So I'm just, that's the only reason I think the president has not signed it. Because it's quite clear how he is pro-labor, pro-worker, but at times you have to balance it also.
Yeah. You also have to look into the needs of the employers because possibly there is that fear of moving outside, moving some of the manufacturing companies outside of the country.
And
right?
our manufacturing continues to really suffer from this lack of good business environment. That's why we get to be challenged by our own ASEAN neighbors.
Yeah. Did you get to study this, how to balance that, really the needs of the employees and how much an employer can actually give?
Yes, we really have to balance. I think the president right now probably, as I agree with Professor Dindo, no, that probably one of the reasons he hasn't signed is probably he's trying to balance because as it is, I'm also pro-labor, but it might scare off some business. No? Just to give you an example, the maternity leave bill now was extended to 120, and based on my talk to some businessmen, they are refraining from hiring women. Now.
Yeah.
So that's one of the effects, no?
Yeah.
It's a very good bill, no? But it has some negative effects, no? So it's really difficult that to balance a bill with a measure with a very good intentions, but there might be some negative effects.
The response of the, I read that there were some cases where the response of the company was they had been being renewed every 6 months. This husband and wife. The response of the company when it was being forced to regularize them, just laid them off.
Alis na lang. Because of this.
Because of this. So it's hard to, the legislation might want to achieve a certain objective, but given the constraints of the companies, they might be forced to take other options, even the ones that are already based here.
And time that was discussed with the proponents of the bill as well on the kind of discrimination against women because of this extended maternity leave. Well, all right, just a time check right now. It's 4:42 in the afternoon. Of course, we were expecting the president, and of course mandated by the Constitution, that he deliver his State of the Nation address today. And that was supposed to happen at 4 p.m. Last we heard from our correspondent is that he was still, well, a couple of minutes ago, at the bahay ng pagbabago. Yan na po ang tawag sa kanya, dating bahay pangarap, which is now called bahay ng pagbabago. We don't know really the reason for the delay. Nothing of what happened last year actually happened today. Today's election of officers at the lower house and at the Senate went on smoothly. There were no problems. We were expecting the president possibly to be around the Batasan complex via helipad, minutes before 4 p.m. However, maybe possibly because of the bad weather, there's been that has caused some delays. Of course, if you were to ride a chopper, the safety of the president obviously paramount. That could have been a factor in the delay that we're seeing right now. Hopefully, it's really just that. Yeah. Otherwise, kasi ang choice lang naman magkotse ang Pangulo. But we have two forces here, pro-government forces and anti-government forces outside around the Batasan Pambansa also. So anyway, moving forward, we will of course keep you updated here, and our correspondent, Pia Ontiveros, also at the Batasan Pambansa. Other correspondents as well outside, David Santos and also George Kahila. So anyway, yung pending bills, JB, even before you left, what were the bills you feel that were important that need to be refiled? Kasi kailangan i-refile eh.
I filed a bill before, emergency powers to be granted to the president to address the transportation crisis, which I feel still needed because I think the infrastructure development would stimulate economic growth. And we have to find ways, as what my seatmate said, Senator Gatchalian, probably the second half of President Duterte's term should be focused on eradicating poverty. And for us, for our growing population, we have to really find ways on how we can stimulate economic growth, how to spread out the development. And I feel that this can only be done through massive infrastructure development. And the only way that we can do fast track all of this is if we have emergency powers, no, that can really expedite things faster.
Maybe that can happen in this Congress. But before we dig deeper into that and other bills that need to be looked into in the 18th Congress, let's talk to our correspondent, Ina Andalong, to find out the latest on, well, what's keeping possibly the president, what's keeping the president from making his way to the Batasang Pamansa. Ina?
Hi, Pinky. Well, we can't tell you exactly what's keeping the president. We can only assume that it could be because of the bad weather that is the reason why he's not here yet. As we know, he should be delivering his SONA at 4 p.m. And just a few minutes ago, at around 4:40, we were told that the president is just about to leave Bahay Babago. That's where he's coming from. What we're uncertain as well for now is if he's taking the chopper or traveling by land. But again, yes, the president is on his way, or about to leave again Bahay Babago at 4:40. What we do as well is that he is there with his longtime partner, Hanlet Abencena, as well as his daughter, Kitty, or Veronica Abencena. He was there the whole day. Again, later on, maybe we can ask him. We're hoping to have an interview with him after his SONA, and we can ask him what sort of delayed him this time around. As we know, Senator Bongo confirmed to reporters that last night the president was closely monitoring developments here at the House of Representatives, and he even said that if things go smoothly at the election of the House Speaker, he may just opt to stay home. But of course, that didn't happen. We were hoping that he would be here on time. But again, it's almost 5. It's close to 5 p.m. We're hoping he will be here soon. Thank you.
All right, Ina, we'll continue to get more updates from you as soon as, well, in a couple of minutes. Again, possibly the president may have left Bahay Pagbabago already. Again, as Ina said, and also I said a while ago, we can only suspect that it is the weather that's keeping the president from making his way to the Batasan complex at the moment. I wanted to talk about bills that were landmark bills that were passed. Pinag-usapan na natin yung universal health care. Of course, education. That's also big doon sa agenda ni Presidente. Again, let's clarify, it's not the president, obviously, not just the executive's role, but also the legislative branch of government. Tax reform, though. We are looking at what next year, something that definitely the consumers are not looking forward to, the next batch of tax reform package. Lindo, go ahead.
Of course, the first batch was the so-called train law that really caused a spike on our inflation, no? Which became challenging for our government last year. We saw, I think it will even be reflected in some pulse survey, second and third quarter last year. It was quite challenging for the government. Of course, what they're offering now is Package 2 or Trabaho Bill. It sounds good. The name itself is good. But what struck me is when it stalled in the Senate. And I think what the Senate saw was that true, it will bring down the taxes and corporations as an enticement.
Yeah.
But before that happens, there's a big review of rationalizing fiscal incentives, which might be the reason in the first place why these investments are happening. So that, I think, needs to be properly explained. It caused a lot of fear. I remember seeing the Joint Foreign Chamber and speaking strongly against it because they said, we are here because of these incentives, and suddenly you will take it away. And there's a really long list at the back of the bill that came out in even the mining industry, even the BPO industry, a lot of... So that creates a certain uncertainty. And again, that is meant, if it's really a trabaho bill, how come it's quite challenging to businesses and created so much fear? So these are things that they need to address. And for me, if it's really lowering corporate income tax, I think we all know everybody would like that. But the mere fact there is that fear, and now you have the hit on the consumers with regards to the train one, then you hit it with this one. It might be challenging. And for what, again? They say it's for the programs of the government. We need to generate this revenue.
Build.
Build. But may I go back to, we need to remind everyone, we had 6 years of no taxes, 2010 to 2016. And the best way to deal with that really is if government is really hard in terms of generating revenue for infrastructure, let's unleash the PPP. The private sector will be happy to spend on that, and jobs will be created. You have the GIA and you have the ODA.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of options, but to tax people, one thing working lang for government is that there's no anti-tax constituency. If this happened in other countries, a lot of people will lose in the next election when you keep on pushing tax. And I fear that there will be other tax packages. So it has to be managed well, because you're dealing with the legacy of the president.
Right.
The next 3 years, you would like this to be a burden to the voters, and even a burden to whoever the candidate that the president will support. So, but of course, you have to balance that with the demands of the programs of the president also.
The revenue that you need to generate every
year. It's a
year.
very ambitious program. Yeah. I used to call it expansionary fiscal policy. To be simpler, so much spending for so much program, which makes the president very popular. Social program. So those are things that will become challenging for the next 3 years. You want it to happen, how can you spend for it? But are these the right taxes to generate?
And that would be up to really the economic managers at the forefront of this. Michael, I'm going to ask your opinion on that. I just want to bring this in that we got word that the president has left Bahay ng Pagbabago just a couple of minutes ago and via chopper, and he's on his way to the Batasang Pambansa. So we should expect him in a couple of minutes. JV, you've ridden a chopper a number of times, I'm sure. How long will it probably take? 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. So I guess at any minute now, we will be expecting the president to land at the rear dun sa helipad sa Batasang Pambansa. Michael, go ahead.
So just taking off from what Dindo said, the economic reforms, particularly the tax Part 2, tax bill Part 2, and also the budget. This will take up the time of Congress in the next couple of months. This is why I think the election of Speaker Cayetano is a wild card, because Speaker Cayetano will probably bring into the equation charter change. He already said that, right? That
yes.
The first one of my priorities is to change or remove term limits of lawmakers. And if he does that...
To which Senator Ping Lacson said, bad move, as he tweeted something like, hindi ka pa, you haven't even sat as speaker and this is your first, baptism of fire.
If he pushes for that, that could sidetrack Congress from focusing on economic reforms. And that will be a problem down the line.
Can you imagine if actually that happens, if you're sidetracked because of this issue of, let's say, term limits, taking out term limits, because if indeed it pushes through, let's just say for the sake of argument, ang posibleng mangyari, no term limits or parang three terms of 4 years each, parang ganun no? If that happens, what seems to be the priority among the issues that people want to hear, according to the Pulse Asia survey, you're saying that could be sidetracked. That would be sidelined.
For sure. It will be sidelined because there will be a lot of discussions.
Yeah.
So you will get groups outside of Congress protesting that. We all know who they are. Within Congress itself, the Senate in particular will probably block that move. So it's going to be chaotic. So if that's why I said Speaker Cayetano is a wild card, because if he pushes for that, it's possibly the economic plans or economic reform plans of this administration will be sidetracked.
But I need to put this in when you said that you are sure that the Senate will push...
will block it.
Will block any move for any term extension?
For charter change.
But we have a different set of senators now. And what are your thoughts, Ana? Iba na ngayon, hindi katulad. It was a little clearer during the 17th Congress that that was being stalled. It was under the committee of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, right? Constitutional amendments. I don't know if he's still heading that committee in the 18th Congress, but yeah, it wasn't a very friendly Senate when we talked about charter change.
Well, it's really hard to say. One, we have a populist president who is sensitive to public opinion. Okay, that's one. Two, we have always said that our senators, each one is an independent republic by himself. Things could be more fluid depending on what the discussion, what changes will be recommended or will be put forth. Okay, because I've heard that the president has stepped back from some legislation that initially he had some big notion what it was going to be about, but then when he was counseled against it, okay, he withdrew his support.
Such as?
I would think he is I don't think this charter change is necessarily about federalism. I think he has had a change of mind about federalism.
That's actually even more dangerous.
because charter change means...
If you say charter change, it can be anything. So it can be term limits, it can be opening up the economy, it can even be extending his term.
Anybody's term, for that matter. Just breaking news here. We understand that we just got word that the president already arrived at the Batasan complex. There you have live shots. We await the president to alight from the chopper. JV, maybe you can give us, syempre mula dyan, sasalubungin siya ni AFP Chief of Staff.
He will be escorted in the holding room. Probably have a short chat with the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. So probably it will take 15-20 minutes, or even 30 minutes. Then the Speaker and the Senate President will go already to the place.
Still with the President.
And then the President will now follow. He will be escorted.
Yeah, and he will deliver his State of the Nation address. President Rodrigo Duterte arriving at the Batasan Pambansa. Time check is 4:57. He may have arrived, maybe a couple of minutes before that, maybe at 4:55. As mentioned a while ago, he is greeted by the AFP Chief of Staff, the President, over there. And then in just a couple of minutes, he should make his way inside the Batasan Pambansa, where, as Pia has mentioned, he will... Well, let's find out from Pia what will happen from here. Pia, go ahead.
Well, Pinky, it is 57 minutes or 58 minutes past the appointed hour of 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the fourth Monday of July of the year 2019. The president was supposed to have delivered his SONA at 4 o'clock this afternoon before the first regular session, or to open the first regular session of the 18th Congress. What you are about to see, we've been talking about it since 2 hours ago, is tradition and protocol. The president met by the Chief of Staff, the Armed Forces, General Benjamin Madrigal, and the sergeants at arms of both the Senate and the House of Representatives. Right now, he is about to go through the honor guard. He is about to review the honor guard, escorted by General Madrigal. He is the man in white duck uniform. That is the official military uniform. A salute from the Chief of Staff, who is about to retire in September. The president goes up the steps where the Senate President, Tito Soto, and the Speaker of the House, Alan Peter Cayetano, are meeting him and welcoming him. This is what's called the rear entrance. You can see a welcoming committee, several legislators, senators, and congressmen, and officials of both the Senate and the House welcoming the president as he enters the rear entrance. It is already 4:58 in the afternoon. The president arriving aboard choppers. There was a bit of delay because of the downpour earlier today. So you can see several lawmakers there welcoming the president, including Majority Leader Martin Romualdez. The president is turning right as tradition and protocol dictate, he is going into a holding room. Now, that holding room, and you're about to see it on the left side of the screen, that is the Legislators' Lounge that used to be the Office of the Presidential Legislative Liaison. What we're going to see in a while is the little, as I keep saying earlier, the little chit-chat that's going to be happening. This is not going, we don't expect this to take very long because, after all, everyone in the session hall has waited already for an hour. Perhaps there might not be much to discuss because wala namang gulo kanina sa House of Representatives. Everything went very smoothly. So we don't think that this is going to take very long. Now, until last year, RTVM makes available a live shot inside that Legislators' Lounge. And we're expecting that to be up in just a bit. So in that Legislators' Lounge, in that little chit-chat, is going to be President Duterte together with Tito Soto, the Senate President, and Alan P. Cayetano. Let's do a little review of what happened. Alan P. Cayetano is going to get the first 15 months. He's going to share his 3-year term as Speaker with Lord Alan Velasco. Alan Peter Cayetano getting the first 15 months, and then Lord Alan Velasco, who we spoke to earlier, is getting 21 months. This is the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra playing in the lobby of the Batasan Pambansa. Now, this is while we're waiting for that little chit chat to be over. Now, when they've decided that it is time for the president to make his way to the session hall, that's when Tito Soto and Alan Cayetano, acting as Senate President and Speaker of the House, are going to go and proceed to the session hall, where they are going to be declaring the joint session of Congress open. And that is when the mace of the Senate and the mace of the House of Representatives, the symbols of authority, are going to be put on display. where he was supposed to have spent a little bit of time there with several senators and congressmen. He is expected to be on his way to the session hall. The Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra playing in the lobby of the Batas ng Pambansa. This is a first in the State of the Nation address. The President, of course, accompanied by Senator Bongo, his former special assistant. But as Senator Bongo had said earlier before, that he would still spend quite a bit of time with the President, in spite of the fact that he has his duties as a senator. President making his way now to the session hall, where he is expected to deliver his fourth State of the Nation address. President buttoning up his barong. Well, he's been criticized before for leaving the first and the second buttons unbuttoned, but a minor thing perhaps. He's getting ready to deliver his fourth SONA. He's taking a different route from the Legislators' Lounge. He went around and he's coming from the South Wing entrance and making his way down the stairs to the lobby of the session hall, where he's going to be getting a glimpse of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra as they serenade him. And there in the distance, you can see President about to enter the session hall. So it's now 5:06 in the afternoon. An hour and 6 minutes past the appointed hour, 4 o'clock. The President now making his way through the session hall, where he's going to be delivering his fourth State of the Nation address to open the first regular session of the newly elected 18th Congress. The President inside the session hall right now, being greeted by several congressmen and senators. That is Joey Salceda of Albay. That was Lord Alan Velasco, Len Alonte, many other congressmen, and in a bit you're going to be seeing the senators reaching out to greet the President. That's Lani Cayetano, Taguig Congresswoman, the wife of, the wife of Speaker Alan Cayetano. Senator Dick Gordon greeting the President, and well, that was Amy Marcos, but the camera had cut away just at that time. There, the President greeting Amy Marcos, who is a newly elected senator, making his way up the rostrum, where Tito Soto, Senate President, and Alan P. Cayetano, Speaker of the House, are waiting for him. The President, of course, having suggested a week or two ago that Alan Cayetano take the first 15 months of this three-year term as Speaker of the House, and then to be taken over by Lord Alan Velasco in the last 21 months. Alan Cayetano, of course, was a running mate to the President in 2016.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is. Please rise for the nation's prayer.
Amang makapangyarihan, mapagkalingang Panginoon, may gawa ng langit at ng lupa. Pinapupurihan namin ang iyong kadakilaan, inyong pagmamahal sa amin. Luwalhatiin ang inyong pangalan sa pagsanggalang sa amin, nang aming harapin mga hidwaan sa lipunan at mga unos ng kalikasan, hanggang kami ay inyong itinaas sa aming pagkalugmok. binigyan ng bagong karangalan, pamana sa mga henerasyong darating.
Sammo po namin ang iyong kapatawaran sa mga kasalanan at pagkukulang. Inyong awa ay igawad po sa amin kung isinasantabi ang katotohanan at kalagayan ng mga mahihirap at mga naaapi. Pinalala ng aming pagmamalabis o pagwawalang bahala. Kabigo ang magmahal ayon sa iyong katuroan.
Tanggapin aming taos-pusong pasasalamat sa inyong patnubay nang tahakin namin ang landas ng kalayaan mula sa kadena ng kahirapan at pagkakawatak-watak. Pag-isahin po ninyo aming bayan sa gitna ng aming pagkakaiba-iba. Idulot po ninyo ang inaasam na kapayapaan at kasaganahan.
Basbasan ninyo aming pambansang pamunuan, mga kinatawan ng serbisyo sibil, aming hukbong sandatahan, tagapagpangalaga at ng kapayapaan, ng angalab at sagisag ng pagkamakabayan at mapagsakripisyo ay patuloy na lumukob sa kanila, higit na magsilbi ng may dangal at pagtalima sa inyong kalooban.
Inyong mga pagpapala, may kaakibat na pagtugon, maging responsableng tagapangasiwa ng inyong nilikhang sanlibutan. Hubugin aming bayan na maging maunlad, tapat at nagtitiwala sa inyong walang humpay na pagmamahal. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem to be led by Mr. Armand Ferrer.
Sinanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong butaw, may hilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, bumayayangit sa piling mo. Aking ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Your Excellencies, members of the House of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic of the Philippines, Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
Thank you,
kindly sit down. Kumusta po kayo? Senate President Vicente Soto III and the honorable members of the Senate, House Speaker Alan Peter Cayetano, and the honorable members of the House of Representatives, Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo, magandang hapon po sa iyong ma'am at kung nasaan ka. Former Presidents Fidel V. Ramos, Joseph Ejercito Macapagal Arroyo, His Excellency Kacha and esteemed members of the Diplomatic Corps, Executive Secretary Salvador Medaldia, and the other members of the Cabinet, Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin, and the Supreme Court, my fellow workers in government, mga mahal kong kababayan. Let me begin by extending my hand in gratitude to all who kept faith with me in our most trying times. Numbers speak 1,000 words, tell 100 tales, but the landslide victory of the administration candidates, as well as the latest survey result, shows that my disapproval rating is 3%. I hope that the members of Congress, sana hindi kayo included sa 3%, inspires me with determination to pursue relentlessly what we have started at the start of my administration. Few men imbued with the will and the courage to do what he believes is right and just, and whatever be the opposition in terms of numbers and noise, makes a majority. For it is not the eagle in the fight, but the fight in the eagle that matters. Believe me, I will end my term fighting. It has been 3 years since I took my oath of office, and it pains me to say that we have not learned our lesson. The illegal drug problem persists. Corruption continues and emasculate the courage we need to sustain our moral recovery initiatives. Years ago, we saw the terrible devastation caused by illegal drugs. On May 23, 2017, our law enforcers launched an operation to serve a warrant and to neutralize terrorists. A group of armed men with sophisticated weaponry and aided by local radicalized by extreme dogma and teachings fought our troops for weeks. During that Marawi siege, tons of shabu worth millions and millions of pesos. Drug money killed 175 and wounded 2,001 of my soldiers and policemen in that 5-month battle. Let the reason why I advocate the imposition of the death penalty for crimes related to illegal drugs. Our citizens have begun to do their part in the war against drugs and through the barangay formation of anti-drug councils and also actually surrendering. I call this responsibility. However, the drugs will not be crossed unless we continue to eliminate corruption that allows the social monster for heinous crimes related to drugs as well as plunder. My countrymen, it is a sad commentary that we cannot distinguish our need from our greed, our principles from our prejudices, the real from the fake. Matters above all is the self. It is selfishness, it's worse for no purpose other than personal aggrandizement. To borrow the language of F. Chanel, Jose, we have not risen above and beyond the parochial interest. Exact a heavy toll on our programs designed to uplift the poor and reassure our investors, our foreign investors, local, and the business sector in this country. The recent uncovering of the massive fraud perpetrated, huge amount of medical funds were released to cover padded medical claims and imaginary treatment of ghost patients. I am grossly disappointed. The government is conned of millions of pesos which could be used to treat illnesses and possibly save the lives of many. Thus, I ordered the NBI to arrest and cause the prosecution of those liable. I appointed a new PhilHealth president, whom I know is a man of integrity, a military man, a former military officer, and gave him marching orders to prevent the Bureau of Investigation for its handling of high-profile cases resulting in the arrest and prosecution of criminals. These culprits will have their day of reckoning in court. I hope it happens during the last 3 years. We have been unyielding in our reforms to weed them out of public service. I have fired or caused the resignation of more than 100 officials and appointees of government without regard to relationship, friendship, and alliance. There is no sacred cow, as the saying goes, in my administration. Institutions that are the stewards of our resources and agents of development have long been a major source of public frustration. Drastic reforms within these agencies have yielded results. Our government-owned and controlled corporations, infamous for high salaries and bonuses being paid for their executives and employees, have started to shape up. As of July 9, 2019, we collected more than 61 billion from GOCCs or government corporations, 32 of which, or 32% is 16 billion from PAGCOR. This is more than the 36 billion collected in 2017. My salute to Andrea Domingo. Magpasugal ka pa ng marami. Bureau of Customs, though corruption-ridden, managed to collect 585 billion pesos in 2018. Imagine how much more could have been collected had the BOC been clean and less corrupt. May I cut and just magsalita lang ako kung anong sa isip ko. I went to the Bureau of Customs 2 weeks ago and found out that there are about 63 of them facing charges, criminal charges, and 61 of them under investigation. I hope that I can have the cooperation of Congress. If we cannot abolish their position, and if I cannot dismiss them for the reason that there is a security of tenure, I will just allow them to have their plantilla positions, but they have to report to Congress every day to help me in the huge paperwork that we have to do every day. All of them will go out from the premises of the customs area. I do not want them back. We in government talk too much, act too little, and too slow. I recall saying that before the congressional hearing when I was mayor of Davao City. I say that again to emphasize how little we have changed since then. We have long on rhetorics, but short of accomplishments. It's just that you, Congress, even the executive department, and maybe me. So I am here to rectify my own error. That is why I implore those who occupy positions of power and authority to let your deeds and accomplishments do the talking. Lead by example. Words ring hollow when not followed by positive and prioritized action. Time and again, I have emphasized that, like my fellow workers in government, trabahante lang po ako ng Pilipino. Last year, I signed the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act, a significant piece of legislation to improve service delivery and fight corruption still until now. However, much is to be done in ensuring our responsiveness to the people's needs based on complaints received by this contact center Bayan, that's in my office. The LTO, SSS, BIR, LRA, and Pag-ibig are the top 5 agencies that need to drastically improve their service. I reiterate my directive to the government and instrumentalities, including the LGUs and the government corporations. Simplify. Andito ba kayo? Simplify. Just like the others. You can do it electronically. you do not have to go to the office. I've been asking that from you since 3 years ago. Pag hindi pa din yung nagawa yan ngayon, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Nabubwisit na. Simplify and make your services responsive to client-friendly. Your client is the Filipino, our employer. From where the money in our pockets come from our salaries. Thanks to Executive Secretary Major Dia, we have increased the number of lines from hotline 8888 to make it more responsive to the public. Our ultimate goal is for our people to be freed from using these hotlines because government service and response have markedly improved. Again, ang problema kasi ng Pilipino, I'm addressing now to the Filipino. Kayo rin kasi, sinasabi ko na sa inyo, be assertive. At pag kayo o ikaw hiningian more than the required payment by government at humingi pa sa iyo, I've been telling you, mag-iskandalo kayo sa opisina. Make a scene. Sampalin mo yung na yan. Kasi aabot rin sa akin yan. And I have done that. Ako magprangka ako sa inyo. Ako lang ang presidente na hanggang ngayon nagbubugbog talaga ng tao. Yan sa loob ng Malacanang. Pinapakain ko ng pera yung mga yawa na yan. Igalit na ako sa inyo eh. Kindly be assertive. Pagka hiningian ka, sabihin mo, ina mo, sabi ni Duterte, the president told us, that if you extort money from me, I will slap you. At sampalin talaga ninyo. Di na bali magkaaway, I will defend you. At kung maari, and this is what I've been doing all along, there's an 888. Be sure that it is true. Though you are not liable for libel, pero wag naman yang makasakit ka ng kapwa-tao na wala namang kasalanan. 888 then placed to President Duterte abuses by director asking for money. Text mo, lalabas yan dyan. And that is for the public to view. At kung totoo, Malacanang, I said, is open 24 hours. 24 hours, basta corruption. And that is why that fiasco about the frigate ni Trillanes was because yung Koreano na napagbili ng barko to sold the ship to the Philippine government, wala pa hong delivery. And it was there already ready. And that is why that Korean went to Malacanang just to complain, why is it that there is no request for delivery? So I told Bong, ayusin mo yan. He went to Lorenzana, and Lorenzana, nagsulat siya. May nakakuha because of Malacanang. Every administration may tao yan dyan. Every administration leaves some of the men because they are appointed on plantilla position. Kinuha nila, then it was brought here before the Congress. And so Bong was called to testify and said he was assured it will be a closed door. So I told Bong, no, ask for an open and public hearing. Sabi ko, sabihin mo sa lahat, kanina, wala, you have nothing, just say the truth. Sabi ko, pagkatapos niya testify, sabi ko, Bong, maniwala ka hindi. you will be a senator. Totoo yan. That is the story of how convoluted politics and corruption here in our country works. Equipped with political will, the government ordered the closure of Boracay Island for 6 months to prevent its further deterioration. We cleaned and rehabilitated the island and not allowed it to heal naturally. I am proud to say that it has been restored close to its original pristine state. Boracay Interagency Task Force led by Secretary Simato and fully supported by Secretaries Andio, Romulo Puyat, what's her name? Puro surname ito, Romulo Puyat. What's her name? Berna. Berna, Romulo Puyat, Belo, and Villar, and the TESDA Chief Mamunjong for this huge success. Kudos are also due to the PMS for integrating the 6-month rehabilitation plan and the NEDA for the recently approved Mindanao Term Boracay Action Plan. Boracay Island is just the beginning, and the girls there, the foreigners, are waiting for you, gentlemen, to visit the place. They are all on the beach sunbathing. You are invited. I have not been there. Alam mo, nung naayos yan, day before, we were told that there's going to be an opening tomorrow. So on the TV on that day, magandang hapon, showed a lot of bantings and banners, Salamat, Duterte, ano mga So when I saw it, I called the military and the police, remove the bantings. I am not going there. No need to really advertise. I am paid for what I'm doing. Nakukurnihan ako. Too much adulation, bordering pretensions. I can always smell it in my Lord. And I never went there until now. What I did was, I went to the other side of the island and asked the DAR, what is the status of the land behind the beach of Boracay? And they are still categorized as forestal and agriculture. I said, not commercial? No, sir. So I told the agrarian reform, go to the place, have it inspected. Because I will declare the whole of the island a land reform program. And I gave the islands piece by piece to the Etas, the natives of the place, para walang masabi. Marami kasi ginawa ko raw, para linisan ko, ibigay ko sa mga kaibigan ko. Wala akong kaibigang mayaman. Ayaw kong kaibigan ng mayaman. Because pagka mayaman ka, tatabi lang ka lang sa akin, pati ako napahira na ng kung ano-ano ang hingiin mo sa gobyerno. There are those who violate environmental rules. I am giving due notice to the LGUs and other stakeholders, kayo po, of tourist destinations to take extra steps in the enforcement of our laws and the protection of our environment. On January 27, 2019, we officially started the Manila Bay rehabilitation. Though we have a long way to go, we are encouraged by the test results of the waters near Padre Paura. We will relocate informal settlers. I hope it can happen during my time. Along the waterways and shut down establishments that continue to pollute and poison our waters. Make a choice. I'm going to malaki ba yung building dyan? I'm going to dismantle your building or just simply burn it down so that we can have a new setup of environmental friendly, whatever that means. So the build program in emerging economic hubs outside Metro Manila, this will swiftly gain ground thanks to the efforts of the economic team led by Secretary Dominguez. Hard at work in the interconnection of our islands and cities by air, land, and sea are Secretaries Tugade and Villar. Alaman naman ninyo, magaganda na ang airport ninyo. Inuna ko nga kayo. Everybody's complaining about the Davao Airport, and I said, Davao will be the last. Kung hindi na maabutan, sabi ko mga taga-Davao, pasensya na kayo. Para walang masabi ang Congress sa atin, baka nga 3% sila doon sa kabila. We also paved the way for the entry of third telecommunication provider. Do not worry about this. There is no corruption at all. I guarantee you, upon the grave of my father, I do not talk to them. I just say, just do your work. And kung maaari, according to what the specifications are required by this government. I challenge this new player to fulfill its commitment to provide fast and reliable telecommunication services to our people, especially in the underserved areas. DICT Secretary Hunasan will be the lead man in this endeavor. I hope he is here. However, developmental gains will not be felt by our people in the countryside if we cannot maintain law and order. Yung peace and security, we need to enforce the law. After almost 2 decades of peace negotiation, the Bangsamoro Organic Law was finally passed and ratified. For decades, our Muslim brothers in the armed have been mired in poverty. My late Muslim brother, Minda Chair Abdul Ghair Alonto, envisioned a progressive, peaceful, and united Mindanao during our lifetime. It is my hope that the Bangsamoro transition will fast-track the establishment of regional government that will secure and comfortable life for Muslim brothers and sisters and all indigenous communities in the Bangsamoro regions. Additionally, I have taken the helm of the National Task Force to end local communist armed conflict and have assigned a cabinet member to each region to harmonize government efforts in attaining national development security. Through the exceptional leadership of Secretary Briones and the DepEd, I am proud to say that this year more Filipino learners are receiving basic education with over 27 million enrollees from kinder to senior high school. And because we have still a little to spare, the fastest population growth, one of the is the Philippines. We are so industrious that we are producing more people than. I do not want to quarrel with the religious, but more than 823. Sorry, but I is not good. For the, nasuot ko lang to pag paminsan-minsan. Out of school youth and adult learners were able to access non-formal education through the alternative learning system for our national sports development. I support the proposed measure to create the National Academy for Sports for high school students. Almost 86,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises, or the MSMEs, have received over $3 billion worth of loans since 2017, thanks to the efforts of Secretary Lopez and the DTI. Additional benefits for solo parents, the assignment of health workers in all barangays, and the expansion of the malasakit centers are what we also hope to achieve through the bills filed by the original concept of Bongo para manalo sa kampanya. Yun ang mantra niya. Tutuhanin mo lang, Bong, mapahiya tayong lahat. I also implore Congress, you have to study this very carefully. Congress has to postpone the May 2020 election. And yung barangay Sangguniang Kabataan to October 2022. Because if you read it, to rectify the truncated terms, paiba-iba na eh. The truncated terms of sitting barangays, but also provide them with the ample time to finish the programs and projects. I suggest Congress should also enact the Magna Carta for barangays. This administration's malasakit at Servicio program has of course reached the Filipinos who labor in foreign lands. The milestone signing of the bilateral labor agreement with Kuwait in 2018 is a testament of my commitment to stop abuses inflicted on our overseas Filipinos, to ensure their welfare, protection, and their access to government services. The establishment of the Department of Overseas Filipinos will sufficiently address this particular need. Our accomplishments for the past 3 years and the plans for the next 3 are discussed in detail in my midterm report to the people, copies of which shall be made available before the day ends. Let me repeat what I said many times before. Honestly, I have identified the enemy who dumped us into this quagmire we are in. I have met the enemy face to face, and sadly, the enemy is us. We are our own tormentors, addressing the Filipino people. We are our own demons. We are as rapacious predators preying on the helpless, the weak, and the voiceless. We find corruption everywhere in government when every malefactor watching his cohorts back in blatant disregard of his oath when he assumed public office. Even the language has evolved to soften the wickedness of the criminal act. For the boys, sponsoring an event, or what else have you? No amount of euphemism can trivialize or normalize betrayal of public trust or any other criminal offense. It is an injury laced with insult. It is both a national embarrassment and a national shame. For every transaction, a commission. For every action, extortion. Any request that goes on and on endlessly and shamelessly. Catharsis is what we individually and collectively need to do today. Not tomorrow, but today. Self-purgation, followed by the resolve to do what is right and proper, is good for the nation's health. Let me ask you, when will corruption end? Kailan ba talaga ito hanggang kailan? Well, I don't know. I've been with government for almost 35 years now. I'm not singling out myself. It's the entire gamut of our system. Corruption exasperates. It frustrates. It is also exasperating that there are times when I think that perhaps it is blood that we need to cleanse and rinse away. The dirt and the muck that stick to the flesh like leeches. Of course, it is only a thought. I am simply thinking aloud to dispel any controversy that my statements in this regard will create something else. Words of Pedro Guerrero, who said, sometimes they write what I say, and they write what I say and not what I mean. So yung mga papurga-purga lang dyan. I use similes, metaphors, hyperbole, and other figures of speech every now and then to prove or stress a point. I am as human as anybody else. On the matter of the Philippine West Philippine Sea, the avoidance of conflict, armed conflict, and protection of our territorial waters and natural resources compel us to perform a delicate balancing act. A shooting war is grief and misery multiplier. War leaves widows and orphans in its wake. I am not ready or inclined to accept the occurrence of more destruction, more widows, and more orphans should war, even on a limited scale, breaks out. More and better resources can be reached in the privacy of a conference room than in the squabble in the public. That is why I will do in the peaceful way, mindful of the fact that it is a national pride and territorial integrity that are at stake. Short of expressly advocating a call to arms, there are those who say that we should stand up and stop those who fish in our economic zone. Of course, we will do in due time. There is, alam mo ganito yan eh. When I became president, and when the M16 rifles were canceled by America upon the prodding of the U.S. Congress, I found myself in a quandary. because reports were already very ripe na there was the passing of arms in Marawi. And because of the arms were already mostly in the hands of the police, hands me down from the army, were quite old. And sometimes the bolt that pushes the bullet flies out. And the barrel has really become loose. And there are no more lands and means to push it into a circular trajectory to maintain its accuracy. So I was forced to go to China. Mabutit na lang na masabi ko sa inyo to. Then in China, we had a bilateral. I brought along the military man, Anyo, the chief of staff then, and all of them. Lorenzana, Esperon, National Security. In that meeting, I said, cabinet members were there, I want to go to my territory to dig oil. That's the word, I dig. Because that is ours. Ang sabi ni President Xi, well, you know, there's a conflict there. Do you think rather than go there and have a confrontation, not necessarily the gray ships, warship, but, you know, a squabble there could lead to something else. So we just became friends. And perhaps we can talk about this, but not an outright precipitate move, because, you see it softly, it can mean trouble. If the trouble comes out from the mouth of a president of a republic, anong magawa mo? So, what did I answer? Well, then maybe, sir, we can talk about this some other time. But definitely, before I go, we must talk about the West Philippine Sea. We cannot, you know, have our cake and eat it too. You know, I cannot go there even to bring the Coast Guard to drive them away. China also claims the property and he is in possession. Yan ang problema. Sila yung in possession and claiming all the resources there as an owner. We are claiming the same, but we are not in the possession because of that fiasco. Noong dalawang nag-stand off doon during the time of my predecessor, si Albert Ambassador, if I'm correct, I do not know his real name, tayo ang umatras. Pag sabi na umatras, that was a kind of a compromise. Tayo ang umatras. Nung umatras tayo, pumasok sila. Marami na. That day, we lost the Spratly and the Panganiban. Yan ang totoo. Walang bulahan yan. Ngayon may arbitrary ruling. I said, I could not even ask for the oil, claiming the entire resources of the Muna. Anong sabihin ko sa kanila? Kaya sinabi ko, let us do this mutually. Of course, when she says, I will fish, who can prevent him? And sabi ko naman, we will fish because we claim it. And sabi ko, please allow, because before that, they were driving away our fishermen. Di ba inaabog nila? Kaya sabi ko, do not drive them away because the Filipinos are of the belief that they are also declaim it. Now, if you deprive the Filipinos of their... magkagulo talaga yan. And it could lead to one, not really war. I said, we have to Sabi ko, so when I said I allowed, that was on the premise that I own the property. Pero hindi tayo in control of the property. Yan, magsabi sila, of course, I will allow you. Kaya pinabalik. Yung disgrasya, yung pagsabi, a mere incident, legal marine incident. Yan ang ginagamit sa batas yan. A marine incident happened. Hindi naman sinasabi marine accident. It was just banggaan, wala naman. So they wanted to talk. Tapos ayaw dito. And so, sige, we will investigate and you investigate. And when we are ready, we should meet and compare notes. And let us determine who pays for what damage. Ganun lang. Ipadala ko yung Marines ko to drive away the Chinese fishermen. I guarantee you, not one of them will come home alive. Kung ipadala ko yung 5, pati yung frigate ko na bago, yung pinagkaguluhan nila ni Trillanes dyan sa that made Bong a senator, ubos yan. Because there are already guided missiles in that island. And the fastest that they have installed there can reach Manila in 7 minutes. You want war? Alam mo, asaran yan eh. Supladuhan yan. Kung supladuhan lang, mura na po, umalis ka diyan. Kung ganunan lang, bright ako dyan. Hanggang bunganga lang. Pero kung bunutan na ng baril, pwede siguro. Basta 2 lang. But the problem is, whether we do it in a diplomatic way, there will be heated arguments. Sigurado yan. We do it in a confrontation doon, we try to drive them away, it could lead to a violence. Anyway yan. By the way, the President answered when I said, I will dig my oil the first time I went to China. Nakita ko yung tao. So you can more or less draw a profile of his. Please do not do that because there will be trouble. Ano magagawa ko? I go there as a fisheries and besides, I was invoking yung traditional fishing rights. It is in that arbitrary ruling. Ayaw lang ninyo gustong tignan. It is mentioned there that even before countries were in existence, people around an ocean or a lake had already been fishing there for generations. And that is why fishing rights are allowed in the so many cases between Finland and Germany, decided by UNCLOS. UNCLOS is the international law of the seas. UNCLOS is a product of a treaty. That treaty is also a part of our land because we are a signatory. Dito kung basahin lang ninyo yan ng husto, it is there. You might just say, China and everybody recognizes traditional fishing rights for the natives who were there even before the creation of republics and governments. That law is a human law. So I'm sorry I have to. I promised you 40 minutes. You want me to start? Oh, we can go home now. I have exceeded my. There is a time for everything. Do not believe the others because they are not my friends. They are my political enemies. They say I do not believe in God. Who says? I am a believer of a universal minder. But I do not believe that a God so perfect would create hell for his creation. What kind of God is he? He is not my God. There's a time for everything. A time to negotiate and a time to quarrel with your enemy, with your political opponents, with your wife. That is why some lives here are and a time to antagonize, and a time to make peace, and a time to go to war, and a time to live, and a time to die. That's Ecclesiastes 3. Our ownership of the West Philippine Sea is internationally recognized. However, both the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the Arbiter Award in the case of Republic of the Philippines versus People's Republic of China recognize instances where another state may utilize the resources found within the coastal states, exclusive economic zone, the arbitral ruling, even states, the one that they are charging me for violating the Constitution. Sino gani yun? Suntukin lang kita dyan, buti pa. Dito the arbitrary even states that the Philippines may enter into fishing agreements with other states, provided certain conditions and requisites in the UNCLOS are met. So yung aking sabi niya, let's go fish. Sabi ko, you have to act, they've been there fishing since time immemorial. I think it was Adam who got the first lapu-lapu there. Let me assure you that national honor and territorial integrity shall be foremost in our mind. And we may take next steps in the smoldering controversy over the lines of arbitral ruling. The West Philippine Sea is ours. There is no ifs and buts. It is ours. But we have been acting along that legal truth and line. But we have to temper it with the times and the realities that we face today. Poverty incidence fell from 27.6% in the first half of 2015 to 21% in the first half of 2018. The most important number, though, is the 6 million Filipinos we need to pull out from poverty. Kindly help me on this. And as I said, corruption is everywhere. You are free to investigate. I don't take offense. If there is anything wrong in my department, the executive, you are free to open the investigation anytime. You do not have to call me. Call the idiots, expose them, and send them to jail. You are helping. Do not be, I am not, I've been a prosecutor. I know how it works. Feel free. Feel free to expose anything that is not in accordance with law. We have pursued tax reforms to fund our poverty reduction programs. I therefore implore Congress to immediately pass Package 2 of the Comprehensive Tax Reform Program, or the Trabajo Bill, which shall gradually lower the corporate income tax and rationalize and improve fiscal incentives. It will energize our MSMEs and encourage them to expand their business and hopefully generate, I'm missing the word hopefully, para sabihin na you're all talk, hopefully 104 million jobs in the coming years. The MSMEs hold the promise of raising a lot of the Filipinos. I therefore believe that it is now time for Congress to approve a new version of the salary standardization law. Ngayon na. And to the teachers, alam mo dito, who toil and work tirelessly to educate our young. Kasali na po dito yung hinihingi ninyo. Hindi naman masyadong malaki, pero it will tide you over during this hard time. A little bit bigger than before. This is intended to increase salaries of national government workers, including teachers and nurses. Good. I am also asking Congress to pass the remaining packages of my administration's tax reform program and the bills that would further raise excise tax on. Very good. Let us do it. Tobacco and alcohol. Sinong naninigarilyo dito? They should be exterminated from the face of the earth. They are the ones, you know, I do not hide what's wrong with me. I acquired Burgess disease because I smoke. But I made it a national policy because, you know, when I was new mayor, I went around to see the discos and nightclubs. I could hardly see the faces of the people inside. You have to wade into a thick smoke to just recognize one. So that was when I decided. But I was still smoking. But I decided, because I knew, I already had it. It's time. So, sabi ko. In national law, para lahat na, that at 12 o'clock, everything closes. I'm not trying to pull it here. Mine was that 2 o'clock noon sa Davao. It was 2, then I reduced it to 1. When the boxing mayor there became mayor, she reduced it to 6. Walang order, no orders in advance. So we have ordered already, so you can close, but we have to drink. Itong ngayon, at 12, everything closes down. Nobody works. So I think that we should adopt it. Most of the states, in many states, in many countries, gano'n man. Alas 12, sarado na ka lang. We have to stop drinking. And jukebox, they're only good up to 8, 9. 8 maganda. It's there in every corner store. Blares out noise. And the children will go to school and the working class. And you are there with your store. I have prohibited it in Davao. And at 12, as you see, Davao is quiet. Because everybody is resting already. Be it in the memorial parks, cemetery, or in the comfort of their home. So the evaluation system has also to be improved. Local government units and rationalize capital income tax. I urge Congress to review and pass the government right-sizing bill to reconfigure the existing Metro Manila-centric bureaucracy, streamline government systems in order to deliver services without delay and within a short timeline. These reforms would be for naught if we cannot avert of a new poor every time a disaster strikes. The Philippine experience has shown that natural disasters are poverty creators. That is why we need to hasten the establishment of the Department of Disaster Resilience so that this department focus on the natural hazards and climate change. I urge Congress to fast-track the passage of the administration of this bill, administration version rather. In 2017, I reminded all of you of the probable consequence of a catastrophic earthquake in Metro Manila and its surrounding provinces. Since then, I have established a project management office for the earthquake resilience and the Greater Manila area to implement two-pronged strategy on earthquake resilience and mitigation efforts. I just heard, it's not in my speech, I just heard that from a psychic that the first crack when the big one hits will be right here in the center of this. Yan man ang sabi nila. Philippines is so corrupt, it's so lousy, that if you kill all congressmen, senators, and the president, we will have a new day. So I pray that if the earthquake comes, it comes now, this moment. Kompleto na tayo. May madamay pa tayo doon sa harap. We weathered one damaging effect of climate change this year. The El Nino wreaked havoc in the agricultural sector and caused water shortage in the Greater Metro Manila area. We need to pass bill creating the Department of Water Resources and Water Regulatory Commission. Alam mo, the agencies and the guys that are handling the entire water work system, you have to change it immediately. You know what? There was this 3-day no water. I was in Davao. So everybody was complaining. And I was even afraid to come here because what if my girlfriend will not be able to take a bath? She will smell like hell. So I said, I'll wait for the water to wash her. Alam mo kung hindi ako nagmura, kung hindi ko sinabi, did when I arrived in the morning, there was water. And my girlfriend was fresh. I also call on Congress to pass a law mandating a fire protection modernization program. Diyan tayo nagano. If you go to Davao, you find the best. The best of everything. 911, all the cameras, all the screens. We need that if we can fund it. Alam mo, sabi ni, Sunny is here? Secretary Dominguez? Siya man ang magyayabang. Sabi niya, marami tayong pera. Pero pag tanungin namin siya doon sa cabinet meeting, walang pera, walang pera. Si Jokno, ganun rin. Kaya tapon ko sa Central Bank. Every time sabihin mo, we discuss projects. We plan. And we submit it to Congress. About its final imprimatur. Hindi kami, may pera ba tayo dyan? Wala. Magkano? 4 billion. That is not the property. No money, no money. Saan palang pera natin dito? Sa bulsa ninyo? Maraming koleksyon natin dito. But Sana says that we can fund. This one we have to answer. Now, I would like to remind, pagbigyan na lang ninyo ako para man ito sa lahat. Last size pa nga, ginugutom na kayo. Hindi pala kayo nagmerienda. Alam mo, ever since na-integrate yan, you would notice in your cities and provinces the deterioration of the service itself. Wala nang mga truck, luma na. Ano, you believe it in Davao City? I'll show it to you. We have a 1934 Studebaker fire truck. maganda pa. So we have to do better than this, because there are other cities which are utterly without the tools to respond to the challenges of fire. We have to come up with something that is really good. I mean, at this age, it would be a shame if you cannot put up a fire in 2 days, 3 days. My God. We have to set aside. Sunny, you have the money? Oh, yes. O, see? Basta sa maraming tao, mahiya man mag-deny. Yeah, totoo yan. Totoo yan. We have the money, so maybe Sunny can give you a figure that we can set aside. Nakakahiya talaga itong ano natin. Ang Davao meron. Davao has a very good 911. Hindi ako nagyayabang. And we have cameras in every corner, so we can solve crimes immediately. And meron kaming 911. What is your emergency? That's the standard. So it's fire, they call the fire department. Sabi ko, 911, yes. What's your emergency? I seem to have lost my girlfriend since you. We know you, Mayor. You go back to Manila. There are plenty left there. Go. This will equip the Bureau of Fire Protection with tools to respond to challenges. I further ask Congress to urgently pass the National Land Use Act or NLUA within this year. Pakilang po. So that we can proceed with the new, we can meet the demands of the new investors coming in. Ang lupa natin ang problema A science-based national land use plan would serve as basis for the LGUs in crafting respective development plans and help disperse economic activities to the countryside. The dispersion of economic and business activities to Visayas and Mindanao is not just a campaign promise, it is an economic imperative and a key to our country's sustainable and equitable development. We will encourage investment to develop the rural areas and Metro Manila and other mega urban areas. Let me cut here. Total, maliit na lang. I would just like to remind everybody, no offense intended to the mayors and governors, to the local government. Pero yung style ninyo na it takes about 3 days, 4 days for the employees of a certain company, store, or whatever to go back and forth. When they go back, you have in your regulation. He gets it, he secures it, and when he goes back, saying, oh, there's still, you have to follow, you have to get this paper. I will tell you now. Hindi ako nagyayabang. In Davao, it's 1 hour. Unless there is a need for ocular inspection. I am directing you publicly. Mayors, I'm directing also the DILJ, Secretary Anyo of the local government, to see to it that this is honored. All clearances, permits emanating from your office that would need also your approval must be out at the very least within 3 days. You do not do that. I am directing si Secretary Anyo. Is he here, sir? Nandito ka? Secretary Anyo, the former Chief of Staff. He's also a military man. I want 3 days, unless there is an exceptional reason. 3 days, para hindi na magpabalik-balik kasi dyan ang tirahan. Pagdating doon, meron namang hingin, padodong hingin. Kaya said the Filipinos, if it is done to you, I'm telling you, slap the guy, create a scene, create a scandal, because that incident, however little, will reach me. And if that it does, you can be sure, if I do not call you an idiot, I will go there myself. That is a promise, that is a pledge. Make it a part of my oath of office. Lahat kayo dyan, pati ang easement, well, under Villar, okay na. Pero yung easement, $1 billion, billion pesos. Well, if it's a foreign company, it's $1 billion thing. Ganon yan, pabalik-balik at hindi binabayaran. That's why nagpatong. If all monies and revenues due government are collected in good faith, marami tayong pera. I'm telling you as president, marami tayong pera para extra money to uplift the mass of Filipinos who are suffering. Baski hospital lang and housing. Jobs, it's the economy that runs it. If the economy is good, more jobs. At the meantime, itong hospitalization, education, the basic thing, saka itong relocation. Paawa talaga. Kung makulikta lang natin, hindi makurap ang pera, marami tayong pera. Kaya ako nagsabi. That's why I will make it public. I was a denying Filipino. I gave it to a group of people. Tapos, nagpabidding sila. Ang nagbidding nila is to allow a gambling casino to be erected there inside Dinayong Filipino. Kaya ako nagsabi, anong kahulugan ng Nayong Pilipino kung lagyan mo ng sugalan and without a bidding? You know, andyan yung mga general, they are there, chief of staff. Kasi paggaling doon, pumunta ako sa command conference. Pagdating ko sa command conference, may pinasa si Sane, ghost delivery sa AFP Hospital. Galing pa ako doon. When I was facing the military and police, sabi ko, look, I thought I had my back covered by you. If I cannot trust you, you better tell me now. Because if you, the commanders of the Air Force, Army, pati Albayalde and the Navy, I will step down now. I am residing. I'll go back to Davao. You do the explaining to the people why. Ginanon ko talaga. And in one of the cabinet meetings, ganon rin. There was this 2-year pabalik-balik na yung back and forth for tables was sitting on their ass paper. So when they were explaining to me the revised plan, and with so many requirements, clearances from NBI, I stood up with the cabinet members, lahat kami. And the cabinet meeting said, stop. That idiotic matrix is not for me. That is intended for the next, maybe the president after the next. Lumabas ako, sabi ko, inyo na yung gobyerno ninyo. Sabi ko, wala ako I'm tired. I'm tired and talagang gusto ko na rin mag-resign. Because I'm not happy anymore. Sabi ko, anytime, the military said, if you want to take over Kudita, go ahead. Do not bring your armors, do not bring your weapons here. Call me and we'll have coffee. I do not believe. I think Marcos and Estrada were correct. that they did not allow kasi yung gwardiya dito pareho yan. Lahat sila dadaan yan sa Presidential Command. All of them will be assigned. Nag-iikot yan sila, a taste of everything. Hanggang Mindanao. Kaya kilala ko yan sila lahat, dumaan ng Mindanao. Sabi ko talaga, inyo na. Ayaw ko na. Sabi ko, sige, sinong gusto? Raise your right hands. I, duly appointed member of the junta, will now make the SONA next month. Bahala kayo dyan. Don't threat them about it. If you think that you can run the country better than the elected one, go ahead. That's not is the problem of the Filipino people. At talaga sa cabinet kaya abutan ako ng tupak, magbaba dito ako, may bahala na kayo. I'm going home. One estimate pegs economic losses at 3.5 billion a day due to traffic congestion in Metro Manila. So meantime, I reiterate my directive, my request, my pleading to the MMDA and all concerned local officials in Metro Manila and other cities to undertake immediate action to ensure the speedy and smooth flow of vehicular traffic. Reclaim all public roads that are being used for private ends. Marami dyan. And again, I ask Secretary Anyo to see to it that this is enforced. If there is a mayor or a governor or kung ano sino kang demonyo ka, i-suspend mo, Sir Anyo. Give him time, and if he cannot, if he is not up to it, then papahingayin mo na lang. Suspend mo na. Wala talagang magawa. They just keep on pleasing their own constituents just because there is a constituent, a leader. Ganun kayo eh. The only way to do it, anyway, me, I have no problem. Me, I am an inutile officer. Me, I cannot run anymore. Me, after 6 years, I might lose my head. Wala na ako. No more challenges in politics. No more mountains to climb. I will just do my duty. And most of my cabinet members are actually military men. You know why? Gusto niyo malaman? Do not be embarrassed. Atin-atin na lang ito. Huwag mo na silang pansinin yung dyan. Parang nag-meeting-meeting lang tayo dito. Yung parang nagpulong-pulong lang. Do not mind them. Kung tingnan kasi ninyo, mahiya kayo. Kasi ganito yan. My penchant for military men. I want to ingratiate myself to them. But I was elected by the people, not by the military, not by the police. But why do I have this predisposed to? Kasi utusan sila madali. Kasi pag sinabi mong walang corruption, walang corruption. Kaya lang, ang military, just like any organization, pag ang top dyan, general o ang commander-in-chief, kukorrupt ang lahat. Pero kung sabihin mo na matino, they will follow. So Boracay, I sent si Mato. Sabi ko, puntahan mo nga doon. Is John si Mato here? Si Roy? Ayaw. Ito si Roy, nakilala ko to sa Mindanao. Hindi ko niya kilala. Mindanao. Na mayor kasi ako 23 years. So all of them passed by Mindanao. Kilala ko. Pag inutusan mo, kaagad. And they know that I will not give illegal orders for them to implement. Alam nila abogado ako. Sabi ko, sundin lang ako nila. Kaya I was surprised when I ordered si Mato to go there, to Boracay, Sir Frank. Alam mong ginawa niya? The next day, lumabas siya doon sa Daily Mirror. Naglalakad siya doon sa beach, naka-t-shirt ng blue, at yung mata niya nandoon sa dalawang Caucasian na Kadamit sa Mato. Akala ko ba inutusan kita? Yes, ano? O bakit ka nagpalakad-lakad yan sa beach? Tingnan mo yung nagkabikini na dalawang puti. Sa napadaan lang ako, sir. Kuyo, trabahuin mo yan, ha? And they did it in 6 months' time. Of course, with I like si Mato because he mixes pleasure with work. That is the way how to do it. I give you until the last week of the year, yung September na, to do this. Clean the LGUs. Walang mangyari dito. We shall continue to invest in the countryside through agricultural programs that will increase the productivity and income of small farmers and fisherfolk. We shall ensure the full implementation of the rice tariffication law, including the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. This will safeguard the livelihood of small farmers through provisions of modern farm equipment and machineries, seeds and credit, and extension services. I also have not forgotten my commitment to uplift the lives of coconut farmers and further develop coconut industry until the through the urgent utilization of the Coconut Levy Fund. That is 100 million. Kaya ako very careful until now, wala akong nakuha. Look, it is really hard to look for an honest man. I must admit it. Baka ako hindi ko rin kaya. I do not have that one. Itong Coco Fund na ito yung naiwan sa nung kay Marcos na levy fund. This is sacred money. This money was taken out of the pockets of the Filipinos arbitrarily. Wala kang magawa ni Marcelo. Ito na yan. Kaya itong Coco Levy Fund, kung sabihin mo lang, tamang Supreme Court, hindi mo pwedeng maibigay, sabi mo sino, you can no longer trace the truthful owner of the land. Ang plano ko, kung gusto ninyo, you save the money. You invest the money, mag-abot yan ng mga more than 100 billion. Lagay na lang ninyo ng trust fund for the government. So, mga 5 billion. Ayun na lang ang gastusin ninyo to reserve the money. Rather than do it parang sprinkle na ibigay mo sa mga tao, you cannot, sabi ng Supreme Court, tama sila, you can no longer trace the genealogy of the owner, the original owner. And sometimes it would fail. I will not act on that until I find the man. Wala pa akong nakuha. I have yet to look for the man. Hanggang ngayon naghahanap ako, wala akong nakita. Kasi malaki ito. And this will, if you assign a corrupt idiot there. Kaya ang gusto ko, o baka nagustuhan rin ninyo, ideposito ko na lang. Let it remain as a remembrance to the people who lost their at that time. Tapos yung 5 billion, yun yung to improve the improvement sa replanting sa coconut. 5 billion, that's a big money. Pero kung ibigay mo, light sprinkler, walang mo. Alam mo yan. Yung magtigabigay, yung kukuha yan. Yung pupunta. That's why itong land bank na ito, pag hindi ito na, you're called land bank. But you are now the #1 commercial bank in the Philippines. What the heck is happening to you? You are supposed to finance agricultural enterprises and endeavors. Bakit wala? Bakit? Why can't you just buy a few wagons or whatever, go to the countryside and ask the people if there are cooperatives, tulungan ninyo to form one. Pag wala, tignan ninyo na maibigay ninyo for replanting of the coconut, to revive the coconut industry. Pahiramin ninyo ng pera plus the money nung sabi ko of the coconut levy. That is sacred money. Land bank should go back to land. Why are you mired in so many commercial transactions? Bumalik kayo where you were created for. And that is to help the farmer. Ilang administration na wala. You better decide on that. I will give you until the end of July to give me a plan. Or else, I will ask Congress to reconfigure you whatnot. Wala kayong... I'm asking now, Congress, pag wala sila, if there is no viable plan for that, for the farmer, and it is just all commercial transaction, might as well abolish it and give the money to the congressmen for their development funds. O mas makakatulong ba? Diretso eh. Ayaw ninyo? Ayaw doon nila, Sir Frank. Muna lang galawin. I once again urge both houses of Congress to pass a more responsive version of the bill establishing the Coconut Farmers Trust Fund to ensure the accelerated utilization of the Cocoa Levy Fund for the well-being and empowerment of the coconut farmer. We recognize the urgent need to ensure the sustainability and availability of resources and the development of alternative ones. In this regard, I trust the Secretary Kusi shall fast track also the development of renewable energy sources and reduce dependence on the traditional energy sources such as coal. Finally, sustaining our gains entails a national security posture capable of defending the country from external and internal security threats. Defense Secretary Lorenzana, together with the gallant men and women in the armed forces, is at the forefront of this fight. We expect support for the legislative initiatives aimed at strengthening defense-related systems, such as the proposed National Defense Act and the Uniform Personnel Separation Retirement Pension Bill, and the revival of the mandatory ROTC grades 11 and 12. Very important. Alam mo, pag mag-gira-gira, 10 out of 10 hindi marunong hawak ng baril to defend even his father and mother and brothers and sisters. Itong mga bata ngayon, they're bereft of the patriotism and the love of country. Balik sila dito. I think a military training would be good for everybody. Wala, sige lang. Shabu. Maya, namatay. Duterte, extrajudicial killing. Report to the ICC. Okay. If you can provide me with a good, comfortable cell, heated during winter time, I want to go and an air condition during hot weather, and a conjugal visits unlimited para we can understand each other. We are aware of the fact that there are times in AFP and PNP personnel, while in the performance of their duties, get unjustly sued, providing them with free legal assistance to help and boost their morale. My fellow citizens, to borrow the words of Churchill, akin to, this is mine. We are now entering a period of consequences. The consequences of what we did and did not do, but should have done during my first half of my term. I assume full responsibility for that. As president, I cannot pass it, the blame to anybody. So it's on me. Though we cannot change the past, we will not squander the future. I will push harder in the pursuit of programs that we have started, but always within the parameters of the law. I will not merely coast along or while away my time during the remaining years of my administration. It ain't my style, but I will not stop until I reach the finish line. Then and only then shall I call it a day. Our goal for the next 3 years is clear. A comfortable life for everybody, all Filipinos. We have made significant strides and accomplishments and signal milestones as a nation in the past 3 years. This momentum must continue with greater fervor in the next 3 years and beyond. I dream of glowing days ahead for every Filipino. I dream of a Philippines better than the one I grew up with. This is my pledge and commitment for just 3 years, if I can. If I cannot, I'm sorry. But I shall continue to comply with my constitutional duty to serve and protect the Filipino until the last day of my term. God bless the Filipino. God bless the Philippines. Thank you very much.
On the part of the Senate, the joint session is hereby adjourned.
On the part of the House of Representatives, the joint session is hereby adjourned.
course, you can expect a lot of selfies as the president makes his way out of the session hall of the Batasang Pambansa, greeted by lawmakers. Of course, in the beginning, at the front row, you had the senators there greeting President Rodrigo Duterte. His State of the Nation address lasted for an hour and 33 minutes. He was late in today's session for a reason we'll probably find out a little later on. He started his speech at about 5:15 and ended around 6:50 in the evening. And he touched on a number of subjects. Still on your screen, Congressman Lord Alan Velasco taking a selfie with the president along with some other lawmakers. That's Congressman Doy Leachon as well. So with regard to the President's State of the Nation address, let's do a quick review on that. Anna, what you wanted to hear, did you hear it?
See that he cannot get out of this. He has a mindset that he seems to not be able to get out of. So even if he speaks about it again, he will just say the same thing. He will look at it as an issue bordering on war, even if it's just a collision of two commercial fishing vessels.
Maritime incident?
Well, it's a maritime incident that requires some investigation and some... we need to get the other party to respond to it. The fact that it left the fishermen out there to struggle for their lives, that's against maritime laws.
Philippines doing their own investigation and China also doing their own investigation. Michael Dindo, we're looking at what? The incident happened last June 9 and it is July 22. Is it taking quite a long time for China to come up with an investigation?
Frankly, I don't care whether China does an investigation or not. What I care about is what our government has come up with. And the fact that the results are that there was no accident at all, but it was really a sort of intentional. To me, that should prompt our government to act accordingly.
And what is government doing, Dindo?
That's the hard part. I think we know what the people want them to do, to assert our rights, to protect. The president ended with that kind of speech. I'm here to protect and do my job as president. So the constituents are there, 85% support. So I hope he listens to his constituency.
Senator JV, were you comfortable with how the president talked about the West Philippine Sea, the South China Sea dispute, the arbitral ruling, his talk with Chinese President Xi Jinping?
Well, I have to be honest. I was part of the president when I was in the Senate. But with regards to the West Philippine Sea issue, we cannot wait for China for the investigation. For sure, lutong Macau yan eh.
No pun intended.
Whether intentional or unintentional, the collision or allision that happened,
we said that
was wrong was that they left our fishermen almost to drown at sea. So that in itself, it's already a violation.
But let's talk about that fishing agreement. But the president was saying, well, bullets of that was, he's trying to do a balancing act here. China is also claiming this. Remember, he was reminding us that we are being driven away, our fishermen were being driven away out of certain areas in the South China Sea. If we feel that it's ours, he's saying, the president's basically saying, China's also saying it's theirs. So what now?
There's your Hague ruling. I mean, that is really, that's what supporting our claim to that territory is our EEZ. Yes, and when he mentioned that we withdrew, I think he was referring to our withdrawal from the Scarborough Shoal.
Standoff.
There was an agreement that the other party would also withdraw.
So anybody happy with how, let's put it this way, how the president addressed the issue on the West Philippine Sea?
And the only thing that I was happy is that he said that it is ours.
Yes.
So I hope that the government now, it's up to the government now to really act on that it is really like ours.
But, is it clear to you the president's stand on the West Philippine Sea?
It has not changed. And they continue to view it really as something that should be, some scholars use this term, appeasing China to avoid any conflict. And it's quite sad.
All right, other points that the president raised. I mean, looking back at that hour and 33-minute speech, the first thing that came to mind that he said was to reimpose the death penalty on crimes related to drugs and plunder. Your thoughts on this, anybody?
He was quite strong when he was starting. I think he knew where his strength was, which is fighting criminality and fighting corruption. So he came out strong. It's a good speech when you look at that, until he started moving away off script. But those two, he's actually, what I felt was he was trying to talk to his constituency, not to us analysts, pundits. He knows where he's strong. They expect him to do something about drugs, criminality. It's side up to. They expect him to be tough on corruption. So he's building on his strength, and now depends on Congress to support some of his initiative on death penalty and others.
There was a part there that was a little funny or amusing when he said that he had such his disapproval rating was only 3%. And then he said he hopes it didn't come from the members of Congress. Well, nagpapatawa din yung Pangulo in the beginning. So, reimposing death penalty rather on drugs and
I think economic sabotage
and
or
plunder.
plunder.
But let's go back to the Batasang Pambansa. Let's listen to what's going on there.
I think he started singing.
Listening to
kailan pa man upang bawat sandali upang ulit-ulit ang mahalin ay ikaw. Ganda pala magkanta ng ano. Wiser than a mind, crossing yon's someday. But maker, your heartbreaker, you're going and going, I'm going your way. Drifters off to see the world, such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbows and waiting around the bend.
and me. Galing ninyo. Itong akin lang sa karaoke. Pag karaoke lagi. Wow. Such. I owe you one. Kaya invite you to my office. Maghanap lang ako ng not so important. Tayo-tayo lang. Tayo-tayo lang. Dinner tapos maybe I'd invite a few makinig lang that will have dinner. Fellowship. I miss alam mo sa totoo lang ma'am, I'm a prisoner. So I don't tired of this. Hindi makagalaw, makalabas, I cannot go. Wala talaga. I cannot go to magbili ng basket jacket. Sila. Kami magbili gano'n. So I'm practically a prisoner na legal lang. Presidente ka, pero the job, so I told my daughter, dito ka na lang sa ganito, mas maganda. It makes your, it brings your soul to beauty. It brings you closer to God, ang music. Ang ganda, believe ako. I salute you. Ngayon di si Bong. Bong, pasalamat ka, Senator ko. Salamat po. I'll invite about 10. Tapos tayo lang. Mag-play sila, then we'll have dinner. Fellowship lang. Okay, kinala ko nga. Siya ka, no. So, yun. Dinner tayo. Few invited friends. Tugtog kayo if you want. Then we'll have dancing if you want. But we can spend the night. Okay? Maraming salamat po.
President Rodrigo Duterte sharing a light moment with members of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. They were playing Ikaw, which CCP President Nick Lizaso was saying that there's a big possibility in an interview a couple of days ago. Sabi niya, when they play that, there's a big possibility that the president might sing with them. And guess what?
He did.
It actually, hindi lang isa, pati Moon River. And he continues to watch them. And sabi nga niya, to quote him, para daw siyang prisoner. Diba? Hindi daw siya makalabas at hindi daw siya makabili ng sarili niyang, alam mo na, underwear. So he invited members of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra to a dinner one night in the palace one night, just for a light moment and enjoy. So until now, pinapanood pa rin ni Pangulo and the members of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. You know, they were saying this is a perfect opportunity for them to showcase their talent to the senators, yan, sa inyo, sa mga congressmen, sa mga dignitaries, and that they were able to do. This is the first time this happened in a State of the Nation address. So very good to actually really, you know, listen to them dahil maraming di pa rin nakakaparinig sa Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra who've done a tremendous job. So, okay, so going back now to the highlights, we were talking about it. Balikan natin yon. What stuck to your mind, Senator JV? Ano yung pinaka tumatak sa'yo?
Well, ROTC. He wants ROTC back. I support that because I also underwent ROTC training and I know that it has helped me during my time. What else? He emphasized on his infrastructure, build. So that's that I really want to hear because I know that this will really stimulate economic growth and hopefully sustain the economic gains in the coming years. So I'm quite happy that I was able to hear that from the President.
Anna, what about you?
I'm wondering about the number of departments that he is asking to have created. I'm wondering whether...
Balikan natin, he said.
Well, Department of Disaster Resilience, Department of Water,
OFW.
and one for the OFWs. I'm wondering if he's the kind of president who throws a department at every problem. I think that we have enough. We have enough of these offices, and I think in the case of water, it was really a matter of they weren't forward-looking enough. Both the regulatory body as well as the private concessionaires. And then as for the OFW, I don't know whether, whether you can't POEA, you upgrade it to a department or so it's really a question, do you throw a department at every problem? We've got, when he also mentioned that there are several offices he would like to see improve their services. He mentioned 5, but I was able to take down only 3. Given that you have enough problems trying to get certain offices to do their functions well and as fast as you would like, with creating departments actually solve the problems we face.
Yung Department of Water, Department of OFW, and the resilience.
Disaster resilience.
The 5 agencies that you were talking about, Anna, that he wants to drastically improve their services are SSS, Pag-ibig, LTO, BIR, and LRA. I believe those were the 5 ones that he mentioned.
LRA.
That's the one you missed. But I have to, Dindo, remember last year, he already mentioned the Department of OFW. That's nothing new.
It's a core constituency that you have to understand. For the President, my only concern, if you look at it from management, public management, there are existing agencies. There are frontline to OFW, which is our foreign affairs. There are labor attaché. So how can it really solve? So it's really a concern. But unique to what the President's saying, if our government will only listen to him, is if we can streamline government, the right sizing, the use of technology to address these things. This is the reason why the President is popular. People think that he is a president that is responsive, that cares for them. So you just hope that not only the legislature passes what he wants, but from there, government to also turn it and execute it so we can have a more responsive bureaucracy that will address people, not just creating agencies. So I'm more of the right sizing, and investment on technologies, because Davao is really known for investing in technology, in IT, for some of its city services as far back as when he was mayor. So if we can transform that at the national level, that might be the option, not the creation of departments after departments after departments.
So I have a different reaction. So I was struck by something he did not say. And that is charter change. So
where did that come from?
I think it's safe to...
No, because you said that a while ago, right? You said be definitive about it.
Yeah, I think it's safe to conclude now that charter change is not his top priority. And...
Are you sure it's safe to conclude that?
Sort of say. Because everybody in the administration follows his lead. So because he didn't mention it, that means that they don't act. There's no imprimatur for them to act. But on the other hand, I also see that he was so critical of local government, particularly local government officials. So maybe that is also a signal to improve the local government code. Instead of charter change, maybe the message that the Congress should receive is we should improve local governance through the improvement of the local government code.
Well, of course, we're still showing you live pictures inside the Batasang Pambansa. That is, of course, the president together with, that's Brother Eddie Villanueva. And I believe the man whose back is facing us is the speaker. Is that him? Alan Peter Cayetano. Still talks ongoing with some of the lawmakers there inside the Batasang Pambansa. The president's still there. You know, he arrived at about 5 o'clock. It was a fast chit-chat inside the holding room, and then eventually, of course, the president delivered his State of the Nation address. We have our correspondent still outside the Batasang Pambansa. Our David Santos is there. Let's find out what's happening outside at the gathering on IBP Road. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, is there. David, go ahead.
Pinky, the crowd has significantly decreased here at the IBP Road, where the supporters of President Duterte had gathered throughout the day, supposedly to show support to him as he delivered his annual report today. According to the PNP, their estimates from the initial of a peak of 5,000 at around noontime, it's only about 500. At this hour, but still the program in this particular event has not yet ended. We are monitoring information that there is a possibility that the president might drop by in this gathering, especially since this is just a few meters away from the main entrance gates of Batasang Complex. If we recall, Pinky, in the past years, particularly in 2016 and in 2017, the president took time to speak to, in 2016, to speak to demonstrators, the anti-government demonstrators just outside of Batasan. Then in 2017, he also dropped by the gathering of government supporters, similar to what we are seeing here right now. So everything is still being played by ear, Pinky. There is no specific word yet that indeed he is coming, but there are indications that he might, because we've been seeing a number of members of the PSG roaming around checking the security, and we are getting instructions from the organizers of this rally to stay in place just in case the president indeed dropped by this evening.
That's something we need to see. You'll never know, David. As you mentioned, the president has made his way outside and past SONAs, and he can do that too. Just a couple of minutes ago, David, he had been at the lobby of the Batasang Pambansa and sang a couple of songs, well, 2 songs with the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. We will find out exactly where he will be after that, but you'll never know. As soon as pagka nagkaroon na ng ang galaw dyan ng mas marami pang PSG, then maybe that's a sure sign that the president will make his way outside. So David, we'll get back to you a little later on. Thank you, David Santos, reporting to us from the IBP Road in Quezon City. All right. There's something, though, that I'm sure teachers will be happy about, and nurses. Ang tagal na nilang hinihintay ito, the president.
Yes, I think the president mentioned already the pay hike for nurses and teachers, so that's good news for our educators and nurses.
But he didn't really elaborate. Ang sabi lang niya, konti, di ba? Something to tide you over, I believe, or his word.
I think within the salary, either a draft or a concept of a salary standardization, not what some of the activist teachers are demanding, which is on the higher end of. So at least he could say that, see, we're doing our part. Maybe it's not limited to you, but the rest, because when you say salary standardization, it will be increased across the board.
Across the board, kapag salary standardization. So I wonder what kind of formula they will be using to increase the salaries of teachers and nurses.
Yes, economic managers will have to study again.
May pera ba tayo, Sunny?
Do we have money?
Yun naman ang sagot ni nahihirapan daw siya kay Secretary Dominguez, Finance Secretary Dominguez, because palagi daw sinasabi walang pera. A couple of light moments naman, as expected from the President, nagpapatawa siya. Even kay Secretary Roy Simatu, and also a mandate, no, JV, kay the ILG-SEC.
Yes.
Reclaim all, sabi niya, reclaim all public,
Public roads, sidewalks, to clear them, to siguro to improve the traffic situation, because we are, again, I would reiterate that we are already in a crisis situation right now. So aside from clearing the streets, I think what should be done is the fast tracking of the NLEX-SLEX connector, because that would greatly improve the traffic situation in Metro Manila.
But there was a directive to the DILG Secretary Anyo. He said that kung matigas ang ulo, isuspend mo yung mga yan. All right, we'll be taking a short break. You're watching CNN Philippines special presentation of the President's State of the Nation Address 2019. We'll be right back.
All has to do is need a little information or mapatay sila ng o sino-sino. Basta 1 million ako. Kasi kasama ang loob ko kung bakit ganun. For all of the years, I said, I've been mayor in Davao. And for the many times that I went to the mountains to retrieve captured soldiers and policemen, niwala ko nakita na isang trauma sa ano. Ito dito, pinatay nila, pinaghampas-hampas nila at ginulgol yung leeg.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kaya galit ako sa mga putang ina na yan.
Thank you very much.
That was a quick interview with the President. We just got a portion of that, but I'm assuming the President is talking about the ambush of policemen. He visited the slain policeman very recently, and I just heard him say, 1,000,000. So we can just assume that he's putting up a bounty for the capture of those responsible for the death of the policemen. So we await what possibly will be next in the President's agenda. We wonder if he will speak again. Or, all right, so it's still picture taking. Hindi ata matatapos yan, the President, together with Senator Bongo, and there's supposed to be a press conference na hinihintay natin. And of course, as soon as that happens, we will air that live. Kaya patuloy pa rin nating sinusundan the activities of President Rodrigo Duterte. We await for that press conference, and stay tuned to CNN Philippines. We'll be bringing that to you live as soon as it happens. Also, Dindo has left us. He has to go somewhere. We'd like to thank our political analyst, Dindo Manhit, for joining us for more than 5 hours. But our gracious guests are still with us tonight. Michael Yusinko, of course, from the Ateneo School of Government. We have Ana Tabunda of Pulse Asia, and Senator J.V. Ejercitos. So during the break, the four of us were actually talking about the Coco Levy Fund, which the President talked about. You know, in an interview this morning, it was Cabinet Secretary Carlo Nograles who said that ayaw nga daw talaga pamahagi ni Pangulo yung pera kasi daw natatakot siya dahil baka daw ma-roadboard yung issue dun sa Coco Levy Fund because that had been abolished. And he was saying that I need to look for somebody
I can trust.
I can trust, somebody I can truly trust, and somebody honest. Senator JV, can you help us run us through the Coco Levy Fund issue, because it was passed by both houses of Congress, Michael and Ana, but binito ni Pangulo.
Yes, it was passed by both houses of Congress. Actually, there was, as far as I can remember, there will be a board that will be created, no? Representatives from the farmers, from government, and other stakeholders, no? And when it was vetoed, it was returned to the palace, and it was again amended, no? So as to suit what the palace wanted, but again it was vetoed, no? So we're still hoping that you know, my we're hearing, Pinky, is that the coconut industry is a dying industry. And one of the poorest are our farmers, our coconut farmers. And we're hoping that with the 100 billion fund that may help them a lot, no? Find better other alternative livelihoods or even revitalize the coconut industry itself. So sayang din yung fund. Probably Congress can just put in, the Senate and the House can just put in safeguards as to how the funds will not be abused or will
How
not
to
be lost
utilize it properly.
Yes, how to
di ba?
utilize it properly. But I think, again, I would rather use it, no, to help our coconut farmers because, again, it's a dying industry. Hopefully it can be revitalized.
And isn't it better to use it as soon as possible?
Yes, because it's going to be eaten up by inflation. That's one. Two, his remark that he recognizes that it was collected unjustly.
I'm sorry, with your notes. Sorry to do this, but I think this is where the president is beginning the press conference. Let's listen in.
How serious are you about that? Is this something you really want to happen nationwide, and how soon?
What is that again?
Sir, yung sinabi niyo po by 12 midnight, gusto ninyo wala na nga.
Yeah.
How serious are you about that?
I am.
Are you going to issue an executive order if wala pa pong legislation?
No, I think if Congress would legislate on it, but I do not think it is a popular move because it will affect adversely businesses that operate during nighttime. But for a small city like Davao, parang nagustuhan na kasi ng mga tao. But in other countries, in other states, 12 o'clock ang ano talaga, sarado.
So are you going to issue an EO, executive order for that?
I was just suggesting, I'd like Congress to ponder on it and maybe sleep on it, and if they want. But it can improve tremendously the quality of life. Stop drinking at almost 11, then you go home. Overall, by experience, that it will do good. But I said it would be at the expense of a reduced income for those who operate nightclubs, clubs, discos during night.
Okay. Sir, many were hoping for you to discuss the security of tenure bill, which is, we believe, it has already been transmitted to your office. It will lapse into law in, I think, this week, sir. Ano na po ang nangyari doon?
Pinag-aralan namin mismo. I have to confer with a lot of people affected. You know, this is a toto tango to eh. So it would affect the employers, and of course, it would also greatly favor the workers. It's a catch-22 for me.
Are you inclined to sign it, sir? Or veto some provisions?
Maybe. It could go both. But
could go both, sir? What do you think?
I can veto it, I can sign it or allow it to lapse into law.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Bernadette Nicolas of Business Mirror, your question, please.
Good evening, Mr. President. May we know why there is no mention of charter change in your SONA po?
It is not the proper time to be discussing it ngayon, now. It's better left in conferences that are not allowed to be open to the public. Kasi pag isang provision to one another, magulo eh. Isang provision lang, if you change it, there will be a lot of complaints and a lot of pros and cons. Mamahilo ka. So better you just talk it among yourselves and present it to the public. Ano na, yung package na, completed.
But sir, are you still pushing for federalism, sir?
Yes, but I said there are things which I cannot mention now. Federalism is good, but there are certain things that you have to be very clear. One is that it devolves a lot of authority to the local governments, regional. It must be something like the president, not I suppose that it would come after me, but it has to have a strong president to put together the country. Kasi ang federal, it's a very loose structure na eh. One has a lot of power locally. So the president will have to devise until such time that we have perfected it. There has to be a strong president with the same powers now. Pero ako, I'm out of it because I think that it will pass beyond my time.
Okay, sir. Sir, on land bank, sir, just one last question, sir. What exactly do you want to be reconfigured in land bank, sir? Given that you said that they focus too much on commercial transactions and not on agricultural endeavors.
It's called land bank. Primarily, it was a bank intended to serve people who are connected with lands, whether owners or tenants. So yung land reform na yan, nandyan na, most of it. I'm going to complete the land reform, whether the landowners like it or not. Because there are still tenants who are not in possession. But the owners still, the owners of the land control the produce and everything. So I'm serving notice that I have to implement the law. The law is the law. So yung mga tenants na hindi pa nailagay in possession must be placed there as beneficiaries. Second, itong land bank, as the word says, it was really originally or maybe crafted to serve enterprises or whatever there is banking needs of the people who can barely negotiate with the bank. Ngayon, isa dito, yung mga awardees ng beneficiaries na may mga binigay na sa kanila cannot be accepted as collateral. Kasi takot nga hindi nga makabayad, tapos hindi mo naman makuha yung pera mo. But that is another thing. The fact is that they must participate in the, gaya ng, primarily it should be the duty of the DILG, na to create cooperatives again, pareho kay panahon ni Marcos. And for the land bank to go there to the mountains. Hindi naman kailangan dalhin yung pera eh. They can have loans, then they can get the fertilizers, the seedlings, whatever. Pero they have to serve primarily the people. Kaya nga tinawag ng land bank eh. I suppose that was what was intended by the lawmakers at that time.
Thank you po.
All right, last question from Anan Meres of abs-cbn.
Sir, good evening. Sir, you said earlier that we will stop those who fish in our EEZ in due time. Sir, may we know how can you give a timetable on due time, and when will we know that it is the due time to stop those who are fishing from our EEZ?
Are you referring to the
Chinese, sir?
Well, the one is actually naghihintay ako pag when they start to dig the oil.
So,
mahirap yan eh. So we are a claimant, they are a claimant, so we'll have to say, look, do not forget me. And I would insist that as the owner, though conflicting with your stand, we also must have a share of the resources. Second is, wag muna ngayon. That's the first. The second is when I said, during my term, last ko na lang yan, but maybe on the second or the first term of my last year, God willing, if I'm still alive. Ang yan ang una, yung paunahan. So, the one that was bruited about was a sharing of 60-40. And perhaps because they are being extra generous or just parling goodwill, okay na sa akin yan. We do not have the resources. We do not have the capital to invest and digging oil. It's so expensive. It can only be done by a huge capital outlay, which we cannot afford.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
That ends the press briefing. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, MPC.
Thank you.
Sir, right there.
President Rodrigo Duterte there speaking to members of the media, talking about a number of issues that he did not touch. Well, one, he did not touch the security of tenure, which was asked by somebody from the media. The president saying that basically he's still studying this. Why? As mentioned a while ago with Senator J.V. Ejercito, this has been passed by both houses of Congress, but it has not been signed by the president. Hence, it hasn't been turned into law. So when asked, he said, we are still studying this bill. It takes two to tango. He was saying this affects both the employer and definitely it will be good for the employees as well. So when asked definitively, is he going to sign this or not, he said, well, I can veto it or I can just allow it to lapse into law. So that is still hanging. With regards to Chacha, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Michael, but you were saying a while ago that he didn't talk about it, but apparently this is a different take on charter change. What is it? It's not the proper time. We will talk among ourselves and present it to the public completely. How do you make of that statement?
Actually, I'm confused. Right now, I'm confused because when you talk about charter change, it's unimaginable not to involve the public from the very onset. Because the Constitution, by its very name, it constitutes the people. And therefore, from the very start of defining or writing the Constitution, the people should be involved. And what he said really bothered me is that the changing of the charter should be discussed in conferences,
public hearing,
where tayo-tayo lang.
Among ourselves, parang ganun.
By ourselves and sort of in secret. That to me is anathema to constitution building or constitution writing. And that's very bothering. I'm bothered by that. And also with regards to the statement on federalism, where he said that he has given up on federalism and that will probably likely come after his term. But if they begin charter change now, it also makes federalism still possible because, as I said earlier, when we talk about charter change, everything is possible. So when they discuss charter change in that dark conference room, they could be actually writing about federalism already. So it's confusing times.
I would like to interpret it in the best light, that this close conference, consultation with each other, and I think he's talking about, well, himself and the legislators, both in, I guess, the lower house and probably in the Senate, is that they're going to draft something like something that was drafted by the committee. Consultative committee. Before they present it, because they will have to go through one of three modes.
Yeah.
That would be your constituent assembly, that would be your people's initiative, that could be your constitutional convention.
That's the thing. When you talk about charter change, people's initiative is off the table. It's only constitutional assembly and constitutional convention.
Con-as or con, which during the time of Senator JV, they were already, this was already a big issue because of how voting would actually happen, voting jointly or voting separately. We'll find out more about that after the break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We continue to talk about the President's State of the Nation address. Before the break, we were talking about Cha-Cha, something the President did not talk about during his State of the Nation address. However, during the press briefing, he was asked about this. And just to recap that, he was saying that pinag-uusapan And then pag buo na, we will present it to the public. Senator JV, anong palagay mo dun sa sinabi ng Pangulo?
Well, I think that the issue for the push for charter change and federalism, nagkaroon ng bagong hope, no? Si Presidente, because of the new composition of the new Senate and Congress. With the recent victory of his allies in the midterm elections, I think he thinks that this will now have a better chance of passing.
And does it?
Well, probably, because I think if you look at the composition, I think they would, it has a better chance of making it this time than the previous Congress.
Let's be clear about it. Among the 12 that won in the last election, sino lang ba yung talagang independent, na tumakbong independent?
Grace po.
Nancy Binay, right?
And Dito Lapid.
Those three. So, let's put it at even 9 or 8. Siguro 8 or 9 allied with the president. So, that changes the composition because nag-minus naman yung opposition candidates. And obviously, no one from the Ocho Derecho candidates won during the last election. So, let's just move forward, possibly what to expect, maybe, Michael, in the, probably next 6 months or next year until the next State of the Nation address of the President.
I hope, my hope is what we hear from Congress would, coming henceforth would be economic reforms. So I don't like to hear about cha-cha during the coming months, but I'd like to hear more about the economic reform bills that the President wants, the business groups endorse, and all of us want, because as Anna said earlier, Filipinos really want livelihood, jobs, reduce the prices, and all of those things. So I'd like to hear from Congress in the next months more of the economic reforms that the President promised.
Anna?
Well, while I don't want them discussing the charter change necessarily, I would like to see some clearer signals from the President what exactly it's going to be about, because it has implications on succession. And I think we need to be clear about that, because this is the last second half of this president. I doubt very much that you can have a well-crafted constitution prepared in the space of 3 months, of 3 years, actually 2.5, because the last 6 months everybody will be preparing for the presidential election.
Maybe even earlier than that. Senator JV?
I guess the last 3 years, I hope that Congress, both Senate and the House, would focus on economic development. The first half was already dedicated to the war against drugs, criminality. It's about time that the second half, the administration would focus on economic development, that is to improve the quality of lives of the people, as promised.
Michael Yusinko, Ana Tabunda, and Senator J.V. Ejercito, you've been so gracious with your time. Thank you so much for helping us, analyze the President's State of the Nation address and keeping us informed on, what's important and what we should actually look forward to in the next year, till the next one. Again, maraming salamat sa inyong tatlo. Thank you.
Thank you.
This has been a CNN Philippines special presentation on President Rodrigo Duterte's 4th State of the Nation address. I'm Pinky Webb. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Thank you.
Good evening. You're watching a special edition of the Newsroom on CNN Philippines. I'm Ruth Cabal. President Duterte highlighting his war on drugs, his fight against corruption, tax reform, the West Philippine Sea, and a number of other issues in his annual State of the Nation address. The president delivered his fourth SONA at around 5:15 this afternoon, more than an hour late of the 4 p.m. schedule. His speech lasted for 1 hour and 33 minutes. Hundreds of lawmakers, government officials, foreign diplomats, and guests were in attendance. What were the other highlights of the president's speech? Our senior correspondent Ina Andolong will break that down for us. Ina?
Ruth, President Duterte discussed a wide range of topics in his SONA, but he did talk lengthily about two of his biggest campaign promises, as he mentioned, his fight against illegal drugs and corruption. The president clearly expressing frustration over the two problems, which despite his efforts, he says, continued to persist. He pointed out how the drug problem cannot be solved without addressing the issue of corruption. Now, to resolve these issues, he urged Congress to reinstate the death penalty for heinous crimes related to illegal drugs and plunder. Now, the president talked about fraud and alleged ghost patients involving PhilHealth. He said he is grossly disappointed with how millions of pesos are lost because of these anomalies. He also ordered the National Bureau of Investigation to go after those liable for these. President Duterte also sought Congress's help on the dozens of customs officials he recently ordered relieved because of corruption allegations. He made it clear he does not want these people back at the Bureau of Customs and asked lawmakers' help in possibly abolishing their positions. He said if he can't dismiss them for issues like security of tenure, the president said he would just assign these customs officials in Congress. Now, still on corruption, the president also discussed how the government's complaint hotline 8888 has been receiving complaints mostly from LTO, the BIR, SSS, the Land Registration Authority, and Pag-ibig. To these agencies, he told them to simplify their procedures to ease the people's burden in dealing with them. He said, and I quote, "Pag hindi ninyo pa ginawa yan ngayon, papatayin ko talaga kayo." Now, President Duterte also stressed people also have to do their part by being assertive and standing up against extortionists. He said, make a scene if you need to, even slap these corrupt officials if necessary. Now, President Duterte also lashed out at the government-owned Land Bank of the Philippines. He said Land Bank is supposed to be helping in the countryside to help boost agriculture, and yet he said it is primarily dealing with commercial transactions. He gave Land Bank until the end of July to fix or resolve these issues, or else he said he will ask Congress to reconfigure it. Now, on Metro Manila's traffic, President Duterte also talked about this problem, which he says results in 3.5 billion pesos in economic losses every day. He ordered the MMDA and local officials in Metro Manila to ensure smooth flow of traffic. He told them to reclaim all public roads occupied for private ends. And if local officials don't do this, he said the Department of Interior and local government should suspend these officials. Ruth?
Ina Andolong there reporting. President Duterte's SONA draws mixed reactions from lawmakers and other personalities. Our Anjo Alimario joins us live also from the Batasang Pambansa. Anjo, so what are they saying about the President's SONA?
A monumental failure, Ruth. That's how Bayan Muna Representative Carlos Zarate describes President Duterte's war against drugs and corruption. He refers to what the president said he's already exasperated, and yet drugs and corruption still persist. Now, a number of lawmakers also voiced their opposition against President Duterte's call to restore the death penalty for heinous crimes linked to illegal drugs and corruption. Buhay Party List Representative Lito Atienza says, while killings are already happening, have these deterred crimes? Senate Minority Leader Franklin Drilon says the minority will not allow the return of capital punishment.
Hindi death penalty ang solusyon. Never.
Sa aming tingin, ang mahihirap lamang ang mapaparusahan because of our very defective justice system.
Drilon says he commends the president's report to the nation for its silence on constitutional amendments, but for Zarate, he believes the Duterte administration will still push this issue as a major project. Now, Chief Justice Lucas Bersamin has nothing but praises for the president. He's impressed with the president's political will.
Superb as usual. No, he was his usual self, very frank, very straightforward. And talagang nasa fingertips niya yung mga problema ng bayan.
Of course, Truth President Duterte appoints Bersamin as top magistrate. This is his last SONA before he retires in October. Ruth?
Anjo Alimario there reporting live from Batasang, Pambansa. Before President Duterte's SONA, senators and congressmen convened this morning to open the regular session of the 18th Congress. At the House of Representatives, the speakership race finally ends with lawmakers following President Duterte's wish to elect Taguig Pateros Representative Alan Peter Cayetano as Speaker. Our CN Arcangel tells us why three of Cayetano's fiercest rivals endorsed him and what presidential son Paulo Duterte thinks of him as Speaker.
Davao City Congressman Paulo Duterte left lawmakers in suspense when he paused for about 5 seconds during the nomination for House Speaker. Duterte had warned of a supposed coup in the House after his father, President Rodrigo Duterte, endorsed Taguig Pateros Congressman Alan Peter Cayetano as the next Speaker. And until Monday morning, Duterte was mum if he will follow his father and vote for Cayetano. But things changed an hour before the opening of session. Davao City Congressman Isidro Ungab told lawmakers at the breakfast hosted by Duterte to transfer to the gathering hosted by Cayetano in another building. It sent the message that Duterte respects his father's wish and no coup was forthcoming.
Mr. Speaker, I nominate the distinguished gentleman from the district of Taguig Pateros, Representative Alan Peter S. Cayetano.
After Duterte's lead, Marinduque Representative Lord Alan J. Velasco and Leyte Congressman Martin Romualdez took turns in nominating Cayetano for Speaker.
Karangalan ko po na inomina ang isang mambabatas na kilala po natin may integridad, isang mambabatas na kilala po natin may isang salita, isang mambabatas na alam po natin na magsusulong ng tunay na pagbabago.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I hereby nominate the gentleman from Taguig Pateros, the Honorable Alan Peter Cayetano, for Speaker.
As expected, no hitches happened in choosing the Speaker. An overwhelming 266 lawmakers voted for Cayetano. His only opponent, Manila Congressman Benny Abante, got just over a tenth of that number with 28 votes. Despite supporting Cayetano's speakership bid, the younger Duterte is still clearly against his father's term-sharing proposal. The president endorsed Cayetano, his running mate in the 2016 elections, on the condition that he will serve as Speaker for only 15 months or until October 2020. By then, Velasco will become Speaker for 21 months, but the younger Duterte has a scenario in mind.
Mr. Presiding Officer, before I make a nomination, I'd like to manifest the following. That the term-sharing agreement is one between Congressman Cayetano, Romualdez, Velasco, and the President. I am against any term-sharing agreement. However, if the Speaker resigns after 15 months, then we will have to elect a new Speaker.
Cayetano vows to make the most by passing the administration's priority bills during his tenure. He says the House will be united behind the President.
We will do what is right so that we will have a Congress that is relevant, responsive, and reliable. Lahat po na nasa legislative agenda, ubusin na natin at ipasa na natin dahil mas magandang magawa na natin ito kagad.
After a fierce battle for the speakership, Velasco says he's ready to work with Cayetano to make sure their term-sharing deal will proceed smoothly. The other aspirant, Romualdez, has been elected majority leader.
Kaming tatlo, and I'm sure all of us here will work together. We will deliver what we have promised to our districts, what we will promise to our president, and what we will promise to the people.
House leaders are expected to finalize committee chairmanship soon so lawmakers can begin working on the passage of important bills. Cian Arcangel, CNN, Philippines.
President Duterte's speech lasted 1.5 hours, talking about a wide range of topics, including his war on drugs and fight against corruption. He also pushed for his priority measures. Let's get more perspective on this. We have guests here in the studio, Nicole Corato, CNN Philippines resident sociologist, and Lucio Pitlo, lecturer for Ateneo's Chinese Studies program. Good evening and welcome to CNN Philippines.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, let me ask you first, what do you think were the highlights of the President's SONA? Ano yung pinaka-mabigat na binitawang salita ng Pangulo? Nicole?
Well, I think in many ways, this is a classic Duterte speech. He went off script. He was very candid. There's the occasional sexist comments, so all the elements of a standard Duterte speech was there. But I think the overwhelming message for me is this is a president who reminded us that he has the mandate. He has a fresh and renewed mandate. And he started his speech on that note, right? He said, I have high satisfaction ratings. He did mention that his senatorial slate won in the previous elections. And I think the question now is, what does he do with that mandate? And this is where all of the priority legislations and priority projects kick in. I think some people are expecting something more forceful, a bigger agenda for the next 3 years of his administration. But I think if we thematize all of the content of his speech, it's really trying to push forward for reform agenda on a more specific and more practical basis. So from the creation of government departments on disaster and resilience, Department of Water, to the most minute details of forming a hotline where he will personally hold people into account for corrupt officials reported in that line. So I think in a way, the advantage of this speech is it's very, very specific.
Knowing his colorful language, knowing his standard of demeanor, I think by and large he stuck to the script, and also he provided key elements, consistency. In the past 3 years, he mentioned about the drug war, his fight against corruption. He did mention about the West Philippine Sea and some other domestic issues. So pretty much domestic interests and a bit of the foreign policy, which we can probably discuss later. So I think by and large, the message was, as Nicole mentioned, the challenge now is how can he muster, the consistent, surveys showing public support for his, by and large, his key campaigns, and the large, massive win for his administration ticket last midterm elections. So how will he manage to make the most of the majority in both houses to actually push for national legislation that will really address the country's needs?
Pero aside from, you mentioned some of the highlights na, bago natin isa-isahin, ano to sa tingin niyo muna yung medyo nagkulang, na hindi nabanggit?
I think if we look at the Pulse Asia survey, they ask people about the top issues that they want to be mentioned in the SONA. And the top 3 issues are sahod, presyo ng bilihin, and trabaho. So I think it's also fair to expect the President to say specific legislation or policies that he would like to support to address these particular issues. So to me, to a certain extent, ang laki ng disconnect in terms of what people wanted to hear from the SONA compared to what the President mentioned.
He did mention yung increase of salaries of teachers and nurses, but it's not for yung talagang effect sa publiko. And then he talked about pushing naman for the second tranche of the tax reform law. Pero aside from that, ang nabanggit mo na kanina din, Lucio, yung foreign policy, China, medyo mahaba yung pagkakasabi ng Pangulo about China. He said, the West Philippine Sea is ours, no ifs and buts. But at the same time, sinabi niya hindi pa ito yung tamang panahon to stop China from fishing. He mentioned its traditional fishing grounds. Can you explain to us anong pagkakaintindi mo dun sa statement ng Pangulo?
Well, he did mention that part of the ruling mentions about traditional fishing rights. And he did mention that countries, nationals of other countries had long been fishing there, even before the creation of republics, of nation states. So it's difficult for him to actually forbid them from going into their, what they consider as traditional fishing grounds. He also made mention of his interest to actually avoid conflict. So part of his foreign policy, especially in relation to the West Philippine Sea, in dealing with China, was to avoid war, to avoid conflict, even if it's a limited scale, because he understands that even a small trouble can spiral out of control. And I think along those lines, he emphasized really managing disputes so that the other aspects of the ties will expand. But I don't think he was able to really, the language and the way it was explained leaves a lot of room to be, for improvement.
And then he also mentioned about yung sa oil na parang sinasabi niya na we don't have the resources. Anong ibig sabihin nun?
he did mention in his narration of his meeting with President Xi, that he used the term dig. I will go there and I will dig for oil and gas. So that I think is an assertion, that that is ours. But at the same time, the reply that he got that stuck on him was that, yeah, that's a disputed area.
There could be trouble.
There could be trouble. So I think the way he read it and the way he took actions in response to that largely guided his dealings with China.
Okay, later we'll talk about another big issue, the war on drugs. We'll have more highlights of President Duterte's State of the Nation address when we return. This is a special edition of CNN Philippines Newsroom. You're watching CNN Philippines Newsroom Special Edition. President Duterte vows to end his term fighting. He notes two main problems in the country still persist.
It has been 3 years since I took my oath of office, and it pains me to say that we have not learned our lesson. The illegal drug problem persists. Corruption continues and emasculate the courage we need to sustain our moral recovery initiatives. Years ago, we saw the terrible devastation caused by illegal drugs. On May 23, 2017, our law enforcers launched an operation to serve a warrant and to neutralize terrorists. A group of armed men with sophisticated weaponry and aided by local radicalized by extreme dogma and teachings fought our troops for weeks. During that Marawi siege, tons of shabu worth millions and millions of pesos. Drug money killed 175 and wounded 2,001 of my soldiers and policemen in that 5-month battle. I am aware that we still have a long way to go in our fight against this social menace. Let the reason why I advocate the imposition of the death penalty for crimes related to illegal drugs. Our citizens have begun to do their part in the war against drugs and through the barangay formation of anti-drug councils and also actually surrendering bricks of cocaine found floating in the sea into our islands. I call this responsibility. However, the drugs will not be crossed unless we continue to eliminate corruption that allows the social monster to survive.
Senators convened this morning for their first regular session in the 18th Congress and re-elected Tito Sotto, who was unopposed, as the Senate President. Our Joyce Ilas tells us more.
Majority of senators voted to re-elect Senator Tito Sotto as Senate President in the 18th Congress. No one voted against him. However, Senators Franklin Drilon, Kiko Pangilinan, and Risa Ontiveros abstained. The three senators, together with detained Senator Laila de Lima, comprised the Senate minority bloc. Senator Manny Pacquiao skipped today's session because he is still recovering from his fight in Las Vegas yesterday. Senator Mig Zubiri said Soto's productive performance in the last Congress made him deserving to once again lead the Senate.
I believe he is the best man for the job. He is a great mentor, generous with his wealth of knowledge and experience. He is a man of great intellect, but also a man of great humor, knowing just how to break tension during heated debates, also form camaraderie and keep a productive atmosphere on the floor.
In his speech, Soto reminded senators that Senate investigations should not lead to resource persons having high blood pressure. He said senators must treat resource persons with respect. But Soto also warned that resource persons who lie to their faces will be detained in the Senate or even at the National Bilibid prison. Meanwhile, in an interview with CNN Philippines, Soto promised that the 18th Congress Senate will be cooperative with the Duterte administration, but still be independent.
It turns out na talagang lagi, once you are elected nationwide, you tend to be independent-minded because your constituency is larger. And therefore, we can be sure that even the President's men who are now with us will be very independent-minded also.
Aside from Soto, Senator Ralph Recto was also re-elected as Senate President pro tempore, Senator Mig Zubiri as Majority Leader and Chairman of Senate Committee on Rules, with Senator Frank Drilon as Minority Leader. At the start of the session, 12 newly elected senators took their oath of office before Soto. Neophyte senators say they are excited to attend their first session.
Parang bata na going to first day of school, sama-sama ko yung asawa ko para malakas yung loob ko.
Noon po, as secretary, nasa tabi po ni Pangulong Duterte. Ngayon po, ang priority ko ay ang Senado. Hindi ibig sabihin na hindi ko po tutulungan ng ating Pangulo. Isa po ang aming hangarin, kabutihan ng bawat Pilipino.
The Senate is expected to formalize the committee chairmanships on Tuesday and Wednesday. Soto earlier said committee chairmanships are already 100% filled. Joyce Ila, CNN Philippines.
This is a special edition of CNN Philippines Newsroom. We'll check on the pro and anti-government groups who gathered outside the Batasang Pambansa after a quick break. Welcome back to CNN Philippines. Despite the rains this afternoon, hundreds of pro-government rallies took to the streets to show support for President Duterte. Our senior correspondent David Santos tells us more.
The gathering outside the Batasan complex to show support to President Duterte turned into a street party. About 5,000 people gathered at the IBP Road for the pro-government rally, peaking at around Monday noon, according to police estimates. Local artists entertained the crowd, performing mostly novelty songs. Heavy rains in the early afternoon, however, drenched the crowd. Many participants did not bring rain gear since authorities had earlier discouraged bringing umbrellas and jackets. The police advisory against bringing rain gear was part of their security measures against possible terror threats. Now, amid the heavy rains, participants were forced to seek shelter in nearby establishments. Others simply walked away from the rally and did not come back. Now, still, a sizable crowd stayed on. PNP Chief turned Senator Bato de la Rosa was among the personalities who dropped by to speak to the crowd. He lashed at critics, harping on the UNCHR resolution seeking a probe into President Duterte's drug war. Now, we were told that organizers initially had no plans of holding the pro-government rally to coincide with SONA. The President Duterte's performance rating, they say, speaks for itself on how he remains very popular among Filipinos. But the UNCHR resolution, they said, prompted them to come up with the gathering to show to the international community that the President still enjoys the support of his constituents. David Santos, CNN Philippines.
Rains also did not stop hundreds of government critics from marching on the streets today. The protesters held their annual program this afternoon to express their frustration with the Duterte administration. Our George Cahiles reports.
The rain has drenched protesters Monday afternoon as they march towards their designated area here in front of the St. Peter's Parish. Now, the weather did not stop them from pushing through with their annual protest program. Instead, we heard those critics voicing their criticism, feisty speeches from various organization leaders as well as those personalities from the opposition criticizing various policies of the Duterte administration. That's from contractualization, drug war-related killings, to sovereignty issues. The government's supposed inaction about China's illegal activities in the South China Sea is a main theme of the program. Fishermen group Pamalakaya says the president's supposed verbal agreement with China allowing Chinese to fish within the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone is an unimpeachable offense, and they plan to file an impeachment complaint against the president soon. Even ousted Chief Justice Maria Lourdes Sereno thinks the president has committed grave violation to the Constitution when he made that verbal pact with China.
Ang pinakamasama, no? Yung pagiging traidor ni Presidente Duterte na ipinagtanggol pa ang gobyerno ng China at mga Chinese fishermen dito sa malalang pagbangga at planong pagpatay sa mga maliliit na mga isda.
It's very clear that the president seems to have no commitment to the Filipino people. He would rather honor whatever verbal agreement he has. For what reason? He has not told the Filipino people, but he wants to be very faithful to whatever agreement he has made with a foreign government. That's you could actually consider whether he has already committed a very unconstitutional act. Pag-iisipan mo na talaga. Palagay ko, pwede nang umandar eh.
The question now is, will someone from the lower house sponsor that planned impeachment complaint? Or if so, will it even move forward since his allies, the supermajority, now dominate the Congress? George Cahiles, CNN Philippines.
Still joining us in the studio are our guests, Nicole Curato, CNN Philippines resident sociologist, and Lucio Pitlo, lecturer at Ateneo's Chinese Studies program. We just saw the story of George Cahiles the whole day. The critics have been talking about possible impeachment of President Duterte because of that issue with over the West Philippine Sea. What do you think of this? How will this even move forward with the supermajority?
Well, I think this is where we can start monitoring the Senate President's statement that they will be collaborative but independent. As to how far the Senate will be independent, this is a wait and see. It's hard to predict, but I guess at the moment, the composition and the messages, it's a unified administration that we are witnessing. So I'm a bit pessimistic that it will take off.
If we look at how the speakership was eventually settled and how the members of the House of Representatives eventually voted, despite the initial, some potential challenge to the show, we see that the influence of this administration on the lower house is immense. It could be quite a challenge for anyone to file an impeachment, whether he can muster the courage to do that, and number two, whether he would have sufficient numbers to actually bring that to the Senate.
Kasi dun pa lang sa House Committee on Justice pa lang, medyo alam mong maraming kaalyado, may supermajority ang presidente sa Kamara. Anyway, another big issue, illegal drugs. The president said the campaign against illegal drugs will continue, and kakabit nito, binanggit niya yung pushing for death penalty for war on for crimes on drugs and plunder.
Right. So, Ruth, I spent the morning observing human rights groups in the protests that George covered. And I think one of the biggest messages that I got observing that protest is that the legacy of the drug war is really long-term. So we are witnessing a generation of young children who are just socialized in a Tokhang generation. It's common now for children in poor communities to know an uncle, a father, someone's friend's father who got shot because of Tokhang. So I think we have to start thinking about the long-term social implications of the drug war to the poorest communities. And it also has implications on our police force. What kind of police force, what legacy will President Duterte leave in our security sector, especially if there are verified reports of abuses that are not held into account? So I think this is in a way, the black eye in this administration. So for me, I'm starting to think, yes, this administration has a lot of solid achievements, universal healthcare, Bangsamoro organic law. But I think all of these achievements would have been achieved without a violent anti-narcotics crackdown. So I think we have to put this into context.
So security and peace and order are very much centerpieces in Duterte's agenda, even during the campaign days. No? And to him, he was just trying to fulfill what he initially promised. Of course, he did not realize the enormity of the problem. He tried to give a deadline before at 6 months. And then upon realizing how serious and grave and how far-reaching corruption from drug money penetrated even the law enforcement establishment, again, he tried to calibrate his position. But again, I think the challenge moving forward will be to make the campaign less violent and more humane, and probably emphasize the rehabilitative or the health dimension of the campaign. I think in fairness, early on, there had been steps made towards this direction. 5 months after unleashing his campaign against illegal drugs, the biggest drug rehab facility in Nueva Ecija, which to this day remains underutilized, has been put up. Before the end of last year, I think 3 drug rehab centers in Mindanao were also completed. And I think the figures suggest that there's around over 1 million drug users who surrendered. They're still living persons. And about 300,000 of them actually underwent wellness and renewal programs, half of which from Philippine National Police initiated centers, and then half from community-based or community-supported centers. So I think the big disparity from those who surrendered but were not able to avail of these programs goes to show the confluence of where private sector, where civil society, where church groups can actually play a role. Of course, we have to call out administration. We have to call out the government for excesses and abuses on the law enforcement aspect of the campaign. But whenever there is a need and there is an interest for us to work with them on rehabilitation or the health dimension of the campaign, by all means, we should, I think.
Yung pagpasa kaya ng death penalty, kasi marami ng kaalyado, so you have the supermajority in Congress, will it move forward? And then a lot of allies in the Senate, yung mga bagong elect na senators.
It will be tricky in the sense that if we try to look at how this landmark legislation was dealt with in the previous Congress, it's also quite divided, right? So I wonder what difference it will make even if they have a supermajority. So I think the message that the Congress sends is they're united to support the president. I don't want a united Congress. I prefer a deliberative Congress. I prefer a Congress that will give us the best laws. So if death penalty will pass, I would definitely want to monitor the kinds of debates that will take place.
Sure. I think balancing public sentiment, public pulse on the issue, which still very much is divisive, on certain aspects of the drug war, and at the same time, our international standing. So I think those two things have to be kept in mind by legislators.
Okay. We'll be right back. This is a special edition of CNN Philippines Newsroom. When we return, we'll check what netizens think about President Duterte's SONA. Back after a quick break. Keep it here.
The 3720 for simple transactions like business permit, mayor's permit, building permit, simple transaction lang yan eh. Dapat 3 days out na yan. Or even less. Sabi ko nga kanina, si Mayor Isko Moreno, nag-launch siya kanina sa City Hall, 1 day lang. No? So dapat naka-include na dyan yung mga requirements eh. Pagka na-submit yung requirements, there's no reason para tumagal pa ng more than 3 days. So we will strictly implement that, and the order of the President is put sanctions.
Okay. Yung 7 days naman po?
Mga complex transaction ito.
What are complex transactions?
Well, it requires some, like for example, some business permit being applied by foreign entities. So yung mga ganun yung example natin, 7 days. Pero yung mga kailangan ng mga consultation with national agencies, like for example, use of special permit from DNR, no? Kailangan ng intervention from national agencies. Ayan, mga 20 days yan.
Okay. So Secretary, like you said, this is just a matter of enforcing the law, implementing the law, and that is the only thing that President Duterte is saying. Na yun ang gusto niya, yun ang gusto dapat niyang gawin ng mga mayors.
The key here is really the political will of the mayors. Alam mo, pagka ang mayor ay seryoso at talagang tinututukan niya, kaya talaga yan eh. Kaya lang, kung yung mayor ay umaasa lang sa mga tao, sa staff niya, and let them do the ways, their own ways, doon tumatagal.
So, paano yun ang accountability dito? How do we make sure, the ordinary citizens, halimbawa, merong nag-exceed ng 3 days, no reasonable explanation, halimbawa, how are they going to complain?
Well, papasok na ngayon dyan yung Presidential Complaint Center, yung hotline 8888, yung mga assistance centers natin. Kapag may complaint dito, I will let the mayor explain. I will issue show cause. Kapag hindi satisfied tayo sa explanation niya, then we will have a formal investigation, either through Ombudsman or through the Office of the President. Then from there, we can already impose sanction.
On another matter, Secretary Anyo, yung curfew na sinasabi ni President Duterte.
There is no corruption at all. I guarantee you, upon the grave of my father, I do not talk to them. I just say, just do your work. And kung maaari, according to what the specifications are required by this government. I challenge this new player to fulfill its commitment to provide fast and reliable telecommunication services to our people, especially in the underserved areas. DICT Secretary Hunasan will be the lead man in this endeavor.
That was President Duterte challenging the third telco to provide fast and reliable services. That was one of the themes of his SONA this afternoon. In response, Dito telecommunity spokesman Adel Tamano said in a statement the company is committed to provide telecom services to the underserved areas and give Filipinos world-class service. Looks like President Duterte's tardiness didn't escape netizens' eyes. On Twitter, Shawi is not surprised that the president's speech was not on time. She says, quote, "What's new, baba?" Sam wishes an afternoon television series was shown while waiting for him. She imitates a viral personality saying, quote, "You do note Duterte is the late." 3 netizens, meanwhile, think the so-called Filipino time manifests in President Duterte's tardiness. What do you think of the President's SONA? Drive the discussion on social media. And we go back to our guests. We were talking about the main highlights of the President's SONA. Ang binanggit kanina, medyo interesting lang yung nabanggit about the curfew. Do you think the President is even serious about that? He was asked about it kasi ganun daw sa Davao eh.
Right, I think this is part of the broader parang rhetorical pattern of the president that he still acts like a mayor of Davao. So in relation to the imposition of curfew, he also talked about when Davao has this world-class first responder emergency team, and he wants to bring that to Manila or to the rest of the Philippines as well, when he talked about the 888 grievance hotline. So these are interventions that mayors actually can do to make services better. So in a way, this is the return of Mayor Duterte with that persona. And of course, having a karaoke session after just really emphasizes the point that Mayor Duterte is back, that his rhetorical style as a mayor is very much present in that speech.
Sure. Yung the karaoke thing, I'd rather not comment on it now. But yeah, I mean, some of the issues that he had tackled while he was mayor of Davao, to him that was effective, but again, transporting it to the national scale and pushback from certain cities who are, very vibrant nightlife, and some work at night, So I don't know to what extent those will be carried out on the national level.
Yung sinasabi niya about traffic, yung kaninang nireport natin na may instruction siya para malesen yung traffic, to reclaim public lands and then to suspend yung mga mayors na hindi gagawa ng ganon. He has strict orders to the DILG to do that. Paano ba yun?
Well, for instance, sa mabuhay lanes, those alternative lanes that could have helped decongest traffic in major thoroughfares suffer from either the roads are just completely blocked off by basketball courts, fiestas, and the sidewalks are even, some sidewalks are even occupied by barangay halls. So I think the message of the president, the marching order, was to, moving forward, have all of these obstructions removed. But again, whether that is enough to actually address the gargantuan problem of traffic that we have here, that is another thing.
It would have been a great opportunity to talk about the big infrastructure projects that you're trying to put in place that moves people. We're not talking about moving cars, we're talking about moving people. So what happened to the subway plan? What happened to other forms of mass transit, not only in Manila, but in other urban centers like Cebu? So I think missed opportunity.
He just briefly mentioned that, yung build. Tapos he mentioned about yung regional or provincial airports. Pero napaka-ikli lang nung pagbanggit niya.
I think overall, could have been better if he showered some figures, some stats, for instance, projects underway, their status, and how about their completion time, just to give the people a sense of what can be expected in the next 3 years.
Ang nabasa ko nga, one of the comments sa netizens, parang wala daw, yung state of the nation. There was like no actual report on the state of the nation. But we'll talk more about that. We'll continue this discussion after a quick break. This is a special edition of CNN Philippines Newsroom.
It was very good. And there were clear messages on some of the legislative measures that he wants to prioritize. Particularly in this case, there was a very strong mention of the Land Use Act. We don't have a problem in the Senate as far as that is concerned because we already passed it before in the 16th Congress. But we'll work on it. And then we also will work on the anti-terrorism issue and most of the measures that he mentioned.
So what about death penalty?
Well, I was glad that he did not particularly center on what type, because we were looking at the possibility of the Senate being able to pass it if it is confined to the high-level drug trafficking only. Yun nga eh. So we'll try to convince some of our colleagues. It's a heavy debate, but we'll just have to work on it. Siguro case-to-case basis, siguro. May mga lugar siguro na kikailanganin yun. Especially areas in Mindanao, if martial law is lifted, baka kailanganin na lang, mabuti pa may curfew na lang. That's probably what he means.
What did you think of his explanation about the West Philippine Sea? So it is ours, pero China is
kasi ang sense ko ron noon pa man, I've mentioned it before, as long as we're allowed also in their territory and we allow them in our territory, so we will support the perspective of the president. We don't have anything, no violent objections about it. Pini-PR naman tayo ng China.
So what other parts of the speech did you like or not like?
Well, there was nothing that I did like. Of course, the usual jokes of the president were incorporated somehow. And okay na rin. It provided lighter moments rather than the stiff SONA last year.
Pala niya kung bakit na-late siya? Why did he... I mean, we all know there was a downpour earlier, pero yung pag-alis niya sa Malacanang was like past.
Yeah, what I heard was because they wanted to clear the weather. Oh, masamang lakas ng ulan kanina eh. The choppers might have difficulty. Yun ang pagkakalam.
Welcome back. That was a light moment during today's big event. President Duterte there singing Moon River from the 1960s classic Breakfast at Tiffany's, backed up by the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra. That was after he delivered his SONA. And final words from our guests. Your general sense of the President's SONA. Malacanang is saying this is his most important SONA halfway through his term. Anong direksyon ang gusto ng Pangulo with this SONA?
I think it's what was said was important, but what's even more important are matters that were not mentioned. We did not hear about federalism, so I'm getting mixed signals there, although that was discussed in the press conference. If we're talking about the general direction, I think this president enjoys a huge mandate because of Mindanao. And this is what propelled him to presidency. And I think it's a big disappointment if Mindanao will not be at the center of the conversation in the next 3 years. We barely heard about Marawi rehabilitation in the discussion. We barely heard about the plans to boost Mindanao economy. And this was such a big promise from the president. So I think if we're talking about the future, if we're looking ahead, this has to be at the center of the conversation.
So yeah, I think economics was also a missing a key piece that he could have elaborated more. Jobs, food security. But he did mention a bit about the rice tarification and how it helped improve address inflation. But I think he could have done more in terms of conveying the big picture on addressing contractualization, for instance. So on the job creation part, lowering the prices of basic goods, and ensuring that the economic prosperity sustained in the last few years there will be enough measures to sustain this growth in the next 3 years.
Okay. And thank you very much to our guests. This has been a special edition of the Newsroom. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.